Then, as if he suddenly remembered, he pulled out his watch and consulted it. "I have an appointment at 2, he said, "and I've got to go to lunch now. Would you care to come and dine with me? We can talk it over there." "Oh, no," said Carrie, the whole motive of the man flashing on her at once. "I have an engagement myself." "That's too bad," he said, realizing that he had been a little beforehand in his offer, and that Carrie was about to go away. "Come in later. I may know of something." "Thank you," she answered, with some trepidation, and went out. "She was good-looking, wasn't she?" said the manager's companion, who had not caught all the details of the game he had played. "Yes, in a way," said the other, sore to think the game had been lost. "She'd never make an actress, though. Just another chorus girl, that's all." This little experience nearly destroyed her ambition to call upon the manager at the Chicago Opera House, but she decided to do so after a time. He was of a more sedate turn of mind. He said at once that there was no opening of any sort, and seemed to consider her search foolish. "Chicago is no place to get a start," he said. "You ought to be in New York." Still she persisted and went to McVicker's, where she could not find anyone. The old homestead was running there, but the person to whom she was referred was not to be found. These little expeditions took up her time until quite 4 o'clock, when she was weary enough to go home. She felt as if she ought to continue and inquire elsewhere, but the results so far were too dispiriting. She took the car and arrived at Ogden Place in 3/4 of an hour, but decided to ride on to the West Side branch of the post office, where she was accustomed to receive Hurstwood's letters. There was one there now, written Saturday, which she tore open and read with mingled feelings. There was so much warmth in it, and such tense complaint at her having failed to meet him, and her subsequent silence, that she rather pitied the man. That he loved her was evident enough. That he had wished and dared to do so, married as he was the evil. She felt as if the thing deserved an answer, and consequently decided that she would write and let him know that she knew of his married state, and was justly incensed at his deception. She would tell him that it was all over between them. At her room, the wording of this missive occupied her for some time, for she fell to the task at once. It was most difficult. "You do not need to have me explain why I did not meet you," she wrote in part. "How could you deceive me so? You cannot expect me to have anything more to do with you. I wouldn't under any circumstances. Oh, how could you act so?" she added in a burst of feeling. "You have caused me more misery than you can think. I hope you will get over your infatuation for me. We must not meet any more. Goodbye." She took the letter the next morning, and at the corner dropped it reluctantly into the letter-box, still uncertain as to whether she should do so or not. Then she took the car and went downtown. This was the dull season with the department stores, but she was listened to with more consideration than was usually accorded to young women applicants, owing to her neat and attractive appearance. She was asked the same old questions with which she was already familiar. "What can you do? Have you ever worked in a retail store before? Are you experienced?" At the Fair, C. and Company's, and all the great stores, it was much the same. It was the dull season. She might come in a little later. Possibly they would like to have her. When she arrived at the house at the end of the day, weary and disheartened, she discovered that Drouet had been there. His umbrella and light overcoat were gone. She thought she missed other things, but could not be sure. Everything had not been taken. So his going was crystallizing into staying. What was she to do now? Evidently she would be facing the world in the same old way within a day or two. Her clothes would get poor. She put her 2 hands together in her customary expressive way and pressed her fingers. Large tears gathered in her eyes and broke hot across her cheeks. She was alone. Very much alone. Drouet really had called, but it was with a very different mind from that which Carrie had imagined. He expected to find her, to justify his return by claiming that he came to get the remaining portion of his wardrobe, and before he got away again, to patch up a piece. Accordingly, when he arrived, he was disappointed to find Carrie out. He trifled about, hoping that she was somewhere in the neighborhood and would soon return. He constantly listened, expecting to hear her foot on the stair. When he did so, it was his intention to make believe that he had just come in and was disturbed at being caught. Then he would explain his need of his clothes and find out how things stood. Wait as he did, however, Carrie did not come. From pottering around among the drawers, in momentary expectation of her arrival, he changed to looking out of the window, and from that to resting himself in the rocking chair. Still no Carrie. He began to grow restless and lit a cigar. After that he walked the floor. Then he looked out of the window and saw clouds gathering. He remembered an appointment at 3. He began to think that it would be useless to wait, and got hold of his umbrella and light coat, intending to take these things anyway. It would scare her, he hoped. Tomorrow he would come back for the others. He would find out how things stood. As he started to go, he felt truly sorry that he had missed her. There was a little picture of her on the wall, showing her arrayed in the little jacket he had first bought her, face a little more wistful than he had seen it lately. He was really touched by it, and looked into the eyes of it with a rather rare feeling for him. "You didn't do me right, Cad," he said, as if he were addressing her in the flesh. Then he went to the door, took a good look around, and went out. Chapter 27. When waters engulf us, we reach for a star. It was when he returned from his disturbed stroll about the streets, after receiving the decisive note from McGregor, James and Hay, that Hurstwood found the letter Carrie had written him that morning. He thrilled intensely as he noted the handwriting, and rapidly tore it open. Then, he thought, she loves me, or she would not have written to me at all. He was slightly depressed at the tenor of the note for the first few minutes, but soon recovered. She wouldn't write at all if she didn't care for me. This was his one resource against the depression which held him. He could extract little from the wording of the letter, but the spirit he thought he knew. There was really something exceedingly humane, not pathetic in his being thus relieved by a clearly worded reproof. He who had for so long remained satisfied with himself, now looked outside of himself for comfort into such a source. The mystic cords of affection, how they bind us all. The color came to his cheeks. For the moment he forgot the letter from McGregor, James and Hay. If he could only have Carrie, perhaps he could get out of the whole entanglement, perhaps it would not matter. He wouldn't care what his wife did with herself. If only he might not lose Carrie. He stood up and walked about, dreaming his delightful dream of a life continued with this lovely possessor of his heart. It was not long, however, before the old worry was back for consideration, and with it, what weariness! He thought of the morrow and the suit. He had done nothing, and here was the afternoon slipping away. It was now 4:15. At 5, the attorneys would have gone home. He still had the morrow until noon, even as he thought. The last 15 minutes passed away, and it was 5. Then he abandoned the thought of seeing them any more that day and turned to Carrie. It is to be observed that the man did not justify himself to himself. He was not troubling about that. His whole thought was the possibility of persuading Carrie. Nothing was wrong in that. He loved her dearly. Their mutual happiness depended upon it. Would that Drouet were only away. While he was thinking thus, elatedly, he remembered that he wanted some clean linen in the morning. This he purchased, together with a half-dozen ties, and went to the Palmer house. As he entered, he thought he saw Drouet ascending the stairs with a key. Surely not Drouet. Then he thought, perhaps they had changed their abode temporarily. He went straight up to the desk. "Is Mr. Drouet stopping here?" he asked of the clerk. "I think he is," said the latter, consulting his private registry list. "Yes." "Is that so?" exclaimed Hurstwood, otherwise concealing his astonishment. "Alone?" he added. "Yes," said the clerk. Hurstwood turned away and set his lips so as best to express and conceal his feelings. "How's that?" he thought. "They've had a row." He hastened to his room with rising spirits and changed his linen. As he did so, he made up his mind that if Carrie was alone, or she had gone to another place, it behooved him to find out. He decided to call at once. I know what I'll do, he thought. I'll go to the door and ask if Mr. Drouet is at home. That will bring out whether he is there or not, and where Carrie is. He was almost moved to some muscular display as he thought of it. He decided to go immediately after supper. On coming down from his room at 6, he looked carefully about to see if Drouet was present, and then went out to lunch. He could scarcely eat, however. He was so anxious to be about his errand. Before starting, he thought it well to discover where Drouet would be, and return to his hotel. Has Mr. Drouet gone out? He asked of the clerk. No, answered the latter. He's in his room. Do you wish to send up a card? No. I'll call around later, answered Hurstwood, and strolled out. He took a Madison car and went direct to Ogden Place this time, walking boldly up to the door. The chambermaid answered his knock. Is Mr. Drouet in? Said Hurstwood blandly. He is out of the city, said the girl, who had heard Carrie tell this to Mrs. Hale. Is Mrs. Drouet in? No, she has gone to the theater. Is that so? Said Hurstwood, considerably taken back then, as if burdened with something important. You don't know to which theater? The girl really had no idea where she had gone, but not liking Hurstwood, and wishing to cause him trouble, answered yes, Hooley's. Thank you, returned the manager, and tipping his hat slightly, went away. I'll look in at Hooley's, thought he, but as a matter of fact he did not. Before he had reached the central portion of the city, he thought the whole matter over, and decided it would be useless. As much as he longed to see Carrie, he knew she would be with someone, and did not wish to intrude with his plea there. A little later he might do so in the morning. Only in the morning he had the lawyer question before him. This little pilgrimage threw quite a wet blanket upon his rising spirits. He was soon down again to his old worry, and reached the resort anxious to find relief. Quite a company of gentlemen were making the place lively with their conversation. A group of Cook County politicians were conferring about a round cherrywood table in the rear portion of the room. Several young merrymakers were chattering at the bar before making a belated visit to the theater. A shabbily genteel individual, with a red nose and an old high hat, was sipping a quiet glass of ale alone at one end of the bar. Hurstwood nodded to the politicians and went into his office. About 10 o'clock a friend of his, Mr. Frank L. Taintor, a local sport and racing man, dropped in, and seeing Hurstwood alone in his office came to the door. "Hello, George," he exclaimed. "How are you, Frank?" said Hurstwood, somewhat relieved by the sight of him. "Sit down," and he motioned him to one of the chairs in the little room. "What's the matter, George?" asked Taintor. "You look a little glum. Haven't lost at the track, have you?" "I'm not feeling very well tonight. I had a slight cold the other day." "Take whiskey, George," said Taintor. "You ought to know that." Hurstwood smiled. While they were still conferring there, several other of Hurstwood's friends entered, and not long after 11, the theaters being out, some actors began to drop in among them, some notabilities. Then began one of those pointless social conversations so common in American resorts, where the would-be gilded attempt to rub off guilt from those who have it in abundance. If Hurstwood had one leaning, it was toward notabilities. He considered that, if anywhere, he belonged among them. He was too proud to toady, too keen not to strictly observe the plane he occupied when there were those present who did not appreciate him. But in situations like the present, where he could shine as a gentleman and be received without equivocation as a friend and equal among men of no nobility, he was most delightful. It was on such occasions, if ever, that he would take something. When the social flavor was strong enough, he would even unbend to the extent of drinking glass for glass with his associates, punctiliously observing his turn to pay as if he were an outsider like the others. If he ever approached intoxication, or rather that ruddy warmth and comfortableness which precedes the more sloven statit. Thus, when individuals such as these were gathered about him, when he was one of a circle of chatting celebrities. Tonight, disturbed as was his state, he was rather relieved to find company. And now that notabilities were gathered, he laid aside his troubles for the nonce, and joined in right heartily. It was not long before the imbibing began to tell. Stories began to crop up, those ever-enduring, droll stories, which formed the major portion of the conversation among American men under such circumstances. 12 o'clock arrived, the hour for closing, and with it the company took leave. Hurstwood shook hands with them most cordially. He was very roseate physically. He had arrived at that state where his mind, though clear, was nevertheless warm in its fancies. He felt as if his troubles were not very serious. Going into his office, he began to turn over certain accounts, awaiting the departure of the bartenders and the cashier, who soon left. It was the manager's duty, as well as his custom. After all were gone, to see that everything was safely closed up for the night. As a rule, no money except the cash taken in after banking hours was kept about the place, and that was locked in the safe by the cashier, who, with the owners, thus joint keeper of the secret combination. But, nevertheless, Hurstwood nightly took the precaution to try the cash drawers and the safe in order to see that they were tightly closed. Then he would lock his own little office and set the proper light burning near the safe, after which he would take his departure. Never in his experience had he found anything out of order, but tonight, after shutting down his desk, he came out and tried the safe. His way was to give a sharp pull. This time the door responded. He was slightly surprised at that, and looking in found the money cases as left for the day, apparently unprotected. His first thought was, of course, to inspect the drawers and shut the door. "I'll speak to Mayhew about this tomorrow," he thought. The latter had certainly imagined upon going out a half-hour before that he had turned the knob on the door, so as to spring the lock. He had never failed to do so before. But tonight Mayhew had other thoughts. He had been revolving the problem of a business of his own. "I'll look in here," thought the manager, pulling out the money drawers. He did not know why he wished to look in there. It was quite a superfluous action, which another time might not have happened at all. As he did so, a layer of bills, in parcels of 1,000, such as banks issue, caught his eye. He could not tell how much they represented, but paused to view them. Then he pulled out the second of the cash drawers. In that were the receipts of the day. "I didn't know Fitzgerald and Moy ever left any money this way," his mind said to itself. "They must have forgotten it." He looked at the other drawer and paused again. "Count them," said a voice in his ear. He put his hand into the first of the boxes and lifted the stack, letting the separate parcels fall. They were bills of $50 and $100 done in packages of 1,000. He thought he counted 10 such. "Why don't I shut the safe?" his mind said to itself, lingering. "What makes me pause here?" For answer, there came the strangest words. "Did you ever have $10,000 in ready money?" Lo. The manager remembered that he had never had so much. All his property had been slowly accumulated, and now his wife owned that. He was worth more than 40,000, all told, but she would get that. He puzzled as he thought of these things, then pushed in the drawers and closed the door, pausing with his hand upon the knob, which might so easily lock it all beyond temptation. Still he paused. Finally he went to the windows and pulled down the curtains. Then he tried the door, which he had previously locked. What was this thing, making him suspicious? Why had he wished to move about so quietly? He came back to the end of the counter as if to rest his arm and think. Then he went and unlocked his little office door, and turned on the light. He also opened his desk, sitting down before it, only to think strange thoughts. "The safe is open," said a voice. "There is just the least little crack in it. The lock has not been sprung." The manager floundered among a jumble of thoughts. Now all the entanglement of the day came back. Also the thought that here was a solution. That money would do it. If he had that and Carrie. He rose up and stood stock-still, looking at the floor. "What about it?" his mind asked, and for answer he put his hand slowly up and scratched his head. The manager was no fool to be led blindly away by such an errant proposition as this. But his situation was peculiar. Wine was in his veins. It had crept up into his head and given him a warm view of the situation. It also colored the possibilities of 10,000 for him. He could see great opportunities with that. He could get Carrie. Oh yes, he could. He could get rid of his wife. That letter, too, was waiting discussion tomorrow morning. He would not need to answer that. He went back to the safe and put his hand on the knob. Then he pulled the door open and took the drawer with the money quite out. With it once out and before him, it seemed a foolish thing to think about leaving it. Certainly it would. Why, he could live quietly with Carrie for years. Lord! What was that? For the first time he was tense, as if a stern hand had been laid upon his shoulder. He looked fearfully around. Not a soul was present. Not a sound. Someone was shuffling by on the sidewalk. He took the box and the money and put it back in the safe. Then he partly closed the door again. To those who have never wavered in conscience, the predicament of the individual whose mind is less strongly constituted, and who trembles in the balance between duty and desire, is scarcely appreciable, unless graphically portrayed. Those who have never heard that solemn voice of the ghostly clock, which ticks with awful distinctness, "Thou shalt, thou shalt, thou shalt not," are in no position to judge. Not alone in sensitive, highly organized natures is such a mental conflict possible. The dullest specimen of humanity, when drawn by desire toward evil, is recalled by a sense of right, which is proportionate in power and strength to his evil tendency. We must remember that it may not be a knowledge of right, for no knowledge of right is predicated of the animal's instinctive recoil at evil. Men are still led by instinct before they are regulated by knowledge. It is instinct which recalls the criminal. It is instinct where highly organized reasoning is absent, which gives the criminal his feeling of danger, his fear of wrong. At every first adventure, then, into some untried evil, the mind wavers. The clock of thought takes out its wish and its denial. To those who have never experienced such a mental dilemma, the following will appeal on the simple ground of revelation. When Hurstwood put the money back, his nature again resumed its ease and daring. No one had observed him. He was quite alone. No one could tell what he wished to do. He could work this thing out for himself. The imbibition of the evening had not yet worn off. Moist as was his brow, tremble as did his hand once after the nameless fright, he was still flushed with the fumes of liquor. He scarcely noticed that the time was passing. He went over his situation once again, his eye always seeing the money in a lump, his mind always seeing what it would do. He strolled into his little room, then to the door, then to the safe again. He put his hand on the knob and opened it. There was the money. Surely no harm could come from looking at it. He took out the drawer again and lifted the bills. They were so smooth, so compact, so portable. How little they made, after all. He decided he would take them. Yes, he would. He would put them in his pocket. Then he looked at that and saw they would not go there. His hand satchel. To be sure, his hand satchel. They would go in Thodel of it would. No one would think anything of it either. He went into the little office and took it from the shelf in the corner. Now he set it upon his desk and went out toward the safe. For some reason he did not want to fill it out in the big room. First he brought the bills and then the loose receipts of the day. He would take it all. He put the empty drawers back and pushed the iron door almost to, then stood beside it, meditating. The wavering of a mind under such circumstances is an almost inexplicable thing, and yet it is absolutely true. Hurstwood could not bring himself to act definitely. He wanted to think about it, to ponder over it, to decide whether it were best. He was drawn by such a keen desire for Carrie, driven by such a state of turmoil in his own affairs, that he thought constantly it would be best, and yet he wavered. He did not know what evil might result from it to him. Soon he might come to grief. The true ethics of the situation never once occurred to him, and never would have, under any circumstances. After he had all the money in the handbag, a revulsion of feeling seized him. He would not do it, no. Think of what a scandal it would make. The police. They would be after him. He would have to fly. And where? Oh, the terror of being a fugitive from justice. He took out the 2 boxes and put all the money back. In his excitement, he forgot what he was doing and put the sums in the wrong boxes. As he pushed the door to, he thought he remembered doing it wrong and opened the door again. There were the 2 boxes mixed. He took them out and straightened the matter, but now the terror had gone. Why be afraid? While the money was in his hand, a lock clicked. It had sprung. Did he do it? He grabbed at the knob and pulled vigorously. It had closed. Heavens! He was in for it now, sure enough. The moment he realized that the safe was locked for a surety, the sweat burst out upon his brow, and he trembled violently. He looked about him and decided instantly. There was no delaying now. Supposing I do lay it on the top, he said, and go away. They'll know who took it. I'm the last to close up. Besides, other things will happen. At once he became the man of action. I must get out of this, he thought. He hurried into his little room, took down his light overcoat and hat, locked his desk, and grabbed the satchel. Then he turned out all but one light and opened the door. He tried to put on his old assured air, but it was almost gone. He was repenting rapidly. I wish I hadn't done that, he said. That was a mistake. He walked steadily down the street, greeting a night watchman whom he knew who was trying doors. He must get out of the city, and that quickly. I wonder how the trains run, he thought. Instantly he pulled out his watch and looked. It was nearly 1:30. At the first drugstore he stopped, seeing a long-distance telephone booth inside. It was a famous drugstore, and contained one of the first private telephone booths ever erected. I want to use your phone a minute, he said to the night clerk. The latter nodded. Give me 1643, he called to Central, after looking up the Michigan Central Depot number. Soon he got the ticket agent. How do the trains leave here for Detroit? He asked. The man explained the hours. No more tonight? Nothing with a sleeper. Yes, there is too, he added. There is a mail train out of here at 3:00. All right, said Hurstwood. What time does that get to Detroit? He was thinking if he could only get there and cross the river into Canada, he could take his time about getting to Montreal. He was relieved to learn that it would reach there by noon. Mayhew won't open the safe till 9, he thought. They can't get on my track before noon. Then he thought of Carrie. With what speed must he get her, if he got her at all? She would have to come along. He jumped into the nearest cab standing by. To Ogden Place, he said sharply. I'll give you $1 more if you make good time. The cabby beat his horse into a sort of imitation gallop, which was fairly fast, however. On the way, Hurstwood thought what to do. Reaching the number, he hurried up the steps and did not spare the bell in waking the servant. Is Mrs. Drouet in? He asked. Yes, said the astonished girl. Tell her to dress and come to the door at once. Her husband is in the hospital, injured, and wants to see her. The servant girl hurried upstairs, convinced by the man's strained and emphatic manner. What? Said Carrie, lighting the gas and searching for her clothes. Mr. Drouet is hurt, and in the hospital. He wants to see you. The cab's downstairs. Carrie dressed very rapidly, and soon appeared below, forgetting everything save the necessities. Drouet is hurt, said Hurstwood quickly. He wants to see you. Come quickly. Carrie was so bewildered that she swallowed the whole story. Get in, said Hurstwood, helping her and jumping after. The cabby began to turn the horse around. Michigan Central Depot, he said, standing up and speaking so low that Carrie could not hear, as fast as you can go. Chapter 28. A Pilgrim. An outlaw the spirit detained. The cab had not traveled a short block before Carrie, settling herself and thoroughly waking in the night atmosphere, asked, What's the matter with him? Is he hurt badly? It isn't anything very serious, Hurstwood said solemnly. He was very much disturbed over his own situation, and now that he had Carrie with him, he only wanted to get safely out of reach of the law. Therefore he was in no mood for anything, save such words as would further his plans distinctly. Carrie did not forget that there was something to be settled between her and Hurstwood, but the thought was ignored in her agitation. The one thing was to finish this strange pilgrimage. "Where is he?" "Way out on the south side," said Hurstwood. "Well, have to take the train. It's, the quickest way." Carrie said nothing, and the horse gambled on. The weirdness of the city by night held her attention. She looked at the long receding rows of lamps and studied the dark, silent houses. How did he hurt himself? She asked, meaning what was the nature of his injuries. Hurstwood understood. He hated to lie any more than necessary, and yet he wanted no protests until he was out of danger. "I don't know exactly," he said. "They just called me up to go and get you and bring you out. They said there wasn't any need for alarm, but that I shouldn't fail to bring you." The man's serious manner convinced Carrie, and she became silent, wondering. Hurstwood examined his watch and urged the man to hurry. For one in so delicate a position, he was exceedingly cool. He could only think of how needful it was to make the train and get quietly away. Carrie seemed quite tractable, and he congratulated himself. In due time they reached the depot, and after helping her out, he handed the man a $5 bill and hurried on. "You wait here," he said to Carrie, when they reached the waiting room, "while I get the tickets." "Have I much time to catch that train for Detroit?" he asked of the agent. 4 minutes, said the latter. He paid for 2 tickets as circumspectly as possible. "Is it far?" said Carrie, as he hurried back. "Not very," he said. "We must get right in." He pushed her before him at the gate, stood between her and the ticket man while the latter punched their tickets so that she could not see, and then hurried after. There was a long line of express and passenger cars and 1 or 2 common-day coaches. As the train had only recently been made up and few passengers were expected, there were only 1 or 2 brakemen waiting. They entered the rear-day coach and sat down. Almost immediately, "All aboard," resounded faintly from the outside, and the train started. Carrie began to think it was a little bit curious this going to a depot, but said nothing. The whole incident was so out of the natural that she did not attach too much weight to anything she imagined. "How have you been?" asked Hurstwood gently, for he now breathed easier. "Very well," said Carrie, who was so disturbed that she could not bring a proper attitude to bear in the matter. She was still nervous to reach Drouet and see what could be the matter. Hurstwood contemplated her, and felt this. He was not disturbed that it should be so. He did not trouble because she was moved sympathetically in the matter. It was one of the qualities in her which pleased him exceedingly. He was only thinking how he should explain. Even this was not the most serious thing in his mind, however. His own deed and present flight were the great shadows which weighed upon him. "What a fool I was to do that," he said over and over. "What a mistake." In his sober senses he could scarcely realize that the thing had been done. He could not begin to feel that he was a fugitive from justice. He had often read of such things, and had thought they must be terrible. But now that the thing was upon him, he only sat and looked into the past. The future was a thing which concerned the Canadian line. He wanted to reach that. As for the rest, he surveyed his actions for the evening, and counted them parts of a great mistake. "Still," he said, "what could I have done?" Then he would decide to make the best of it, and would begin to do so by starting the whole inquiry over again. It was a fruitless, harassing round, and left him in a queer mood to deal with the proposition he had in the presence of Carrie. The train clacked through the yards along the lakefront, and ran rather slowly to 24th Street. Rakes and signals were visible without. The engine gave short calls with its whistle, and frequently the bell rang. Several brakemen came through, bearing lanterns. They were locking the vestibules and putting the cars in order for a long run. Presently it began to gain speed, and Carrie saw the silent streets flashing by in rapid succession. The engine also began its whistle calls of 4 parts, with which it signaled danger to important crossings. "Is it very far?" asked Carrie. Not so very, said Hurstwood. He could hardly repress a smile at her simplicity. He wanted to explain and conciliate her, but he also wanted to be well out of Chicago. In the lapse of another half-hour, it became apparent to Carrie that it was quite a run to wherever he was taking her anyhow. "Is it in Chicago?" she asked nervously. They were now far beyond the city limits, and the train was scudding across the Indiana line at a great rate. "No," he said, "not where we are going." There was something in the way he said this which aroused her in an instant. Her pretty brow began to contract. "We are going to see Charlie, aren't we?" she asked. He felt that the time was up. An explanation might as well come now as later. Therefore, he shook his head in the most gentle negative. "What?" said Carrie. She was nonplussed at the possibility of the errand being different from what she had thought. He only looked at her in the most kindly and mollifying way. "Well, where are you taking me, then?" she asked, her voice showing the quality of fright. "I'll tell you, Carrie. If you'll be quiet. I want you to come along with me to another city." "Oh," said Carrie, her voice rising into a weak cry. "Let me off. I don't want to go with you." She was quite appalled at the man's audacity. This was something which had never, for a moment, entered her head. Her one thought now was to get off and away. If only the flying train could be stopped, the terrible trick would be amended. She arose and tried to push out into the anywhere. She knew she had to do something. Hurstwood laid a gentle hand on her. "Sit still, Carrie," he said. "Sit still. It won't do you any good to get up here. Listen to me, and I'll tell you what I'll do. Wait a moment." She was pushing at his knees, but he only pulled her back. No one saw this little altercation, for very few persons were in the car, and they were attempting to doze. "I won't," said Carrie, who was, nevertheless, complying against her will. "Let me go," she said. "How dare you?" And large tears began to gather in her eyes. Hurstwood was now fully aroused to the immediate difficulty, and ceased to think of his own situation. He must do something with this girl, or she would cause him trouble. He tried the art of persuasion with all his powers aroused. "Look here now, Carrie," he said. "You mustn't act this way. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I don't want to do anything to make you feel bad." "Oh," sobbed Carrie. "Oh, whoo." There, he said. "You mustn't cry. Won't you listen to me? Listen to me a minute, and I'll tell you why I came to do this thing. I couldn't help it. I assure you I couldn't. Won't you listen?" Her sobs disturbed him, so that he was quite sure she did not hear a word he said. "Won't you listen?" he asked. "No, I won't," said Carrie, flashing up. "I want you to take me out of this. Or I'll tell the conductor. I won't go with you. It's a shame." And again sobs of fright cut off her desire for expression. Hurstwood listened with some astonishment. He felt that she had just cause for feeling as she did, and yet he wished that he could straighten this thing out quickly. Shortly, the conductor would come through for the tickets. He wanted no noise, no trouble of any kind. Before everything, he must make her quiet. "You couldn't get out until the train stops again," said Hurstwood. "It won't be very long until we reach another station. You can get out then, if you want to. I won't stop you. All I want you to do is to listen a moment. You'll let me tell you, won't you?" Carrie seemed not to listen. She only turned her head toward the window, where outside all was black. The train was speeding with steady grace across the fields and through patches of wood. The long whistles came with sad, musical effect as the lonely woodland crossings were approached. Now the conductor entered the car and took up the one or two fares that had been added at Chicago. He approached Hurstwood, who handed out the tickets. Poised as she was to act, Carrie made no move. She did not look about. When the conductor had gone again, Hurstwood felt relieved. "You're angry at me because I deceived you," he said. "I didn't mean to, Carrie. As I live, I didn't. I couldn't help it. I couldn't stay away from you after the first time I saw you." He was ignoring the last deception as something that might go by the board. He wanted to convince her that his wife could no longer be a factor in their relationship. The money he had stolen he tried to shut out of his mind. "Don't talk to me," said Carrie. "I hate you. I want you to go away from me. I am going to get out at the very next station." She was in a tremble of excitement and opposition as she spoke. "All right," he said. "But you'll hear me out, won't you? After all you have said about loving me, you might hear me. I don't want to do you any harm. I'll give you the money to go back with when you go. I merely want to tell you, Carrie. You can't stop me from loving you, whatever you may think." He looked at her tenderly, but received no reply. "You think I've deceived you badly, but I haven't. I didn't do it willingly. I'm true with my wife, and she hasn't any claims on me. You'll never see her any more. That's why I'm here tonight. That's why I came and got you." "You said Charlie was hurt," said Carrie savagely. "You deceived me. You've been deceiving me all the time, and now you want to force me to run away with you." She was so excited that she got up and tried to get by him again. He let her, and she took another seat. Then he followed. "Don't run away from me, Carrie," he said gently. "Let me explain. If you will only hear me out, you will see where I stand. I tell you, my wife is nothing to me. She hasn't been anything for years, or I wouldn't have ever come near you. I'm going to get a divorce just as soon as I can. I'll never see her again. I'm done with all that. You're the only person I want. If I can have you, I won't ever think of another woman again." Carrie heard all this in a very ruffled state. It sounded sincere enough, however, despite all he had done. There was a tenseness in Hurstwood's voice and manner, which could but have some effect. She did not want anything to do with him. He was married, he had deceived her once, and now again, and she thought him terrible. Still, there is something in such daring and power which is fascinating to a woman, especially if she can be made to feel that it is all prompted by love of her. The progress of the train was having a great deal to do with the solution of this difficult situation. The speeding wheels and disappearing country put Chicago farther and farther behind. Carrie could feel that she was being borne a long distance off that. The engine was making an almost through run to some distant city. She felt at times as if she could cry out and make such a row that someone would come to her aid at other times. It seemed an almost useless thing, so far was she from any aid, no matter what she did. All the while Hurstwood was endeavoring to formulate his plea in such a way that it would strike home and bring her into sympathy with him. "I was simply put where I didn't know what else to do." Carrie deigned no suggestion of hearing this. "When I say you wouldn't come unless I could marry you, I decided to put everything else behind me and get you to come away with me. In going off now to another city, I want to go to Montreal for a while, and then anywhere you want to. Well, go and live in New York if you say." "I'll not have anything to do with you," said Carrie. "I want to get off this train." "Where are we going?" "To Detroit," said Hurstwood. "Oh," said Carrie in a burst of anguish. So distant and definite a point seemed to increase the difficulty. "Won't you come along with me?" he said, as if there was great danger that she would not. "You won't need to do anything but travel with me. I'll not trouble you in any way. You can see Montreal and New York, and then if you don't want to stay, you can go back. It will be better than trying to go back tonight." The first gleam of fairness shone in this proposition for Carrie. It seemed a plausible thing to do, much as she feared his opposition if she tried to carry it out. Montreal and New York. Even now she was speeding toward those great, strange lands, and could see them if she liked, she thought, but made no sign. Hurstwood thought he saw a shade of compliance in this. He redoubled his ardor. "Think," he said, "what I've given up. I can't go back to Chicago any more. I've got to stay away and live alone now, if you don't come with me. You won't go back on me entirely, will you, Carrie?" "I don't want you to talk to me," she answered forcibly. Hurstwood kept silent for a while. Carrie felt the train to be slowing down. It was the moment to act if she was to act at all. She stirred uneasily. "Don't think of going, Carrie," he said. "If you ever cared for me at all, come along and let's start right." I'll do whatever you say. I'll marry you. Or I'll let you go back. Give yourself time to think it over. I wouldn't have wanted you to come if I hadn't loved you. I tell you, Carrie, before God, I can't live without you. I want. There was the tensity of fierceness in the man's plea which appealed deeply to her sympathies. It was a dissolving fire which was actuating him now. He was loving her too intensely to think of giving her up in this, his hour of distress. He clutched her hand nervously and pressed it with all the force of an appeal. The train was now all but stopped. It was running by some cars on a sidetrack. Everything outside was dark and dreary. A few sprinkles on the window began to indicate that it was raining. Carrie hung in a quandary, balancing between decision and helplessness. Now the train stopped, and she was listening to his plea. The engine backed a few feet, and all was still. She wavered, totally unable to make a move. Minute after minute slipped by, and still she hesitated, he pleading. Will you let me come back if I want to? She asked as if she now had the upper hand and her companion was utterly subdued. Of course, he answered. You know I will. Carrie only listened as one who has granted a temporary amnesty. She began to feel as if the matter were in her hands entirely. The train was again in rapid motion. Hurstwood changed the subject. Aren't you very tired? He said. No, she answered. Won't you let me get you a berth in the sleeper? She shook her head, though for all her distress and his trickery she was beginning to notice what she had always felt, this thoughtfulness. Oh, yes, he said. You will feel so much better. She shook her head. Let me fix my coat for you anyway, and he arose and arranged his light coat in a comfortable position to receive her head. There, he said tenderly. Now see if you can't rest a little. He could have kissed her for her compliance. He took his seat beside her and thought a moment. I believe we're in for a heavy rain, he said. So it looks, said Carrie, whose nerves were quieting under the sound of the raindrops, driven by a gusty wind, as the train swept on frantically through the shadow to a newer world. The fact that he had in a measure mollified Carrie was a source of satisfaction to Hurstwood, but it furnished only the most temporary relief. Now that her opposition was out of the way, he had all of his time to devote to the consideration of his own error. His condition was bitterly extreme, for he did not want the miserable sum he had stolen. He did not want to be a thief. That sum or any other could never compensate for the state which he had thus foolishly doffed. It could not give him back his host of friends, his name, his house and family, nor Carrie as he had meant to have her. He was shut out from Chicago, from his easy, comfortable state. He had robbed himself of his dignity, his merry meetings, his pleasant evenings. And for what? The more he thought of it, the more unbearable it became. He began to think that he would try and restore himself to his old state. He would return the miserable thievings of the night and explain. Perhaps Moy would understand. Perhaps they would forgive him and let him come back. By noontime the train rolled into Detroit, and he began to feel exceedingly nervous. The police must be on his track by now. They had probably notified all the police of the big cities, and detectives would be watching for him. He remembered instances in which defaulters had been captured. Consequently, he breathed heavily and paled somewhat. His hands felt as if they must have something to do. He simulated interest in several scenes without which he did not feel. He repeatedly beat his foot upon the floor. Carrie noticed his agitation but said nothing. She had no idea what it meant or that it was important. He wondered now why he had not asked whether this train went on through to Montreal or some Canadian point. Perhaps he could have saved time. He jumped up and sought the conductor. Does any part of this train go to Montreal? He asked. Yes. The next sleeper back does. He would have asked more, but it did not seem wise, so he decided to inquire at the depot. The train rolled into the yards, clanging and puffing. I think we had better go right on through to Montreal, he said to Carrie. I'll see what the connections are when we get off. He was exceedingly nervous, but did his best to put on a calm exterior. Carrie only looked at him with large, troubled eyes. She was drifting mentally, unable to say to herself what to do. The train stopped and Hurstwood led the way out. He looked warily around him, pretending to look after Carrie. Seeing nothing that indicated studied observation, he made his way to the ticket office. "The next train for Montreal leaves when?" he asked. "In 20 minutes," said the man. He bought 2 tickets and Pullman berths. Then he hastened back to Carrie. "We go right out again," he said, scarcely noticing that Carrie looked tired and weary. "I wish I was out of all this," she exclaimed gloomily. "You'll feel better when we reach Montreal," he said. "I haven't an earthly thing with me," said Carrie. "Not even a handkerchief." "You can buy all you want as soon as you get there, dearest," he explained. "You can call in a dressmaker." Now the crier called the train ready, and they got on. Hurstwood breathed a sigh of relief as it started. There was a short run to the river, and there they were ferried over. They had barely pulled the train off the ferry boat when he settled back with a sigh. "It won't be so very long now," he said, remembering her in his relief. "We get there the first thing in the morning." Carrie scarcely deigned to reply. "I'll see if there's a dining car," he added. "I'm hungry." Chapter 29. The Solace of Travel, the Boats of the Sea. To the untraveled, territory, other than their own familiar heath, is invariably fascinating. Next to love, it is the one thing which solaces and delights. Things new are too important to be neglected, and mind, which is a mere reflection of sensory impressions, succumbs to the flood of objects. Thus lovers are forgotten, sorrows laid aside, death hidden from view. There is a world of accumulated feeling back of the trite dramatic expressionium going away. As Carrie looked out upon the flying scenery, she almost forgot that she had been tricked into this long journey against her will, and that she was without the necessary apparel for traveling. She quite forgot Hurstwood's presence at times, and looked away to homely farmhouses and cozy cottages in villages with wondering eyes. It was an interesting world to her. Her life had just begun. She did not feel herself defeated at all. Neither was she blasted in hope. The great city held much. Possibly she would come out of bondage into freedom, who knows? Perhaps she would be happy. These thoughts raised her above the level of erring. She was saved, and that she was hopeful. The following morning the train pulled safely into Montreal, and they stepped down. Hurstwood glad to be out of danger, Carrie wondering at the novel atmosphere of the northern city. Long before, Hurstwood had been here, and now he remembered the name of the hotel at which he had stopped. As they came out of the main entrance of the depot, he heard it called anew by a busman. "Well, go right up and get rooms," he said. At the clerk's office, Hurstwood swung the register about while the clerk came forward. He was thinking what name he would put down. With the latter before him, he found no time for hesitation. A name he had seen out of the car window came swiftly to him. It was pleasing enough. With an easy hand he wrote, G.W. Murdoch and wife. It was the largest concession to necessity he felt like making. His initials he could not spare. When they were shown their room, Carrie saw at once that he had secured her a lovely chamber. "You have a bath there," said he. "Now you can clean up when you get ready." Carrie went over and looked out the window, while Hurstwood looked at himself in the glass. He felt dusty and unclean. He had no trunk, no change of linen, not even a hairbrush. "I'll ring for soap and towels," he said, "and send you up a hairbrush. Then you can bathe and get ready for breakfast. I'll go for a shave and come back and get you, and then we'll go out and look for some clothes for you." He smiled good-naturedly as he said this. "All right," said Carrie. She sat down in one of the rocking chairs, while Hurstwood waited for the boy, who soon knocked. "Soap, towels, and a pitcher of ice water." "Yes, sir." "I'll go now," he said to Carrie, coming toward her and holding out his hands. But she did not move to take them. "You're not mad at me, are you?" he asked softly. "Oh, no," she answered, rather indifferently. "Don't you care for me at all?" She made no answer, but looked steadily toward the window. "Don't you think you could love me a little?" he pleaded, taking one of her hands, which she endeavored to draw away. "You once said you did." "What made you deceive me so?" asked Carrie. I couldn't help it, he said. I wanted you too much. You didn't have any right to want me, she answered, striking cleanly home. Oh well, Carrie, he answered. Here I am. It's too late now. Won't you try and care for me a little? He looked rather worsted in thought as he stood before her. She shook her head negatively. Let me start all over again. Be my wife. From today on. Carrie rose up as if to step away, he holding her hand. Now he slipped his arm about her, and she struggled, but in vain. He held her quite close. Instantly there flamed up in his body the all-compelling desire. His affection took an ardent form. Let me go, said Carrie, who was folded close to him. Won't you love me? He said. Won't you be mine from now on? Carrie had never been ill-disposed toward him. Only a moment before she had been listening with some complacency, remembering her old affection for him. He was so handsome, so daring. Now, however, this feeling had changed to one of opposition, which rose feebly. It mastered her for a moment, and then, held close as she was, began to wane. Something else in her spoke. This man to whose bosom she was being pressed was strong, he was passionate, he loved her, and she was alone. If she did not turn to him except of his love, where else might she go? Her resistance half dissolved in the flood of his strong feeling. She found him lifting her head and looking into her eyes. What magnetism there was she could never know. His many sins, however, were for the moment all forgotten. He pressed her closer and kissed her, and she felt that further opposition was useless. Will you marry me? She asked, forgetting how. This very day, he said, with all delight. Now the hall boy pounded on the door, and he released his hold upon her regretfully. You get ready now, will you? He said, at once. Yes, she answered. He'll be back in 3/4 of an hour. Carrie, flushed and excited, moved away as he admitted the boy. Below stairs, he halted in the lobby to look for a barber shop. For the moment, he was in fine feather. His recent victory over Carrie seemed to atone for much he had endured during the last few days. Life seemed worth fighting for. This eastward flight from all things customary and attached seemed as if it might have happiness in store. The storm showed a rainbow at the end of which might be a pot of gold. He was about to cross to a little red and white striped bar, which was fastened up beside a door, when a voice greeted him familiarly. Instantly, his heart sank. Why, hello, George, old man, said the voice. What are you doing down here? Hurstwood was already confronted and recognized his friend Kenny, the stockbroker. Just attending to a little private matter, he answered, his mind working like a keyboard of a telephone station. This man evidently did not know or had not read the papers. Well, it seems strange to see you way up here, said Mr. Kenny genially. Stopping here? Yes, said Hurstwood uneasily, thinking of his handwriting on the register. Going to be in town long? No, only a day or so. Is that so? Had your breakfast? Yes, said Hurstwood, lying blandly. I'm just going for a shave. When you come have a drink? Not until afterwards, said the ex-manager. I'll see you later. Are you stopping here? Yes, said Mr. Kenny, and then, turning the word again, added, How are things out in Chicago? About the same as usual, said Hurstwood, smiling genially. Wife with you? No. Blaine. Well, I must see more of you today. I'm just going in here for breakfast. Come in when you're through. I will, said Hurstwood, moving away. The whole conversation was a trial to him. It seemed to add complications with every word. This man called up 1,000 memories. He represented everything he had left. Chicago, his wife, the elegant resort, all these were in his greeting and inquiries. And here he was in this same hotel expecting to confer with him, unquestionably waiting to have a good time with him. All at once the Chicago papers would arrive. The local papers would have accounts in them this very day. He forgot his triumph with Carrie, in the possibility of soon being known for what he was. In this man's eyes, a safe-breaker. He could have groaned as he went into the barber shop. He decided to escape and seek a more secluded hotel. Accordingly, when he came out, he was glad to see the lobby clear and hastened toward the stairs. He would get Carrie and go out by the ladies' entrance. They would have breakfast in some more inconspicuous place. Across the lobby, however, another individual was surveying him. He was of a commonplace Irish type, small of stature, cheaply dressed, and with a head that seemed a smaller edition of some huge ward politician. This individual had been evidently talking with the clerk, but now he surveyed the ex-manager keenly. Hurstwood felt the long-range examination and recognized the type. Instinctively he felt that the man was a detective, that he was being watched. He hurried across, pretending not to notice, but in his mind was a world of thoughts. What would happen now? What could these people do? He began to trouble concerning the extradition laws. He did not understand them absolutely. Perhaps he could be arrested. Oh, if Carrie should find out. Montreal was too warm for him. He began to long to be out of it. Carrie had bathed and was waiting when he arrived. She looked refreshed, more delightful than ever, but reserved. Since he had gone, she had resumed somewhat of her cold attitude towards him. Love was not blazing in her. He felt it, and his troubles seemed increased. He could not take her in his arms, he did not even try. Something about her forbade it. In part, his opinion was the result of his own experiences and reflections below stairs. "You're ready, are you?" he said kindly. "Yes," she answered. "Well, go out for breakfast. This place down here doesn't appeal to me very much." "All right," said Carrie. They went out, and at the corner the commonplace Irish individual was standing, eyeing him. Hurstwood could scarcely refrain from showing that he knew of this chap's presence. The insolence in the fellow's eye was galling. Still they passed, and he explained to Carrie concerning the city. Another restaurant was not long in showing itself. And here they entered. "What a queer town this is," said Carrie, who marveled at it solely because it was not like Chicago. "It isn't as lively as Chicago," said Hurstwood. "Don't you like it?" "No," said Carrie, whose feelings were already localized in the great western city. "Well, it isn't as interesting," said Hurstwood. "What's here?" asked Carrie, wondering at his choosing to visit this town. "Nothing much," returned Hurstwood. "It's quite a resort. There is some pretty scenery about here." Carrie listened, but with a feeling of unrest. There was much about her situation which destroyed the possibility of appreciation. "We won't stay here long," said Hurstwood, who was now really glad to note her dissatisfaction. "You pick out your clothes as soon as breakfast is over, and we'll run down to New York soon. You'll like that. It's a lot more like a city than any place outside Chicago." He was really planning to slip out and away. He would see what these detectives would move his employers at Chicago would make, then he would slip away down to New York, where it was easy to hide. He knew enough about that city to know that its mysteries and possibilities of mystification were infinite. The more he thought, however, the more wretched his situation became. He saw that getting here did not exactly clear up the ground. The firm would probably employ detectives to watch him, Pinkerton men or agents of Mooney and Boland. They might arrest him the moment he tried to leave Canada. So he might be compelled to remain here months. And in what a state. Back at the hotel, Hurstwood was anxious, and yet fearful to see the morning papers. He wanted to know how far the news of his criminal deed had spread. So he told Carrie he would be up in a few moments, and went to secure and scan the dailies. No familiar or suspicious faces were about, and yet he did not like reading in the lobby, so he sought the main parlor on the floor above, and seated by a window there, looked them over. Very little was given to his crime, but it was there. Several sticks in all, among all the riffraff of telegraphed murders, accidents, marriages, and other news. He wished, half sadly, that he could undo it all. every moment of his time in this far-off abode of safety, but added to his feeling that he had made a great mistake. There could have been an easier way out if he had only known. He left the papers before going to the room, thinking thus to keep them out of the hands of Carrie. "Well, how are you feeling?" he asked of her. She was engaged in looking out of the window. "Oh, all right," she answered. He came over, and was about to begin a conversation with her, when a knock came at their door. "Maybe it's one of my parcels," said Carrie. Hurstwood opened the door, outside of which stood the individual whom he had so thoroughly suspected. "You're Mr. Hurstwood, are you?" said the latter, with a volume of affected shrewdness and assurance. "Yes," said Hurstwood calmly. He knew the type so thoroughly that some of his old familiar indifference to it returned. Such men as these were of the lowest stratum, welcomed at the resort. He stepped out and closed the door. "Well, you know what I am here for, don't you?" said the man confidentially. "I can guess," said Hurstwood softly. "Well, do you intend to try and keep the money?" "That's my fare," said Hurstwood grimly. "You can't do it, you know," said the detective, eyeing him coolly. "Look here, my man," said Hurstwood authoritatively. "You don't understand anything about this case, and I can't explain to you. Whatever I intend to do, I'll do without advice from the outside. You'll have to excuse me." "Well now, there's no use of your talking that way," said the man. "When you're in the hands of the police, we can make a lot of trouble for you if we want to. You're not registered right in this house, you haven't got your wife with you, and the newspapers don't know you're here yet. You might as well be reasonable." "What do you want to know?" asked Hurstwood. "Whether you're going to send back that money or not." Hurstwood paused and studied the floor. "There's no use explaining to you about this," he said at last. "There's no use of your asking me. I'm no fool, you know. I know just what you can do, and what you can't. You can create a lot of trouble if you want to. I know that all right, but it won't help you to get the money. Now, I've made up my mind what to do. I've already written Fitzgerald and Moy, so there's nothing I can say. You wait until you hear more from them." All the time he'd been talking, he'd been moving away from the door, down the corridor, out of the hearing of Carrie. They were now near the end where the corridor opened into the large general parlor. "You won't give it up?" said the man. The words irritated Hurstwood greatly. Hot blood poured into his brain. Many thoughts formulated themselves. He was no thief. He didn't want the money. If he could only explain to Fitzgerald and Moy, maybe it would be all right again. "See here," he said, "there's no use my talking about this at all. I respect your power all right, but I'll have to deal with the people who know." "Well, you can't get out of Canada with it," said the man. "I don't want to get out," said Hurstwood. "When I get ready there'll be nothing to stop me for." He turned back, and the detective watched him closely. It seemed an intolerable thing. Still he went on and into the room. "Who was it?" asked Carrie. "A friend of mine from Chicago." The whole of this conversation was such a shock that, coming as it did after all the other worry of the past week, it sufficed to induce a deep gloom and moral revulsion in Hurstwood. What hurt him most was the fact that he was being pursued as a thief. He began to see the nature of that social injustice which sees but one city often, but a single point in a long tragedy. All the newspapers noted but one thing: his taking the money. How and wherefore were but indifferently dealt with. All the complications which led up to it were unknown. He was accused without being understood. Sitting in his room with Carrie the same day, he decided to send the money back. He would write Fitzgerald and Moy, explain all, and then send it by express. Maybe they would forgive him. Perhaps they would ask him back. He would make good the false statement he had made about writing them. Then he would leave this peculiar town. For an hour he thought over this plausible statement of the tangle. He wanted to tell them about his wife, but couldn't. He finally narrowed it down to an assertion that he was lightheaded from entertaining friends, had found the safe open, and having gone so far as to take the money out, had accidentally closed it. This act he regretted very much. He was sorry he had put them to so much trouble. He would undo what he could by sending the money back, the major portion of it. The remainder he would pay up as soon as he could. Was there any possibility of his being restored? This he only hinted at. The troubled state of the man's mind may be judged by the very construction of this letter. For the nonce he forgot what a painful thing it would be to resume his old place, even if it were given him. He forgot that he had severed himself from the past as by a sword, and that if he did manage to in some way reunite himself with it, the jagged line of separation and reunion would always show. He was always forgetting something: his wife, Carrie, his need of money, present situation, or something, so did not reason clearly. Nevertheless, he sent the letter, waiting a reply before sending the money. Meanwhile, he accepted his present situation with Carrie, getting what joy out of it he could. Out came the sun by noon, and poured a golden flood. Through their open windows, sparrows were twittering. There were laughter and song in the air. Hurstwood could not keep his eyes from Carrie. She seemed the one ray of sunshine in all his trouble. Oh, if she would only love him wholly, only throw her arms around him in the blissful spirit in which he had seen her in the little park in Chicago, how happy he would be. It would repay him, it would show him that he had not lost all. He would not care. "Carrie," he said, getting up once and coming over to her, "are you going to stay with me from now on?" She looked at him quizzically, but melted with sympathy as the value of the look upon his face forced itself upon her. It was love now, keen and strong love enhanced by difficulty and worry. She could not help smiling. "Let me be everything to you, from now on," he said. "Don't make me worry any more. I'll be true to you. Well, go to New York and get a nice flat. I'll go into business again, and well be happy. Won't you be mine?" Carrie listened quite solemnly. There was no great passion in her, but the drift of things, and this man's proximity created a semblance of affection. She felt rather sorry for him, a sorrow born of what had only recently been a great admiration. True love she had never felt for him. She would have known as much if she could have analyzed her feelings. But this thing which she now felt, aroused by his great feeling, broke down the barriers between them. "You'll stay with me, won't you?" he asked. "Yes," she said, nodding her head. He gathered her to himself, imprinting kisses upon her lips and cheeks. "You must marry me, though," she said. "I'll get a license today," he answered. "How?" she asked. "Under a new name," he answered. "I'll take a new name and live a new life. From now on, in Murdoch." "Oh, don't take that name," said Carrie. "Why not?" he said. "I don't like it." "Well, what shall I take?" he asked. "Oh, anything. Only don't take that." He thought a while, still keeping his arms about her, and then said, "How would Wheeler do?" "That's all right," said Carrie. "Well then, Wheeler," he said, "I'll get the license this afternoon." They were married by a Baptist minister, the first divine they found convenient. At last the Chicago firm answered. It was by Mr. Moy's dictation. He was astonished that Hurstwood had done this, very sorry that it had come about as it had. If the money were returned, they would not trouble to prosecute him, as they really bore him no ill will. As for his returning, or their restoring him to his former position, they had not quite decided what the effect of it would be. They would think it over and correspond with him later, possibly, after a little time, and so on. The sum and substance of it was that there was no hope, and they wanted the money with the least trouble possible. Hurstwood read his doom. He decided to pay $9,500 to the agent whom they said they would send, keeping $1,300 for his own use. He telegraphed his acquiescence, explained to the representative who called at the hotel the same day, took a certificate of payment, and told Carrie to pack her trunk. He was slightly depressed over this newest move at the time he began to make it, but eventually restored himself. He feared that even yet he might be seized and taken back, so he tried to conceal his movements, but it was scarcely possible. He ordered Carrie's trunk sent to the depot, where he had it sent by express to New York. No one seemed to be observing him. But he left at night. He was greatly agitated lest at the first station across the border, or at the depot in New York, there should be waiting for him an officer of the law. Carrie, ignorant of his theft and his fears, enjoyed the entry into the latter city in the morning. The round green hills sentineling the broad, expansive bosom of the Hudson held her attention by their beauty as the train followed the line of the stream. She had heard of the Hudson River, the great city of New York, and now she looked out, filling her mind with the wonder of it. As the train turned east at Spuyten-Duyvil and followed the east bank of the Harlem River, Hurstwood nervously called her attention to the fact that they were on the edge of the city. After her experience with Chicago, she expected long lines of cars, a great highway of tracks, and noted the difference. The sight of a few boats in the Harlem, and more in the East River, tickled her young heart. It was the first sign of the great sea. Next came a plain street with 5-story brick flats, and then the train plunged into the tunnel. Grand Central Station, called the trainman, as, after a few minutes of darkness and smoke, daylight reappeared. Hurstwood arose and gathered up his small grip. He was screwed up to the highest tension. With Carrie, he waited at the door and then dismounted. No one approached him, but he glanced furtively to and fro as he made for the street entrance. So excited was he that he forgot all about Carrie, who fell behind. Wondering at his self-absorption, as he passed through the depot proper, the strain reached its climax and began to wane. All at once he was on the sidewalk, and none but cabmen hailed him. He heaved a great breath and turned, remembering Carrie. "I thought you were going to run off and leave me," she said. "I was trying to remember which car takes us to the Gilsey," he answered. Carrie hardly heard him, so interested was she in the busy scene. "How large is New York?" she asked. "Oh, 1 million or more," said Hurstwood. He looked around and hailed a cab, but he did so in a changed way. For the first time in years, the thought that he must count these little expenses flashed through his mind. It was a disagreeable thing. He decided he would lose no time living in hotels, but would rent a flat. Accordingly, he told Carrie, and she agreed. "Well, look today if you want to," she said. Suddenly, he thought of his experience in Montreal. At the more important hotels, he would be certain to meet Chicagoans whom he knew. He stood up and spoke to the driver. "Take me to the Belford," he said, knowing it to be less frequented by those whom he knew. Then he sat down. "Where is the residence part?" asked Carrie, who did not take the tall 5-story walls on either hand to be the abodes of families. "Everywhere," said Hurstwood, who knew the city fairly well. "There are no lawns in New York. All these are houses." "Well then, I don't like it," said Carrie, who was coming to have a few opinions of her own. Chapter 30. The Kingdom of Greatness, the Pilgrim a Dream. Whatever a man like Hurstwood could be in Chicago, it is very evident that he would be but an inconspicuous drop in an ocean like New York. In Chicago, whose population still ranged about 500,000 millionaires, were not numerous. The rich had not become so conspicuously rich as to drown all moderate incomes in obscurity. The attention of the inhabitants was not so distracted by local celebrities in the dramatic, artistic, social, and religious fields as to shut the well-positioned man from view. In Chicago, the two roads to distinction were politics and trade. In New York, the roads were any one of 500, and each had been diligently pursued by hundreds, so that celebrities were numerous. The sea was already full of whales. A common fish must needs disappear wholly from view, remain unseen. In other words, Hurstwood was nothing. There is a more subtle result of such a situation as this, which, though not always taken into account, produces the tragedies of the world. The great create an atmosphere which reacts badly upon the small. This atmosphere is easily and quickly felt. Walk among the magnificent residences, the splendid equipages, the gilded shops, restaurants, resorts of all kinds sent the flowers, the silks, the wines drink of the laughter springing from the soul of luxurious content, of the glances which gleam like light from defiant spears, feel the quality, of the smiles which cut like glistening swords, and of strides born of place. And you shall know of what is the atmosphere of the high and mighty. Little use to argue that of such is not the kingdom of greatness, but so long as the world is attracted by this, and that a human heart views this as the one desirable realm which it must attain, so long, to that heart, will this remain the realm of greatness. So long also will the atmosphere of this realm work its desperate results in the soul of man. It is like a chemical reagent. One day of it, like one drop of the other, will so affect and discolor the views, the aims, the desire of the mind, that it will thereafter remain forever die. A day of it to the untried mind is like opium to the untried body. A craving is set up which, if gratified, shall eternally result in dreams and death. Aye, dreams unfulfilled gnawing, luring idle phantoms, which beckon and lead, beckon and lead, until death and dissolution dissolve their power and restore us blind to nature's heart. A man of Hurstwood's age and temperament is not subject to the illusions and burning desires of youth, but neither has he the strength of hope, which gushes as a fountain in the heart of youth. Such an atmosphere could not incite in him the cravings of a boy of 18. But in so far as they were excited, the lack of hope made them proportionately bitter. He could not fail to notice the signs of affluence and luxury on every hand. He had been to New York before and knew the resources of its folly. In part, it was an awesome place to him, for here gathered all that he most respected on this earth: wealth, place, and fame. The majority of the celebrities with whom he had tipped glasses in his day as manager hailed from this self-centered and populous spot. The most inviting stories of pleasure and luxury had been told of places and individuals here. He knew it to be true that unconsciously he was brushing elbows with fortune the livelong day, that 100 or 500,000 gave no one the privilege of living more than comfortably in so wealthy a place. Fashion and pomp required more ample sums, so that the poor man was nowhere. All this he realized now quite sharply, as he faced the city, cut off from his friends, despoiled of his modest fortune, and even his name, and forced to begin the battle for place and comfort all over again. He was not old, but he was not so dull but that he could feel he soon would be. Of a sudden, then, this show of fine clothes, place, and power took on peculiar significance. It was emphasized by contrast with his own distressing state, and it was distressing. He soon found that freedom from fear of arrest was not the sine qua non of his existence. That danger dissolved. The next necessity became the grievous theme. The paltry sum of $1,300 and some odd dollars, set against the need of rent, clothing, food, and pleasure for years to come, was a spectacle little calculated to induce peace of mind in one who had been accustomed to spend 5 times that sum in the course of a year. He thought upon the subject rather actively the first few days he was in New York, and decided that he must act quickly. As a consequence, he consulted the business opportunities advertised in the morning papers, and began investigations on his own account. That was not before he had become settled, however. Carrie and he went looking for a flat, as arranged, and found one in 78th Street near Amsterdam Avenue. It was a 5-story building, and their flat was on the 3rd floor. Owing to the fact that the street was not yet built up solidly, it was possible to see east to the green tops of the trees. In Central Park and west to the broad waters of the Hudson, a glimpse of which was to be had out of the west windows. For the privilege of 6 rooms and a bath, running in a straight line, they were compelled to pay $35 a month in average, and yet exorbitant, rent for a home at the time. Carrie noticed the difference between the size of the rooms here and in Chicago and mentioned it. "You'll not find anything better, dear," said Hurstwood, "unless you go into one of the old-fashioned houses. and then you won't have any of these conveniences. Carrie picked out the new abode because of its newness and bright woodwork. It was one of the very new ones supplied with steam heat, which was a great advantage. The stationary range, hot and cold water, dumbwaiter, speaking tubes and call bell for the janitor pleased her very much. She had enough of the instincts of a housewife to take great satisfaction in these things. Hurstwood made arrangements with one of the installment houses whereby they furnished the flat complete and accepted $50 down and $10 a month. He then had a little plate bearing the name G.W. Wheeler made, which he placed on his letterbox in the hall. It sounded exceedingly odd to Carrie to be called Mrs. Wheeler by the janitor, but in time she became used to it and looked upon the name as her own. These house details settled, Hurstwood visited some of the advertised opportunities to purchase an interest in some flourishing downtown bar. After the palatial resort in Adams Street, he could not stomach the commonplace saloons which he found advertised. He lost a number of days looking up these and finding them disagreeable. He did, however, gain considerable knowledge by talking, for he discovered the influence of Tammany Hall and the value of standing in with the police. The most profitable and flourishing places he found to be those which conducted anything but a legitimate business, such as that controlled by Fitzgerald and Moy. Elegant back rooms and private drinking booths on the second floor were usually adjuncts of very profitable places. He saw by portly keepers, whose shirt fronts shone with large diamonds, and whose clothes were properly cut, that the liquor business here, as elsewhere, yielded the same golden profit. At last he found an individual who had a resort in Warren Street, which seemed an excellent venture. It was fairly well appearing and susceptible of improvement. The owner claimed the business to be excellent, and it certainly looked so. "We deal with a very good class of people," he told Hurstwood. "Merchants, salesmen, and professionals. It's a well-dressed class. No bums. We don't allow him in the place." Hurstwood listened to the cash register ring and watched the trade for a while. "It's profitable enough for two, is it?" he asked. "You can see for yourself if you're any judge of the liquor trade," said the owner. "This is only one of the two places I have. The other is down in Nassau Street. I can't tend to them both alone. If I had someone who knew the business thoroughly, I wouldn't mind sharing with him in this one and letting him manage it." "I've had experience enough," said Hurstwood blandly. But he felt a little diffident about referring to Fitzgerald and Moy. "Well, you can suit yourself, Mr. Wheeler," said the proprietor. He only offered a third interest in the stock, fixtures, and goodwill, and this in return for $1,000 in managerial ability on the part of the one who should come in. There was no property involved, because the owner of the saloon merely rented from an estate. The offer was genuine enough, but it was a question with Hurstwood whether a third interest in that locality could be made to yield $150 a month, which he figured he must have in order to meet the ordinary family expenses and be comfortable. It was not the time, however, after many failures to find what he wanted, to hesitate. It looked as though a third would pay $100 a month now. By judicious management and improvement, it might be made to pay more. Accordingly, he agreed to enter into partnership and made over his $1,000, preparing to enter the next day. His first inclination was to be elated, and he confided to Carrie that he thought he had made an excellent arrangement. Time, however, introduced food for reflection. He found his partner to be very disagreeable. Frequently he was the worse for liquor, which made him surly. This was the last thing which Hurstwood was used to in business. Besides, the business varied. It was nothing like the class of patronage which he had enjoyed in Chicago. He found that it would take a long time to make friends. These people hurried in and out without seeking the pleasures of friendship. It was no gathering or lounging place. Whole days and weeks passed without one such hearty greeting as he had been wont to enjoy every day in Chicago. For another thing, Hurstwood missed the celebrities, those well-dressed, elite individuals who lend grace to the average bars and bring news from far-off and exclusive circles. He did not see one such in a month. Evenings, when still at his post, He would occasionally read in the evening papers incidents concerning celebrities whom he knew whom he had drunk a glass with many a time. They would visit a bar like Fitzgerald and Moy's in Chicago, or the Hoffman House uptown. But he knew that he would never see them down here. Again, the business did not pay as well as he thought. It increased a little, but he found he would have to watch his household expenses, which was humiliating. In the very beginning, it was a delight to go home late at night, as he did, and find Carrie. He managed to run up and take dinner with her between 6 and 7, and to remain home until 9 o'clock in the morning. But the novelty of this waned after a time, and he began to feel the drag of his duties. The first month had scarcely passed before Carrie said in a very natural way, "I think I'll go down this week and buy a dress." "What kind?" said Hurstwood. "Oh, something for streetwear." "All right," he answered, smiling, although he noted mentally that it would be more agreeable to his finances if she didn't. Nothing was said about it the next day. "But the following morning?" he asked. "Have you done anything about your dress?" "Not yet," said Carrie. He paused a few moments, as if in thought, and then said, "Would you mind putting it off a few days?" "No," replied Carrie, who did not catch the drift of his remarks. She had never thought of him in connection with money troubles before. "Why?" "Well, I'll tell you," said Hurstwood. "This investment of mine is taking a lot of money just now. I expect to get it all back shortly, but just at present I am running close." "Oh," answered Carrie. "Why, certainly, dear. Why didn't you tell me before?" "It wasn't necessary," said Hurstwood. For all her acquiescence, there was something about the way Hurstwood spoke which reminded Carrie of Drouet and his little deal, which he was always about to put through. It was only the thought of a second, but it was a beginning. It was something new in her thinking of Hurstwood. Other things followed from time to time, little things of the same sort, which in their cumulative effect were eventually equal to a full revelation. Carrie was not dull by any means. Two persons cannot long dwell together without coming to an understanding of one another. The mental difficulties of an individual reveal themselves whether he voluntarily confesses them or not. Trouble gets in the air and contributes gloom, which speaks for itself. Hurstwood dressed as nicely as usual, but they were the same clothes he had in Canada. Carrie noticed that he did not install a large wardrobe, though his own was anything but large. She noticed also that he did not suggest many amusements, said nothing about the food, seemed concerned about his business. This was not the easy Hurstwood of Chicago, the liberal, opulent Hurstwood she had known. The change was too obvious to escape detection. In time she began to feel that a change had come about, and that she was not in his confidence. He was evidently secretive, and kept his own counsel. She found herself asking him questions about little things. This is a disagreeable state to a woman. Great love makes it seem reasonable, sometimes plausible, but never satisfactory. Where great love is not, a more definite and less satisfactory conclusion is reached. As for Hurstwood, he was making a great fight against the difficulties of a changed condition. He was too shrewd not to realize the tremendous mistake he had made, and appreciate that he had done well in getting where he was. And yet he could not help contrasting his present state with his former, hour after hour, and day after day. Besides, he had the disagreeable fear of meeting old-time friends, ever since one such encounter which he made shortly after his arrival in the city. It was in Broadway that he saw a man approaching him whom he knew. There was no time for simulating non-recognition. The exchange of glances had been too sharp, the knowledge of each other too apparent. So the friend, a buyer for one of the Chicago wholesale houses, felt, perforce, the necessity of stopping. "How are you?" he said, extending his hand with an evident mixture of feeling and a lack of plausible interest. "Very well," said Hurstwood, equally embarrassed. "How is it with you?" "All right, I'm down here doing a little buying." "Are you located here now?" "Yes," said Hurstwood. I have a place down in Warren Street. Is that so? Said the friend. Glad to hear it. I'll come down and see you. Do, said Hurstwood. So long, said the other, smiling effably and going on. He never asked for my number. Thought Hurstwood he wouldn't think of coming. He wiped his forehead, which had grown damp, and hoped sincerely he would meet no one else. These things told upon his good nature. Such as it was, his one hope was that things would change for the better in a money way. He had Carrie. His furniture was being paid for. He was maintaining his position. As for Carrie, the amusements he could give her would have to do for the present. He could probably keep up his pretensions sufficiently long without exposure to make good, and then all would be well. He failed therein to take account of the frailties of human nature, the difficulties of matrimonial life. Carrie was young. With him and with her varying mental states were common. At any moment the extremes of feeling might be antipolarized at the dinner table. This often happens in the best regulated families. Little things brought out on such occasions need great love to obliterate them afterward. Where that is not, both parties count 2 and 2 and make a problem after a while. Chapter 31. A pet of good fortune, Broadway flaunts its joys. The effect of the city and his own situation on Hurstwood was paralleled in the case of Carrie, who accepted the things which fortune provided with the most genial good nature. New York, despite her first expression of disapproval, soon interested her exceedingly. Its clear atmosphere, more populous thoroughfares, and peculiar indifference struck her forcibly. She had never seen such a little flat as hers, and yet it soon enlisted her affection. The new furniture made an excellent showing. The sideboard which Hurstwood himself arranged gleamed brightly. The furniture for each room was appropriate, and in the so-called parlor or front room was installed a piano, because Carrie said she would like to learn to play. She kept a servant and developed rapidly in household tactics and information. For the first time in her life she felt settled, and somewhat justified in the eyes of society as she conceived of it. Her thoughts were merry and innocent enough. For a long while she concerned herself over the arrangement of New York flats, and wondered at 10 families living in one building, and all remaining strange and indifferent to each other. She also marveled at the whistles of the hundreds of vessels in the harbor, long, low cries of the sound steamers and ferry boats when fog was on. The mere fact that these things spoke from the sea made them wonderful. She looked much at what she could see of the Hudson from her west windows, and of the great city building up rapidly on either hand. It was much to ponder over, and sufficed to entertain her for more than a year without becoming stale. For another thing, Hurstwood was exceedingly interesting in his affection for her. Troubled as he was, he never exposed his difficulties to her. He carried himself with the same self-important air, took his new state with easy familiarity, and rejoiced in Carrie's proclivities and successes. Each evening he arrived promptly to dinner, and found the little dining room a most inviting spectacle. In a way, the smallness of the room added to its luxury. It looked full and replete. The white-covered table was arrayed with pretty dishes, and lighted with a 4-armed candelabra, each light of which was topped with a red sheet. Between Carrie and the girl, the steaks and chops came out all right, and canned goods did the rest for a while. Carrie studied the art of making biscuit, and soon reached the stage where she could show a plate of light, palatable morsels for her labor. In this manner the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th months passed. Winter came, and with it a feeling that indoors was best, so that the attending of theaters was not much talked of. Hurstwood made great efforts to meet all expenditures without a show of feeling one way or the other. He pretended that he was reinvesting his money in strengthening the business for greater ends in the future. He contented himself with a very moderate allowance of personal apparel, and rarely suggested anything for Carrie. Thus the first winter passed. In the 2nd year, the business which Hurstwood managed did increase somewhat. He got out of it regularly the $150 per month which he had anticipated. Unfortunately, by this time Carrie had reached certain conclusions, and he had scraped up a few acquaintances. Being of a passive and receptive rather than an active and aggressive nature, Carrie accepted the situation. Her state seemed satisfactory enough. Once in a while they would go to a theater together, occasionally in season to the beaches and different points about the city, but they picked up no acquaintances. Hurstwood naturally abandoned his show of fine manners with her, and modified his attitude to one of easy familiarity. There were no misunderstandings, no apparent differences of opinion. In fact, without money or visiting friends, he led a life which could neither arouse jealousy nor comment. Carrie rather sympathized with his efforts and thought nothing upon her lack of entertainment, such as she had enjoyed in Chicago. New York as a corporate entity and her flat temporarily seemed sufficient. However, as Hurstwood's business increased, he, as stated, began to pick up acquaintances. He also began to allow himself more clothes. He convinced himself that his home life was very precious to him, but allowed that he could occasionally stay away from dinner. The first time he did this, he sent a message saying that he would be detained. Carrie ate alone, and wished that it might not happen again. The second time also, he sent word, but at the last moment. The third time he forgot entirely, and explained afterwards. These events were months apart, each. "Where were you, George?" asked Carrie, after the first absence. "Tied up at the office," he said genially. "There were some accounts I had to straighten." "I'm sorry you couldn't get home," she said kindly. "I was fixing to have such a nice dinner." The second time he gave a similar excuse, but the third time the feeling about it in Carrie's mind was a little bit out of the ordinary. "I couldn't get home," he said. "When he came in later in the evening, I was so busy." "Couldn't you send me word?" asked Carrie. "I meant to," he said. "But you know I forgot it until it was too late to do any good." "And I had such a good dinner," said Carrie. Now, it so happened that from his observations of Carrie, he began to imagine that she was of the thoroughly domestic type of mind. He really thought after a year that her chief expression in life was finding its natural channel in household duties, notwithstanding the fact that he had observed her act in Chicago, and that during the past year he had only seen her limited in her relations to her flat and him by conditions which he made, and that she had not gained any friends or associates. He drew this peculiar conclusion. With it came a feeling of satisfaction in having a wife who could thus be content, and this satisfaction worked its natural result. That is, since he imagined he saw her satisfied, he felt called upon to give only that which contributed to such satisfaction. He supplied the furniture, the decorations, the food, and the necessary clothing. Thoughts of entertaining her, leading her out into the shine and show of life, grew less and less. He felt attracted to the outer world, but did not think she would care to go along. Once he went to the theater alone. Another time he joined a couple of his new friends at an evening game of poker. Since his money feathers were beginning to grow again, he felt like sprucing about. All this, however, in a much less imposing way than had been his wont in Chicago. He avoided the gay places where he would be apt to meet those who had known him. Now, Carrie began to feel this in various sensory ways. She was not the kind to be seriously disturbed by his actions. Not loving him greatly, she could not be jealous in a disturbing way. In fact, she was not jealous at all. Hurstwood was pleased with her placid manner, when he should have duly considered it. When he did not come home, it did not seem anything like a terrible thing to her. She gave him credit for having the usual allurements of men people to talk to, places to stop, friends to consult with. She was perfectly willing that he should enjoy himself in his way, but she did not care to be neglected herself. Her state still seemed fairly reasonable, however. All she did observe was that Hurstwood was somewhat different. Sometime in the second year of their residence in 78th Street, the flat across the hall from Carrie became vacant, and into it moved a very handsome young woman and her husband, with both of whom Carrie afterwards became acquainted. This was brought about solely by the arrangement of the flats, which were united in one place, as it were, by the dumbwaiter. This useful elevator, by which fuel, groceries, and the like were sent up from the basement, and garbage and waste sent down, was used by both residents of one floor, that is, a small door opened into it from each flat. If the occupants of both flats answered to the whistle of the janitor at the same time, they would stand face to face when they opened the dumbwaiter doors. One morning, when Carrie went to remove her paper, the newcomer, a handsome brunette of perhaps 23 years of age, was there for a like purpose. She was in a night-robe and dressing gown, with her hair very much tousled, but she looked so pretty and good-natured that Carrie instantly conceived a liking for her. The newcomer did no more than smile shamefacedly, but it was sufficient. Carrie felt that she would like to know her, and a similar feeling stirred in the mind of the other, who admired Carrie's innocent face. "That's a real pretty woman who has moved in next door," said Carrie to Hurstwood at the breakfast table. "Who are they?" asked Hurstwood. "I don't know," said Carrie. "The name on the bell is Vance. Someone over there plays beautifully. I guess it must be she." "Well, you never can tell what sort of people you're living next to in this town, can you?" said Hurstwood, expressing the customary New York opinion about neighbors. "Just think," said Carrie, "I have been in this house with 9 other families for over a year, and I don't know a soul. These people have been here over a month, and I haven't seen anyone before this morning." "It's just as well," said Hurstwood. "You never know who you're going to get in with. Some of these people are pretty bad company." "I expect so," said Carrie agreeably. The conversation turned to other things, and Carrie thought no more upon the subject until a day or two later, when, going out to market, she encountered Mrs. Vance coming in. The latter recognized her and nodded, for which Carrie returned a smile. This settled the probability of acquaintanceship. If there had been no faint recognition on this occasion, there would have been no future association. Carrie saw no more of Mrs. Vance for several weeks, but she heard her play through the thin walls which divided the front rooms of the flats, and was pleased by the merry selection of pieces and the brilliance of their rendition. She could play only moderately herself, and such variety as Mrs. Vance exercised bordered, for Carrie, upon the verge of great art. Everything she had seen and heard thus far the merest scraps, and shadows indicated that these people were, in a measure, refined and in comfortable circumstances. So Carrie was ready for any extension of the friendship which might follow. One day Carrie's bell rang, and the servant, who was in the kitchen, pressed the button which caused the front door of the general entrance on the ground floor to be electrically unlatched. When Carrie waited at her own door on the 3rd floor to see who it might be coming up to call on her, Mrs. Vance appeared. "I hope you'll excuse me," she said. "I went out a while ago and forgot my outside key, so I thought I'd ring your bell." This was a common trick of other residents of the building whenever they had forgotten their outside keys. They did not apologize for it, however. "Certainly," said Carrie. "I'm glad you did. I do the same thing sometimes." "Isn't it just delightful weather?" said Mrs. Vance, pausing for a moment. Thus, after a few more preliminaries, this visiting acquaintance was well launched, and in the young Mrs. Vance Carrie found an agreeable companion. On several occasions Carrie visited her and was visited. Both flats were good to look upon, though that of the Vances tended somewhat more to the luxurious. "I want you to come over this evening and meet my husband," said Mrs. Vance, not long after their intimacy began. "He wants to meet you. You play cards, don't you?" "A little," said Carrie. Well, have a game of cards. If your husband comes home, bring him over." "He's not coming to dinner tonight," said Carrie. "Well, when he does come, call him in." Carrie acquiesced, and that evening met the portly Vance, an individual a few years younger than Hurstwood, and who owed his seemingly comfortable matrimonial state much more to his money than to his good looks. He thought well of Carrie upon the first glance and laid himself out to be genial, teaching her a new game of cards and talking to her about New York and its pleasures. Mrs. Vance played some upon the piano, and at last Hurstwood came. "I am very glad to meet you," he said to Mrs. Vance when Carrie introduced him, showing much of the old grace which had captivated Carrie. "Did you think your wife had run away?" said Mr. Vance, extending his hand upon introduction. I didn't know but what she might have found a better husband, said Hurstwood. He now turned his attention to Mrs. Vance, and in a flash Carrie saw again what she for some time had subconsciously missed in Hurstwood, the adroitness and flattery of which he was capable. She also saw that she was not well-dressed, not nearly as well-dressed as Mrs. Vance. These were not vague ideas any longer. Her situation was cleared up for her. She felt that her life was becoming stale, and therein she felt cause for gloom. The old helpful, urging melancholy was restored. The desirous Carrie was whispered to concerning her possibilities. There were no immediate results to this awakening, for Carrie had little power of initiative, but, nevertheless, she seemed ever capable of getting herself into the tide of change where she would be easily borne along. Hurstwood noticed nothing. He had been unconscious of the marked contrasts which Carrie had observed. He did not even detect the shade of melancholy which settled in her eyes. Worst of all, she now began to feel the loneliness of the flat and seek the company of Mrs. Vance, who liked her exceedingly. Let's go to the matinee this afternoon, said Mrs. Vance, who had stepped across into Carrie's flat one morning, still arrayed in a soft pink dressing gown, which she had donned upon rising. Hurstwood and Vance had gone their separate ways nearly an hour before. All right, said Carrie, noticing the air of the petted and well-groomed woman in Mrs. Vance's general appearance. She looked as though she was dearly loved and her every wish gratified. What shall we see? Oh, I do want to see Nat Goodwin, said Mrs. Vance. I do think he is the jolliest actor. The papers say this is such a good play. What time will we have to start? Asked Carrie. Let's go at once and walk down Broadway from 34th Street, said Mrs. Vance. It's such an interesting walk. He's at the Madison Square. I'll be glad to go, said Carrie. How much will we have to pay for seats? Not more than $1, said Mrs. Vance. The latter departed, and at 1:00 reappeared, stunningly arrayed in a dark blue walking dress, with a knobby hat to match. Carrie had gotten herself up charmingly enough, but this woman pained her by contrast. She seemed to have so many dainty little things which Carrie had not. There were trinkets of gold, an elegant green leather purse set with her initials, a fancy handkerchief, exceedingly rich in design, and the like. Carrie felt that she needed more and better clothes to compare with this woman, and that anyone looking at the two would pick Mrs. Vance for her raiment alone. It was a trying, though rather unjust thought, for Carrie had now developed an equally pleasing figure, and had grown in comeliness until she was a thoroughly attractive type of her color of beauty. There was some difference in the clothing of the two, both of quality and age. This difference was not especially noticeable. It served, however, to augment Carrie's dissatisfaction with her state. The walk down Broadway, then as now, was one of the remarkable features of the city. There gathered, before the matinee and afterwards, not only all the pretty women who love a showy parade, but the men who love to gaze upon and admire them. It was a very imposing procession of pretty faces and fine clothes. Women appeared in their very best hats, shoes and gloves, and walked arm in arm on their way to the fine shops or theaters strung along from 14th to 34th Streets. Equally, the men paraded with the very latest they could afford. A tailor might have secured hints on suit measurements, a shoemaker on proper lasts and colors, a hatter on hats. It was literally true that if a lover of fine clothes secured a new suit, it was sure to have its first airing on Broadway. So true and well understood was this fact, that several years later, a popular song, detailing this and other facts concerning the afternoon parade on matinee days, and entitled, What Right Has He on Broadway?, was published, and had quite a vogue about the musicals of the city. In all her stay in the city, Carrie had never heard of this showy parade, had never even been on Broadway when it was taking place. On the other hand, it was a familiar thing to Mrs. Vance, who not only knew of it as an entity, but had often been in it, going purposely to see and be seen, to create a stir with her beauty, and dispel any tendency to fall short in dressiness, by contrasting herself with the beauty and fashion of the town. Carrie stepped along easily enough after they got out of the car at 34th Street, but soon fixed her eyes upon the lovely company which swarmed by and with them as they proceeded. She noticed suddenly that Mrs. Vance's manner had rather stiffened under the gaze of handsome men and elegantly dressed ladies, whose glances were not modified by any rules of propriety. To stare seemed the proper and natural thing. Carrie found herself stared at and ogled. Men in flawless topcoats, high hats, and silver-headed walking sticks elbowed near, and looked too often into conscious eyes. Ladies rustled by in dresses of stiff cloth, shedding affected smiles and perfume. Carrie noticed among them the sprinkling of goodness and the heavy percentage of vice. The rouged and powdered cheeks and lips, the scented hair, the large, misty, and languorous eye were common enough. With a start, she awoke to find that she was in fashion's crowd, on parade in a showplace, and such a showplace. Jealous windows gleamed along the path with remarkable frequency. Florist shops, furriers, haberdashers, confectioners all followed in rapid succession. The street was full of coaches, pompous doormen in immense coats, shiny brass belts and buttons, waited in front of expensive salesrooms. Coachmen in tan boots, white tights, and blue jackets waited obsequiously for the mistresses of carriages who were shopping inside. The whole street bore the flavor of riches and show, and Carrie felt that she was not of it. She could not, for the life of her, assume the attitude and smartness of Mrs. Vance, who in her beauty was all assurance. She could only imagine that it must be evident to many that she was the less handsomely dressed of the two. It cut her to the quick, and she resolved that she would not come here again until she looked better. At the same time, she longed to feel the delight of parading here as an equal. Ah, then she would be happy. Chapter 32. The Feast of Belshazzar, a seer to translate. Such feelings as were generated in Carrie by this walk put her in an exceedingly receptive mood for the pathos which followed in the play. The actor whom they had gone to see had achieved his popularity by presenting a mellow type of comedy, in which sufficient sorrow was introduced to lend contrast and relief to humor. For Carrie, as we well know, the stage had a great attraction. She had never forgotten her one histrionic achievement in Chicago. It dwelt in her mind and occupied her consciousness during many long afternoons, in which her rocking chair and her latest novel contributed the only pleasures of her state. Never could she witness a play without having her own ability vividly brought to consciousness. Some scenes made her long to be a part of Themto, give expression to the feelings which she, in the place of the character represented, would feel. Almost invariably she would carry the vivid imaginations away with her and brood over them the next day alone. She lived as much in these things as in the realities which made up her daily life. It was not often that she came to the play stirred to her heart's core by actualities. Today a low song of longing had been set singing in her heart by the finery, the merriment, the beauty she had seen. Oh, these women who had passed her by, hundreds and hundreds strong. Who were they? Whence came the rich, elegant dresses, the astonishingly colored buttons, the knickknacks of silver and gold? Where were these lovely creatures housed? Amid what elegancies of carved furniture, decorated walls, elaborate tapestries did they move? Where were their rich apartments, loaded with all that money could provide? In what stables champed these sleek, nervous horses and rested the gorgeous carriages? Where lounged the richly groomed footmen? Oh, the mansions, the lights, the perfume, the loaded boudoirs and tables! New York must be filled with such bowers, or the beautiful, insolent, supercilious creatures could not be. Some hothouses held them. It ached her to know that she was not one of them out, alas. She had dreamed a dream, and it had not come true. She wondered at her own solitude these 2 years, past their indifference to the fact that she had never achieved what she had expected. The play was one of those drawing-room concoctions in which charmingly overdressed ladies and gentlemen suffer the pangs of love and jealousy amid gilded surroundings. Such bon mots are ever enticing to those who have all their days longed for such material surroundings and have never had them gratify. They have the charm of showing suffering under ideal conditions. Who would not grieve upon a gilded chair? Who would not suffer amid perfumed tapestries, cushioned furniture, and liveried servants? Grief under such circumstances becomes an enticing thing. Carrie longed to be of it. She wanted to take her sufferings, whatever they were, in such a world, or failing that, at least to simulate them under such charming conditions upon the stage. So affected was her mind by what she had seen, that the play now seemed an extraordinarily beautiful thing. She was soon lost in the world it represented, and wished that she might never return. Between the acts she studied the galaxy of matinee attendants in front rows and boxes, and conceived a new idea of the possibilities of New York. She was sure she had not seen it all, that the city was one whirl of pleasure and delight. Going out, the same Broadway taught her a sharper lesson. The scene she had witnessed coming down was now augmented and at its height. Such a crush of finery and folly she had never seen. It clinched her convictions concerning her state. She had not lived, could not lay claim to having lived, until something of this had come into her own life. Women were spending money like water. She could see that in every elegant shop she passed. Flowers, candy, jewelry seemed the principal things in which the elegant dames were interested, and she had scarcely enough pin money to indulge in such outings as this a few times a month. That night, the pretty little flat seemed a commonplace thing. It was not what the rest of the world was enjoying. She saw the servant working at dinner with an indifferent eye. In her mind were running scenes of the play. Particularly, she remembered one beautiful actress, the sweetheart, who had been wooed and won. The grace of this woman had won Carrie's heart. Her dresses had been all that art could suggest. Her sufferings had been so real. The anguish which she had portrayed, Carrie could feel. It was done, as she was sure she could do it. There were places in which she could even do better. Hence, she repeated the lines to herself. Oh, if she could only have such a part, how broad would be her life! She, too, could act appealingly. When Hurstwood came, Carrie was moody. She was sitting, rocking and thinking, and did not care to have her enticing imaginations broken in upon, so she said little or nothing. "What's the matter, Carrie?" said Hurstwood after a time, noticing her quiet, almost moody state. "Nothing," said Carrie. "I don't feel very well tonight." "Not sick, are you?" he asked, approaching very close. "Oh, no," she said almost pettishly. "I just don't feel very good." "That's too bad," he said, stepping away and adjusting his vest after his slight bending over. "I was thinking we might go to a show tonight." "I don't want to go," said Carrie, annoyed that her fine visions should have thus been broken into and driven out of her mind. "I've been to the matinee this afternoon." "Oh, you have?" said Hurstwood. "What was it?" "A gold mine." "How was it?" "Pretty good," said Carrie. "And you don't want to go again tonight?" "I don't think I do," she said, nevertheless, wakened out of her melancholia and called to the dinner table. She changed her mind. A little food in the stomach does wonders. She went again, and in so doing temporarily recovered her equanimity. The great awakening blow had, however, been delivered. As often as she might recover from these discontented thoughts now, they would occur again. Time and repetition, the wonder of it. The dropping water in the solid stone, how utterly it yields at last. Not long after this matinee experience, perhaps a month more, Vance invited Carrie to an evening at the theater with them. She heard Carrie say that Hurstwood was not coming home to dinner. "Why don't you come with us? Don't get dinner for yourself. We're going down to Sherry's for dinner, and then over to the Lyceum. Come along with us." "I think I will," answered Carrie. She began to dress at 3 o'clock for her departure at 5:30 for the noted dining room, which was then crowding Delmonico's for position in society. In this dressing, Carrie showed the influence of her association with the dashing Mrs. Vance. She had constantly had her attention called by the latter to novelties, in everything which pertains to a woman's apparel. Are you going to get such and such a hat? Or have you seen the new gloves with the oval pearl buttons? Were but sample phrases out of a large selection. The next time you get a pair of shoes, dearie, said Mrs. Vance, get button, with thick soles and patent leather tips. They're all the rage this fall. I will, said Carrie. Oh, dear. Have you seen the new shirt-waists at Altman's? They have some of the loveliest patterns. I saw one there that I know would look stunning on you. I said so when I saw it. Carrie listened to these things with considerable interest, for they were suggested with more friendliness than is usually common between pretty women. Mrs. Vance liked Carrie's stable good nature so well that she really took pleasure in suggesting to her the latest things. Why don't you get yourself one of those nice serge skirts they're selling at Lord Taylor's? She said one day. They're the circular style, and they're going to be worn from now on. A dark blue one would look so nice on you. Carrie listened with eager ears. These things never came up between her and Hurstwood. Nevertheless, she began to suggest one thing and another, which Hurstwood agreed to without any expression of opinion. He noticed the new tendency on Carrie's part, and finally, hearing much of Mrs. Vance and her delightful ways, suspected whence the change came. He was not inclined to offer the slightest objection so soon, but he felt that Carrie's wants were expanding. This did not appeal to him exactly, but he cared for her in his own way, and so the thing stood. Still, there was something in the details of the transactions which caused Carrie to feel that her requests were not a delight to him. He did not enthuse over the purchases. This led her to believe that neglect was creeping in, and so another small wedge was entered. Nevertheless, one of the results of Mrs. Vance's suggestions was the fact that on this occasion Carrie was dressed somewhat to her own satisfaction. She had on her best, but there was comfort in the thought that if she must confine herself to a best, it was neat and fitting. She looked the well-groomed woman of 21, and Mrs. Vance praised her, which brought color to her plump cheeks and a noticeable brightness into her large eyes. It was threatening rain, and Mr. Vance, at his wife's request, had called a coach. "Your husband isn't coming?" suggested Mr. Vance as he met Carrie in his little parlor. "No, he said he wouldn't be home for dinner. Better leave a little note for him, telling him where we are. He might turn up." "I will," said Carrie, who had not thought of it before. "Tell him we'll be at Sherry's until 8 o'clock. He knows, though, I guess." Carrie crossed the hall with rustling skirts and scrawled the note, gloves on. When she returned, a newcomer was in the Vance flat. "Mrs. Wheeler, let me introduce Mr. Ames, a cousin of mine," said Mrs. Vance. "He's going along with us, aren't you, Bob?" "I'm very glad to meet you," said Ames, bowing politely to Carrie. The latter caught in a glance the dimensions of a very stalwart figure. She also noticed that he was smooth-shaven, good-looking, and young, but nothing more. "Mr. Ames is just down in New York for a few days, put in Vance, and we're trying to show him around a little." "Oh, are you?" said Carrie, taking another glance at the newcomer. "Yes, I am just on here from Indianapolis for a week or so," said young Ames, seating himself on the edge of a chair to wait, while Mrs. Vance completed the last touches of her toilet. "I guess you find New York quite a thing to see, don't you?" said Carrie, venturing something to avoid a possible deadly silence. "It is rather large to get around in a week," answered Ames pleasantly. He was an exceedingly genial soul, this young man, and wholly free of affectation. It seemed to Carrie he was as yet only overcoming the last traces of the bashfulness of youth. He did not seem apt to conversation, but he had the merit of being well-dressed and wholly courageous. Carrie felt as if it were not going to be hard to talk to him. "Well, I guess we're ready now. The coach is outside." "Come on, people," said Mrs. Vance, coming in smiling. "Bob, you'll have to look after Mrs. Wheeler." "I'll try to," said Bob, smiling, and edging closer to Carrie. "You won't need much watching, will you?" He volunteered in a sort of ingratiating and help-out kind of way. "Not very, I hope," said Carrie. They descended the stairs, Mrs. Vance offering suggestions, and climbed into the open coach. "All right," said Vance, slamming the coach door, and the conveyance rolled away. "What is it we're going to see?" asked Ames. "Southern," said Vance in Lord Chumley. "Oh, he is so good," said Mrs. Vance. "He's just the funniest man." "I notice the papers praise it," said Ames. "I haven't any doubt," put in Vance. "But, well, I'll enjoy it very much." Ames had taken a seat beside Carrie, and accordingly he felt it his bounden duty to pay her some attention. He was interested to find her so young a wife, and so pretty, though it was only a respectful interest. There was nothing of the dashing ladies' man about him. He had respect for the married state, and thought only of some pretty marriageable girls in Indianapolis. "Are you a born New Yorker?" asked Ames of Carrie. "Oh, no, I've only been here for 2 years." "Oh, well, you've had time to see a great deal of it anyhow." "I don't seem to have," answered Carrie. "It's about as strange to me as when I first came here." "You're not from the West, are you?" "Yes. From Wisconsin," she answered. "Well, it does seem as if most people in this town haven't been here so very long. I hear of lots of Indiana people in my line who are here." "What is your line?" asked Carrie. "I'm connected with an electrical company," said the youth. Carrie followed up this desultory conversation with occasional interruptions from the Vances. Several times it became general and partially humorous, and in that manner the restaurant was reached. Carrie had noticed the appearance of gaiety and pleasure-seeking in the streets which they were following. Coaches were numerous, pedestrians many, and in 59th Street the streetcars were crowded. At 59th Street and Fifth Avenue, a blaze of lights from several new hotels, which bordered the Plaza Square, gave a suggestion of sumptuous hotel life. Fifth Avenue, the home of the wealthy, was noticeably crowded with carriages and gentlemen in evening dress. At Sherry's, an imposing doorman opened the coach door and helped them out. Young Ames held Carrie's elbow as he helped her up the steps. They entered the lobby already swarming with patrons, and then, after divesting themselves of their wraps, went into a sumptuous dining room. In all Carrie's experience she had never seen anything like this. In the whole time she had been in New York Hurstwoods, modified state had not permitted his bringing her to such a place. There was an almost indescribable atmosphere about it which convinced the newcomer that this was the proper thing. Here was the place where the matter of expense limited the patrons to the moneyed or pleasure-loving class. Carrie had read of it often in the morning and evening world. She had seen notices of dances, parties, balls, and suppers at Sherry's. The Mrs. So-and-so would give a party on Wednesday evening at Sherry's. Young Mr. So-and-so would entertain a party of friends at a private luncheon on the 16th, at Sherry's. The common run of conventional, perfunctory notices of the doings of society, which she could scarcely refrain from scanning each day, had given her a distinct idea of the gorgeousness and luxury of this wonderful temple of gastronomy. Now, at last, she was really in it. She had come up the imposing steps, guarded by the large and portly doorman. She had seen the lobby, guarded by another large and portly gentleman, and been waited upon by uniformed youths who took care of canes, overcoats, and the like. Here was the splendid dining chamber, all decorated and aglow, where the wealthy ate. Ah, how fortunate was Mrs. Vance, young, beautiful, and well-off at least, sufficiently so to come here in a coach. What a wonderful thing it was to be rich. Vance led the way through lanes of shining tables, at which were seated parties of 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. The air of assurance and dignity about it all was exceedingly noticeable to the novitiate. Incandescent lights, the reflection of their glow in polished glasses, and the shine of gilt upon the walls, combined into one tone of light which it requires minutes of complacent observation to separate and take particular note of. The white shirt fronts of the gentlemen, the bright costumes of the ladies, diamonds, jewels, fine feathersall were exceedingly noticeable. Carrie walked with an air equal to that of Mrs. Vance, and accepted the seat which the head waiter provided for her. She was keenly aware of all the little things that were done, the little genuflections and attentions of the waiters and head waiter, which Americans pay for. The air with which the latter pulled out each chair, and the wave of the hand with which he motioned them to be seated, were worth several dollars in themselves. Once seated, there began that exhibition of showy, wasteful, and unwholesome gastronomy as practiced by wealthy Americans, which is the wonder and astonishment of true culture and dignity the world over. The large bill of fare held an array of dishes sufficient to feed an army, side-lined with prices which made reasonable expenditure a ridiculous impossibility. An order of soup, at 50 cents or $1, with a dozen kinds to choose from, oysters and 40 styles, and at 60 cents, the half-dozen entrees, fish, and meats, at prices which would house one overnight in an average hotel. $1.50 and $2 seemed to be the most common figures upon this most tastefully printed bill of fare. Carrie noticed this, and in scanning it, the price of spring chicken carried her back to that other bill of fare, and far different occasion when, for the first time, she sat with Drouet in a good restaurant in Chicago. It was only momentary, a sad note, as out of an old song, and then it was gone. But in that flash was seen the other Carrie, poor, hungry, drifting at her wits' ends, and all Chicago a cold and closed world, from which she only wandered because she could not find work. On the walls were designs in color, square spots of robin's egg blue, set in ornate frames of gilt, whose corners were elaborate moldings of fruit and flowers, with fat cupids hovering in angelic comfort. On the ceilings were colored traceries with more gilt, leading to a center where spread a cluster of lights incandescent globes, mingled with glittering prisms and stucco tendrils of gilt. The floor was of a reddish hue, waxed and polished, and in every direction were mirror-stall, brilliant, devil-edged mirrors reflecting and re-reflecting forms, faces and candelabra, a score and 100 times. The tables were not so remarkable in themselves, and yet the imprint of sherry upon the napery, the name of Tiffany upon the silverware, the name of Haviland upon the china, and over all the glow of the small red-shaded candelabra, and the reflected tints of the walls and garments and faces, made them seem remarkable. Each waiter added an air of exclusiveness and elegance by the manner in which he bowed, scraped, touched, and trifled with things. The exclusively personal attention which he devoted to each one, standing half-bent, ear to one side, elbows akimbo, saying, "Soup, green turtle, yes? One portion, yes. Oysters satin half-dozenies. Asparagus. Olive seas." It would be the same with each one, only Vance essayed to order for all, inviting counsel and suggestions. Carrie studied the company with open eyes. So this was high life in New York. It was so that the rich spent their days and evenings. Her poor little mind could not rise above applying each scene to all society. Every fine lady must be in the crowd on Broadway in the afternoon, in the theater at the matinee, in the coaches and dining halls at night. It must be glow and shine everywhere, with coaches waiting and footmen attending, and she was out of it all. In 2 long years, she had never even been in such a place as this. Vance was in his element here as Hurstwood would have been in former days. He ordered freely of soup, oysters, roast meats, and side dishes, and had several bottles of wine brought, which were set down beside the table in a wicker basket. Ames was looking away rather abstractedly at the crowd, and showed an interesting profile to Carrie. His forehead was high, his nose rather large and strong, his chin moderately pleasing. He had a good, wide, well-shaped mouth, and his dark brown hair was parted slightly on one side. He seemed to have the least touch of boyishness to Carrie, and yet he was a man full grown. "Do you know," he said, turning back to Carrie, after his reflection, "I sometimes think it is a shame for people to spend so much money this way." Carrie looked at him a moment with the faintest touch of surprise at his seriousness. He seemed to be thinking about something over which she had never pondered. "Do you?" she answered, interestedly. "Yes," he said. "They pay so much more than these things are worth. They put on so much show. "I don't know why people shouldn't spend when they have it," said Mrs. Vance. "It doesn't do any harm," said Vance, who was still studying the bill of fare, though he had ordered. Ames was looking away again, and Carrie was again looking at his forehead. To her he seemed to be thinking about strange things. As he studied the crowd, his eye was mild. "Look at that woman's dress over there," he said, again turning to Carrie, and nodding in a direction. "Where?" "Where?" said Carrie, following his eyes. "Over there in the corner way over. Do you see that brooch?" "Isn't it large?" said Carrie. "One of the largest clusters of jewels I have ever seen," said Ames. "It is, isn't it?" said Carrie. She felt as if she would like to be agreeable to this young man, and also there came with it, or perhaps preceded it, the slightest shade of a feeling that he was better educated than she was, that his mind was better. He seemed to look it, and the saving grace in Carrie was that she could understand that people could be wiser. She had seen a number of people in her life who reminded her of what she had vaguely come to think of as scholars. This strong young man beside her, with his clear, natural look, seemed to get a hold of things which she did not quite understand, but approved of. It was fine to be so, as a man, she thought. The conversation changed to a book that was having its vogue at the time, Molding a Maiden, by Albert Ross. Mrs. Vance had read it. Vance had seen it discussed in some of the papers. "A man can make quite a strike writing a book," said Vance. "I notice this fellow Ross is very much talked about." He was looking at Carrie as he spoke. "I hadn't heard of him," said Carrie honestly. "Oh, I have," said Mrs. Vance. "He's written lots of things. This last story is pretty good." "He doesn't amount to much," said Ames. Carrie turned her eyes toward him as to an oracle. "His stuff is nearly as bad as Dora Thorne," concluded Ames. Carrie felt this as a personal reproof. She read Dora Thorne, or had a great deal in the past. It seemed only fair to her, but she supposed that people thought it very fine. Now, this clear-eyed, fine-headed youth, who looked something like a student to her, made fun of it. It was poor to him, not worth reading. She looked down, and for the first time felt the pain of not understanding. Yet there was nothing sarcastic or supercilious in the way Ames spoke. He had very little of that in him. Carrie felt that it was just kindly thought of a high order the right thing to think, and wondered what else was right, according to him. He seemed to notice that she listened and rather sympathized with him, and from now on he talked mostly to her. As the waiter bowed and scraped about, felt the dishes to see if they were hot enough, brought spoons and forks, and did all those little attentive things, calculated to impress the luxury of the situation upon the diner, Ames also leaned slightly to one side and told her of Indianapolis in an intelligent way. He really had a very bright mind, which was finding its chief development in electrical knowledge. His sympathies for other forms of information, however, and for types of people, were quick and warm. The red glow on his head gave it a sandy tinge, and put a bright glint in his eye. Carrie noticed all these things as he leaned toward her, and felt exceedingly young. This man was far ahead of her. He seemed wiser than Hurst would, saner and brighter than Dry. He seemed innocent and clean, and she thought that he was exceedingly pleasant. She noticed also that his interest in her was a far-off one. She was not in his life, nor any of the things that touched his life, and yet now, as he spoke of these things, they appealed to her. "I shouldn't care to be rich," he told her, as the dinner proceeded and the supply of food warmed up his sympathies. "Not rich enough to spend my money this way." "Oh, wouldn't you?" said Carrie, to her new attitude forcing itself distinctly upon her for the first time. "No," he said. "What good would it do? A man doesn't need this sort of thing to be happy." Carrie thought of this doubtfully, but, coming from him, it had weight with her. He probably could be happy, she thought to herself, all alone. He's so strong. Mr. and Mrs. Vance kept up a running fire of interruptions, and these impressive things by Ames came at odd moments. They were sufficient, however, for the atmosphere that went with this youth impressed itself upon Carrie without words. There was something in him, or the world he moved in, which appealed to her. He reminded her of scenes she had seen on the stage, the sorrows and sacrifices that always went with it. She knew not what. He had taken away some of the bitterness of the contrast between this life and her life, and all by a certain calm indifference, which concerned only him. As they went out, he took her arm and helped her into the coach, and then they were off again, and so to the show. During the acts, Carrie found herself listening to him very attentively. He mentioned things in the play which she most approved of, things which swayed her deeply. "Don't you think it rather fine to be an actor?" she asked once. "Yes, I do," he said, "to be a good one. I think the theater a great thing." Just this little approval set Carrie's heart bounding. Ah, if she could only be an actress, a good one. This man was wise and nuanced. He approved of it. If she were a fine actress, such men as he would approve of her. She felt that he was good to speak as he had, although it did not concern her at all. She did not know why she felt this way. At the close of the show, it suddenly developed that he was not going back with them. "Oh, aren't you?" said Carrie with an unwarrantable feeling. "Oh, no," he said. "I'm stopping right around here in 33rd Street." Carrie could not say anything else, but somehow this development shocked her. She had been regretting the wane of a pleasant evening, but she had thought there was a half-hour more. Oh, the half-hours, the minutes of the world, what miseries and griefs are crowded into them. She said goodbye with feigned indifference. What matter could it make? Still, the coach seemed lorn. When she went into her own flat, she had this to think about. She did not know whether she would ever see this man any more. What difference could it make? What difference could it make? Hurstwood had returned, and was already in bed. His clothes were scattered loosely about. Carrie came to the door, saw him, then retreated. She did not want to go in yet a while. She wanted to think. It was disagreeable to her. Back in the dining room, she sat in her chair and rocked. Her little hands were folded tightly as she thought. Through a fog of longing and conflicting desires, she was beginning to see. Oh, ye legions of hope and pity, of sorrow and pain. She was rocking and beginning to see. Chapter 33. Without the walled city, the slope of the years. The immediate result of this was nothing. Results from such things are usually long and growing. Mourning brings a change of feeling. The existent condition invariably pleads for itself. It is only at odd moments that we get glimpses of the misery of things. The heart understands when it is confronted with contrasts. Take them away, and the ache subsides. Carrie went on, leading much the same life for 6 months thereafter, or more. She did not see Ames any more. He called once upon the Vances, but she only heard about it through the young wife. Then he went west, and there was a gradual subsidence of whatever personal attraction had existed. The mental effect of the thing had not gone, however, and never would entirely. She had an ideal to contrast men by, particularly men close to her. During all this time, a period rapidly approaching 3 years, Hurstwood had been moving along in an even path. There was no apparent slope downward, and distinctly none upward, so far as the casual observer might have seen. But psychologically there was a change, which was marked enough to suggest the future very distinctly indeed. This was in the mere matter of the halt his career had received when he departed from Chicago. A man's fortune or material progress is very much the same as his bodily growth. Either he is growing stronger, healthier, wiser as the youth approaching manhood, or he is growing weaker, older, less incisive mentally, as the man approaching old age. There are no other states. Frequently there is a period between the cessation of youthful accretion and the setting in the case of the middle-aged man, of the tendency toward decay when the two processes are almost perfectly balanced, and there is little doing in either direction. Given time enough, however, the balance becomes a sagging to the grave side, slowly at first, then with a modest momentum, and at last the graveward process is in the full swing. So it is frequently with man's fortune. If its process of accretion is never halted, If the balancing stage is never reached, there will be no toppling. Rich men are, frequently, in these days, saved from this dissolution of their fortune by their ability to hire younger brains. These younger brains look upon the interests of the fortune as their own, and so steady and direct its progress. If each individual were left absolutely to the care of his own interests, and were given time enough in which to grow exceedingly old, his fortune would pass as his strength and will. He and his would be utterly dissolved and scattered unto the four winds of the heavens. But now, see wherein the parallel changes. A fortune, like a man, is an organism which draws to itself other minds and other strength than that inherent in the founder. Beside the young minds drawn to it by salaries, it becomes allied with young forces, which make for its existence even when the strength and wisdom of the founder are fading. It may be conserved by the growth of a community or of a state. It may be involved in providing something for which there is a growing demand. This removes it at once beyond the special care of the founder. It needs not so much foresight now as direction. The man wanes, the need continues or grows, and the fortune, fallen into whose hands it may, continues. Hence, some men never recognize the turning in the tide of their abilities. It is only in chance cases, where a fortune or a state of success is wrested from them, that the lack of ability to do as they did formerly becomes apparent. Hurstwood, set down under new conditions, was in a position to see that he was no longer young. If he did not, it was due wholly to the fact that his state was so well balanced that an absolute change for the worse did not show. Not trained to reason or introspect himself, he could not analyze the change that was taking place in his mind, and hence his body, but he felt the depression of it. Constant comparison between his old state and his new showed a balance for the worse, which produced a constant state of gloom, or, at least, depression. Now, it has been shown experimentally that a constantly subdued frame of mind produces certain poisons in the blood, called katastates, just as virtuous feelings of pleasure and delight produce helpful chemicals called anastates. The poisons generated by remorse inveigh against the system, and eventually produce marked physical deterioration. To these Hurstwood was subject. In the course of time it told upon his temper. His eye no longer possessed that buoyant, searching shrewdness which had characterized it in Adams Street. His step was not as sharp and firm. He was given to thinking. The new friends he made were not celebrities. They were of a cheaper, a slightly more sensual and cruder, grade. He could not possibly take the pleasure in this company that he had in that of those fine frequenters of the Chicago resort. He was left to brood. Slowly, exceedingly slowly, his desire to greet, conciliate, and make at home these people who visited the Warren Street place passed from him. More and more slowly the significance of the realm he had left began to be clear. It did not seem so wonderful to be in it when he was in it. It had seemed very easy for anyone to get up there, and have ample raiment and money to spend. But now that he was out of it, how far off it became. He began to see as one sees a city with a wall about it. Men were posted at the gates. You could not get in. Those inside did not care to come out to see who you were. They were so merry inside there that all those outside were forgotten. And he was on the outside. Each day he could read, in the evening papers of the doings, within this walled city. In the notices of passengers for Europe he read the names of eminent frequenters of his old resort. In the theatrical column appeared from time to time announcements of the latest successes of men he had known. He knew that they were at their old gaieties. Pullmans were hauling them to and fro about the land. Papers were greeting them with interesting mentions. The elegant lobbies of hotels and the glow of polished dining rooms were keeping them close within the walled city. Men whom he had known, men whom he had tipped glasses with rich men, and he was forgotten. Who was Mr. Wheeler? What was the Warren Street resort? If one thinks that such thoughts do not come to so common a type of mind that such feelings require a higher mental development in would urge for their consideration the fact that it is the higher mental development that does away with such thoughts. It is the higher mental development which induces philosophy, and that fortitude which refuses to dwell upon such things refuses to be made to suffer by their consideration. The common type of mind is exceedingly keen on all matters which relate to its physical welfare, exceedingly keen. It is the unintellectual miser who sweats blood at the loss of $100. It is the Epictetus who smiles when the last vestige of physical welfare is removed. The time came, in the 3rd year, when this thinking began to produce results in the Warren Street place. The tide of patronage dropped a little below what it had been at its best since he had been there. This irritated and worried him. There came a night when he confessed to Carrie that the business was not doing as well this month as it had the month before. This was in lieu of certain suggestions she had made concerning little things she wanted to buy. She had not failed to notice that he did not seem to consult her about buying clothes for himself. For the first time, it struck her as a ruse, or that he said it so that she would not think of asking for things. Her reply was mild enough, but her thoughts were rebellious. He was not looking after her at all. She was depending for her enjoyment upon the Vances. And now the latter announced that they were going away. It was approaching spring, and they were going north. "Oh, yes," said Mrs. Vance to Carrie. "We think we might as well give up the flat and store our things. Well be gone for the summer, and it would be a useless expense. I think we'll settle a little farther downtown when we come back." Carrie heard this with genuine sorrow. She had enjoyed Mrs. Vance's companionship so much. There was no one else in the house whom she knew. Again she would be all alone. Hurstwood's gloom over the slight decrease in profits and the departure of the Vances came together. So Carrie had loneliness and this mood of her husband to enjoy at the same time. It was a grievous thing. She became restless and dissatisfied, not exactly, as she thought, with Hurstwood, but with life. What was it? A very dull round indeed. What did she have? Nothing but this narrow little flat. The Vances could travel, they could do the things worth doing, and here she was. For what was she made, anyhow? More thought followed, and then tears seemed justified, and the only relief in the world. For another period this state continued, the twain leading a rather monotonous life. And then there was a slight change for the worse. One evening Hurstwood, after thinking about a way to modify Carrie's desire for clothes, and the general strain upon his ability to provide, said, "I don't think he'll ever be able to do much with Shaughnessy." "What's the matter?" said Carrie. "Oh, he's a slow, greedy mitt. He won't agree to anything to improve the place, and it won't ever pay without it." "Can't you make him?" said Carrie. "No, I've tried. The only thing I can see, if I want to improve, is to get hold of a place of my own." "Why don't you?" said Carrie. "Well, all I have is tied up in there just now. If I had a chance to save a while, I think I could open a place that would give us plenty of money." "Can't we save?" said Carrie. "We might try it," he suggested. "I've been thinking that if we'd take a smaller flat downtown and live economically for a year, I would have enough with what I have invested to open a good place. Then we could arrange to live as you want to." "It would suit me all right," said Carrie, who, nevertheless, felt badly to think it had come to this. Talk of a smaller flat sounded like poverty. "There are lots of nice little flats down around 6th Avenue, below 14th Street. We might get one down there." "I'll look at them if you say so," said Carrie. "I think I could break away from this fellow inside of a year," said Hurstwood. "Nothing will ever come of this arrangement, as it's going on now." "I'll look around," said Carrie, observing that the proposed change seemed to be a serious thing with him. The upshot of this was that the change was eventually effected, not without great gloom on the part of Carrie. It really affected her more seriously than anything that had yet happened. She began to look upon Hurstwood wholly as a man, and not as a lover or husband. She felt thoroughly bound to him as a wife, and that her lot was cast with his, whatever it might be. But she began to see that he was gloomy and taciturn, not a young, strong, and buoyant man. He looked a little bit old to her about the eyes and mouth now, and there were other things which placed him in his true rank, so far as her estimation was concerned. She began to feel that she had made a mistake. Incidentally, she also began to recall the fact that he had practically forced her to flee with him. The new flat was located in 13th Street, a half-block west of 6th Avenue, and contained only 4 rooms. The new neighborhood did not appeal to Carrie as much. There were no trees here, no west view of the river. The street was solidly built up. There were 12 families here, respectable enough, but nothing like the Vances. Richer people required more space. Being left alone in this little place, Carrie did without a girl. She made it charming enough, but could not make it delight her. Hurstwood was not inwardly pleased to think that they should have to modify their state, but he argued that he could do nothing. He must put the best face on it, and let it go at that. He tried to show Carrie that there was no cause for financial alarm, but only congratulation over the chance he would have at the end of the year by taking her rather more frequently to the theater, and by providing a liberal table. This was for the time only. He was getting in the frame of mind where he wanted principally to be alone, and to be allowed to think. The disease of brooding was beginning to claim him as a victim. Only the newspapers and his own thoughts were worthwhile. The delight of love had again slipped away. He was a case of live now, making the best you can out of a very commonplace station in life. The road downward has but few landings and level places. The very state of his mind, superinduced by his condition, caused the breach to widen between him and his partner. At last that individual began to wish that Hurstwood was out of it. It so happened, however, that a real estate deal on the part of the owner of the land arranged things even more effectually than ill will could have schemed. "Did you see that?" said Shaughnessy one morning to Hurstwood, pointing to the real estate column in a copy of the Herald which he held. "No. What is it?" said Hurstwood, looking down the items of news. "The man who owns this ground has sold it." "You say so?" said Hurstwood. He looked, and there was the notice. Mr. August Fila had yesterday registered the transfer of the lot, 25x 75 feet, at the corner of Warren and Hudson Streets, to J.F. Slauson for the sum of $57,000. "Our lease expires when?" asked Hurstwood, thinking. "Next February, isn't it?" "That's right," said Shaughnessy. "It doesn't say what the new man's going to do with it," remarked Hurstwood, looking back to the paper. "Well, here, I guess, soon enough," said Shaughnessy. Sure enough, it did develop. Mr. Slauson owned the property adjoining and was going to put up a modern office building. The present one was to be torn down. It would take probably a year and a half to complete the other one. All these things developed by degrees, and Hurstwood began to ponder over what would become of the saloon. One day he spoke about it to his partner. "Do you think it would be worthwhile to open up somewhere else in the neighborhood?" "What would be the use?" said Shaughnessy. "We couldn't get another corner around here. It wouldn't pay anywhere else, do you think?" "I wouldn't try it," said the other. The approaching change now took on a most serious aspect to Hurstwood. Dissolution meant the loss of his $1,000, and he could not save another 1,000 in the time. He understood that Shaughnessy was merely tired of the arrangement, and would probably lease the new corner, when completed, alone. He began to worry about the necessity of a new connection, and to see impending serious financial straits unless something turned up. This left him in no mood to enjoy his flat or Carrie, and consequently, the depression invaded that quarter. Meanwhile he took such time as he could to look about, but opportunities were not numerous. More, he had not the same impressive personality which he had when he first came to New York. Bad thoughts had put a shade into his eyes, which did not impress others favorably. Neither had he $1,300 in hand to talk with. About a month later, finding that he had not made any progress, Shaughnessy reported definitely that Slauson would not extend a lease. "I guess this thing's got to come to an end," he said, affecting an air of concern. "Well, if it has, it has," answered Hurstwood grimly. He would not give the other a key to his opinions, whatever they were. He should not have the satisfaction A day or two later, he saw that he must say something to Carrie. "You know," he said, "I think I'm going to get the worst of my deal down there." "How is that?" asked Carrie in astonishment. "Well, the man who owns the ground has sold it, and the new owner won't release it to us. The business may come to an end. Can't you start somewhere else? There doesn't seem to be any place. Shaughnessy doesn't want to. Do you lose what you put in?" "Yes," said Hurstwood, whose face was a study. "Oh, isn't that too bad?" said Carrie. "It's a trick," said Hurstwood. "That's all. They'll start another place there, all right." Carrie looked at him, and gathered from his whole demeanor what it meant. It was serious, very serious. "Do you think you can get something else?" she ventured timidly. Hurstwood thought a while. It was all up with the bluff about money and investment. She could see now that he was broke. "I don't know," he said solemnly. "I can try." Chapter 34. The Grind of the Millstones. A Sample of Chaff. Carrie pondered over this situation as consistently as Hurstwood, once she got the facts adjusted in her mind. It took several days for her to fully realize that the approach of the dissolution of her husband's business meant commonplace struggle and privation. Her mind went back to her early venture in Chicago, the Hansons and their flat, and her heart revolted. That was terrible. Everything about poverty was terrible. She wished she knew a way out. Her recent experiences with the Vances had wholly unfitted her to view her own state with complacence. The glamour of the high life of the city had, in the few experiences afforded her by the former, seized her completely. She had been taught how to dress and where to go, without having ample means to do either. Now, these things of her present realities, as they were, filled her eyes and mind. The more circumscribed became her state, the more entrancing seemed this other. And now, poverty threatened to seize her entirely, and to remove this other world far upward like a heaven to which any Lazarus might extend, appealingly, his hands. So, too, the ideal brought into her life by Ames remained. He had gone. But here was his word that riches were not everything, that there was a great deal more in the world. Then she knew that the stage was good, and the literature she read poor. He was a strong man, and Clenhow much stronger and better than Hurstwood and Drouet. She only half formulated to herself, but the difference was painful. It was something to which she voluntarily closed her eyes. During the last 3 months of the Warren Street connection, Hurstwood took parts of days off and hunted, tracking the business advertisements. It was a more or less depressing business, wholly because of the thought that he must soon get something, or he would begin to live on the few $100s he was saving, and then he would have nothing to invest that would have to hire out as a clerk. Everything he discovered in his line, advertised as an opportunity, was either too expensive or too wretched for him. Besides, winter was coming. The papers were announcing hardships, and there was a general feeling of hard times in the air, or, at least, he thought so. In his worry, other people's worries became apparent. No item about a firm failing, a family starving, or a man dying upon the streets, supposedly of starvation, but arrested his eye as he scanned the morning papers. Once the World came out with a flaring announcement about 80,000 people out of employment in New York this winter, which struck as a knife at his heart. 80,000, he thought. What an awful thing that is. This was new reasoning for Hurstwood. In the old days, the world had seemed to be getting along well enough. He had been wont to see similar things in the daily news, in Chicago, but they did not hold his attention. Now these things were like gray clouds hovering along the horizon of a clear day. They threatened to cover and obscure his life with chilly grayness. He tried to shake them off, to forget and brace up. Sometimes he said to himself, mentally, "What's the use worrying? I'm not out yet. I've got 6 weeks more. Even if worst comes to worst, I've got enough to live on for 6 months." Curiously, as he troubled over his future, his thoughts occasionally reverted to his wife and family. He'd have avoided such thoughts for the first 3 years as much as possible. He hated her, and he could get along without her. Let her go. He would do well enough. Now, however, when he was not doing well enough, he began to wonder what she was doing, how his children were getting along. He could see them living as nicely as ever, occupying the comfortable house and using his property. By George, it's a shame they should have it all, he vaguely thought to himself on several occasions. I didn't do anything. As he looked back now and analyzed the situation which led up to his taking the money, he began mildly to justify himself. What had he done, what in the world, that should bar him out this way and heap such difficulties upon him? It seemed only yesterday to him, since he was comfortable and well Toto. Well, it was all wrested from him. She didn't deserve what she got out of me, that is sure. I didn't do so much if everybody could just know. There was no thought that the facts ought to be advertised. It was only a mental justification. He was seeking from himself something that would enable him to bear his state as a righteous man. One afternoon, 5 weeks before the Warren Street place closed up, he left the saloon to visit 3 or 4 places he saw advertised in the Herald. One was down in Gold Street, and he visited that but did not enter. It was such a cheap-looking place he felt that he could not abide it. Another was on the Bowery, which he knew contained many showy resorts. It was near Grand Street, and turned out to be very handsomely fitted up. He talked around about investments for fully 3/4 of an hour with the proprietor, who maintained that his health was poor, and that was the reason he wished a partner. Well now, just how much money would it take to buy a half-interest here? Said Hurstwood, who saw $700 as his limit. 3,000, said the man. Hurstwood's jaw fell. Cash? He said. And cash? Ga? He tried to put on an air of deliberation, as one who might really buy, but his eyes showed gloom. He wound up by saying he would think it over, and came away. The man he had been talking to sensed his condition in a vague way. I don't think he wants to buy, he said to himself. He doesn't talk right. The afternoon was as gray as lead and cold. It was blowing up a disagreeable winter wind. He visited a place far up on the east side, near 69th Street, and it was 5 o'clock and growing dim when he reached there. A portly German kept this place. How about this ad of yours? Asked Hurstwood, who rather objected to the looks of the place. Oh, that is all over, said the German. I will not sell now. Oh, is that so? Yes, there is nothing to dat. It is all over. Very well, said Hurstwood, turning around. The German paid no more attention to him, and it made him angry. A crazy ass, he said to himself. What does he want to advertise for? Wholly depressed, he started for 13th Street. The flat had only a light and a kitchen, where Carrie was working. He struck a match and, lighting the gas, sat down in the dining room without even greeting her. She came to the door and looked in. It's you, is it? She said, and went back. Yes, he said, without even looking up from the evening paper he had bought. Carrie saw things were wrong with him. He was not so handsome when gloomy. The lines at the sides of the eyes were deepened. Naturally dark of skin, gloom made him look slightly sinister. He was quite a disagreeable figure. Carrie set the table and brought in the meal. Dinner's ready, she said, passing him for something. He did not answer, reading on. She came in and sat down at her place, feeling exceedingly wretched. Won't you eat now? She asked. He folded his paper and drew near, silence holding for a time. Except for the pass miss. It's been gloomy today, hasn't it? Ventured Carrie after a time. Yes, he said. He only picked at his food. Are you still sure to close up? Said Carrie, venturing to take up the subject which they had discussed often enough. Of course we are, he said, with the slightest modification of sharpness. This retort angered Carrie. She had had a dreary day of it herself. You needn't talk like that, she said. Oh, he exclaimed, pushing back from the table as if to say more, but letting it go at that. Then he picked up his paper. Carrie left her seat, containing herself with difficulty. He saw she was hurt. "Don't go away," he said as she started back into the kitchen. "Eat your dinner." She passed, not answering. He looked at the paper a few moments, and then rose up and put on his coat. "I'm going downtown, Carrie," he said, coming out. "I'm out of sorts tonight." She did not answer. "Don't be angry," he said. "It will be all right tomorrow." He looked at her, but she paid no attention to him, working at her dishes. "Goodbye," he said finally, and went out. This was the first strong result of the situation between them. But with the nearing of the last day of the business, the gloom became almost a permanent thing. Hurstwood could not conceal his feelings about the matter. Carrie could not help wondering where she was drifting. It got so that they talked even less than usual. And yet it was not Hurstwood who felt any objection to Carrie. It was Carrie who shied away from him. This, he noticed. It aroused an objection to her becoming indifferent to him. He made the possibility of friendly intercourse almost a giant task, and then noticed with discontent that Carrie added to it by her manner and made it more impossible. At last, the final day came. When it actually arrived, Hurstwood, who had got his mind into such a state, where a thunderclap and raging storm would have seemed highly appropriate, was rather relieved to find that it was a plain, ordinary day. The sun shone. The temperature was pleasant. He felt, as he came to the breakfast table, that it wasn't so terrible after all. "Well," he said to Carrie, "today's my last day on earth." Carrie smiled in answer to his humor. Hurstwood glanced over his paper rather gaily. He seemed to have lost a load. "I'll go down for a little while," he said after breakfast, "and then I'll look around. Tomorrow I'll spend the whole day looking about. I think I can get something, now this thing's off my hands." He went out smiling and visited the place. Shaughnessy was there. They had made all arrangements to share according to their interests. When, however, he had been there several hours, gone out 3 more, and returned, his elation had departed. As much as he had objected to the place, now that it was no longer to exist, he felt sorry. He wished that things were different. Shaughnessy was coolly businesslike. "Well," he said at 5 o'clock, "we might as well count the change and divide." They did so. The fixtures had already been sold, and the sum divided. "Good night," said Hurstwood at the final moment, in a last effort to be genial. "So long," said Shaughnessy, scarcely deigning a notice. Thus the Warren Street arrangement was permanently concluded. Carrie had prepared a good dinner at the flat, but after his ride-up, Hurstwood was in a solemn and reflective mood. "Well," said Carrie inquisitively. "I'm out of that," he answered, taking off his coat. As she looked at him, she wondered what his financial state was now. They ate and talked a little. "Will you have enough to buy in anywhere else?" asked Carrie. "No," he said. "I'll have to get something else and save up." "It would be nice if you could get someplace," said Carrie, prompted by anxiety and hope. "I guess I will," he said reflectively. For some days thereafter, he put on his overcoat regularly in the morning and sallied forth. On these ventures he first consoled himself with the thought that with the $700 he had, he could still make some advantageous arrangement. He thought about going to some brewery, which, as he knew, frequently controlled saloons, which they leased, and get them to help him. Then he remembered that he would have to pay out several hundred anyway for fixtures, and that he would have nothing left for his monthly expenses. It was costing him nearly $80 a month to live. "No," he said, in his sanest moments, "I can't do it. I'll get something else and save up." This getting something proposition complicated itself the moment he began to think of what it was he wanted to do. Manage a place? Where should he get such a position? The papers contained no requests for managers. Such positions, he knew well enough, were either secured by long years of service or were bought with a half or third interest. into a place important enough to need such a manager he had not money enough to buy. Nevertheless, he started out. His clothes were very good and his appearance still excellent, but it involved the trouble of diluting. People, looking at him, imagined instantly that a man of his age, stout and well-dressed, must be well off. He appeared a comfortable owner of something, a man from whom the common run of mortals could well expect gratuities. Being now 43 years of age, and comfortably built, walking was not easy. He had not been used to exercise for many years. His legs tired, his shoulders ached, and his feet pained him at the close of the day, even when he took streetcars in almost every direction. The mere getting up and down, if long continued, produced this result. The fact that people took him to be better off than he was, he well understood. It was so painfully clear to him that it retarded his search. Not that he wished to be less well-appearing, but that he was ashamed to belie his appearance by incongruous appeals. So he hesitated, wondering what to do. He thought of the hotels, but instantly he remembered that he had had no experience as a clerk, and, what was more important, no acquaintances or friends in that line to whom he could go. He did know some hotel owners in several cities, including New York, but they knew of his dealings with Fitzgerald and Moy. He could not apply to them. He thought of other lines suggested by large buildings or businesses, which he knew of wholesale groceries, hardware, insurance concerns, and the like, but he had had no experience. How to go about getting anything was a bitter thought. Would he have to go personally and wait outside an office door, and then, distinguished and affluent-looking, announce that he was looking for something to do? He strained painfully at the thought. No, he could not do that. He really strolled about, thinking, and then, the weather being cold, stepped into a hotel. He knew hotels well enough to know that any decent individual was welcome to a chair in the lobby. This was in the Broadway Central, which was then one of the most important hotels in the city. Taking a chair here was a painful thing to him. To think he should come to this. He had heard loungers about hotels called chair warmers. He had called them that himself in his day. But here he was, despite the possibility of meeting someone who knew him, shielding himself from cold and the weariness of the streets in a hotel lobby. I can't do this way, he said to himself. There's no use of my starting out mornings without first thinking up some place to go. I'll think of some places and then look them up. It occurred to him that the positions of bartenders were sometimes open, but he put this out of his mind. Bartender, yeah, the ex-manager. It grew awfully dull sitting in the hotel lobby, and so at 4 he went home. He tried to put on a business air as he went in, but it was a feeble imitation. The rocking chair in the dining room was comfortable. He sank into it gladly, with several papers he had bought, and began to read. As she was going through the room to begin preparing dinner, Carrie said, "The man was here for the rent today." "Oh, was he?" said Hurstwood. The least wrinkle crept into his brow as he remembered that this was February 2D, the time the man always called. He fished down in his pocket for his purse, getting the first taste of paying out when nothing is coming in. He looked at the fat, green roll, as a sick man looks at the one possible saving cure. Then he counted off $28. "Here you are," he said to Carrie, when she came through again. He buried himself in his papers and read. Oh, the rest of it the relief from walking and thinking. What Lethean waters were these floods of telegraphed intelligence? He forgot his troubles in part. Here was a young, handsome woman, if you might believe the newspaper drawing, suing a rich, fat, candy-making husband in Brooklyn for divorce. Here was another item detailing the wrecking of a vessel in ice and snow off Prince's Bay on Staten Island. A long, bright column told of the doings in the theatrical world the plays produced, the actors appearing, the managers making announcements. Fanny Davenport was just opening at the Fifth Avenue. Daly was producing King Lear. He read of the early departure for the season of a party composed of the Vanderbilts and their friends for Florida. An interesting shooting affray was on in the mountains of Kentucky. So he read, rocking in the warm room near the radiator, and waiting for dinner to be served. Chapter 35. The Passing of Effort, the Visage of Care. The next morning he looked over the papers and waded through a long list of advertisements, making a few notes. Then he turned to the Help Wanted column, but with disagreeable feelings. The day was before him, a long day in which to discover something. This was how he must begin to discover. He scanned the long column, which mostly concerned bakers, bushelmen, cooks, compositors, drivers, and the like, finding two things only which arrested his eye. One was a cashier wanted in a wholesale furniture house, and the other a salesman for a whiskey house. He had never thought of the latter. At once he decided to look that up. The firm in question was Aylesbury Company, whiskey brokers. He was admitted almost at once to the manager on his appearance. "Good morning, sir," said the latter, thinking at first that he was encountering one of his out-of-town customers. "Good morning," said Hurstwood. "You advertised, I believe, for a salesman?" "Oh," said the man, showing plainly the enlightenment which had come to him. Yes, I did. I thought I'd drop in," said Hurstwood with dignity. "I've had some experience in that line myself." "Oh, have you?" said the man. "What experience have you had?" "Well, I've managed several liquor houses in my time. Recently I owned a third interest in a saloon at Warren and Hudson Streets." "I see," said the man. Hurstwood ceased, waiting for some suggestion. "We did want a salesman," said the man. "I don't know as it's anything you'd care to take hold of, though." "I see," said Hurstwood. "Well, I'm in no position to choose, just at present. If it were open, I should be glad to get it." The man did not take kindly at all to his no position to choose. He wanted someone who wasn't thinking of a choice or something better, especially not an old man. He wanted someone young, active, and glad to work actively for a moderate sum. Hurstwood did not please him at all. He had more of an air than his employers. "Well," he said in answer, "we'd be glad to consider your application. We shan't decide for a few days yet. Suppose you send us your references." "I will," said Hurstwood. He nodded good morning and came away. At the corner he looked at the furniture company's address and saw that it was in West 23rd Street. Accordingly, he went up there. The place was not large enough, however. It looked moderate, the men in it idle and small-salaried. He walked by, glancing in, and then decided not to go in there. "They want a girl, probably, at 10 a week," he said. At 1 o'clock he thought of eating and went to a restaurant in Madison Square. There he pondered over places which he might look up. He was tired. It was blowing up gray again. Across the way, through Madison Square Park, stood the great hotels, looking down upon a busy scene. He decided to go over to the lobby of one and sit a while. It was warm in there and bright. He had seen no one he knew at the Broadway Central. In all likelihood he would encounter no one here. Finding a seat on one of the red plush divans close to the great windows, which look out on Broadway's busy route, he sat musing. His state did not seem so bad in here. Sitting still and looking out, he could take some slight consolation in the few $100s he had in his purse. He could forget, in a measure, the weariness of the street and his tiresome searches. Still, it was only escape from a severe to a less severe state. He was still gloomy and disheartened. There, minutes seemed to go very slowly. An hour was a long, long time in passing. It was filled for him with observations and mental comments concerning the actual guests of the hotel, who passed in and out, and those more prosperous pedestrians, whose good fortune showed in their clothes and spirits as they passed along Broadway, outside. It was nearly the first time since he had arrived in the city that his leisure afforded him ample opportunity to contemplate this spectacle. Now, being perforce idle himself, he wondered at the activity of others. How gay were the youths he saw, how pretty the women. Such fine clothes they all wore. They were so intent upon getting somewhere. He saw coquettish glances cast by magnificent girls. Ah, the money it required to train was such how well he knew. How long it had been since he had had the opportunity to do so. The clock outside registered 4. It was a little early, but he thought he would go back to the flat. This going back to the flat was coupled with the thought that Carrie would think he was sitting around too much if he came home early. He hoped he wouldn't have to, but the day hung heavily on his hands. Over there, he was on his own ground. He could sit in his rocking chair and read. This busy, distracting, suggestive scene was shut out. He could read his papers. Accordingly, he went home. Carrie was reading, quite alone. It was rather dark in the flat, shut in as it was. "You'll hurt your eyes," he said when he saw her. After taking off his coat, he felt it incumbent upon him to make some little report of his day. "I've been talking with a wholesale liquor company," he said. "I may go on the road." "Wouldn't that be nice?" said Carrie. "It wouldn't be such a bad thing," he answered. Always from the man at the corner, now he bought 2 papers, the Evening World and Evening Sun. So now, he merely picked his papers up as he came by, without stopping. He drew up his chair near the radiator and lighted the gas. Then, it was as the evening before. His difficulties vanished in the items he so well loved to read. The next day was even worse than the one before, because now he could not think of where to go. Nothing he saw in the papers. He studied till 10 o'clock appealed to him. He felt that he ought to go out, and yet he sickened at the thought. Where to? Where to? "You mustn't forget to leave me my money for this week," said Carrie quietly. They had an arrangement by which he placed $12 a week in her hands, out of which to pay current expenses. He heaved a little sigh as she said this, and drew out his purse. Again he felt the dread of the thing. Here he was taking off, and nothing coming in. "Lord," he said, in his own thoughts, "this can't go on." To Carrie he said nothing whatsoever. She could feel that her request disturbed him. To pay her would soon become a distressing thing. Yet, what have I got to do with it? She thought. Oh, why should I be made to worry? Hurstwood went out and made for Broadway. He wanted to think up some place. Before long, though, he reached the Grand Hotel at 31st Street. He knew of its comfortable lobby. He was cold after his 20 blocks walk. He'll go in their barber shop and get a shave, he thought. Thus he justified himself in sitting down in here after his tonsorial treatment. Again, time hanging heavily on his hands, he went home early, and this continued for several days. Each day the need to hunt paining him, and each day disgust, depression, shame-fattedness driving him into lobby idleness. At last 3 days came in, which a storm prevailed, and he did not go out at all. The snow began to fall late one afternoon. It was a regular flurry of large, soft, white flakes. In the morning it was still coming down with a high wind, and the papers announced a blizzard. From out the front windows one could see a deep, soft bedding. "I guess I'll not try to go out today," he said to Carrie at breakfast. "It's going to be awful bad." So the papers say. "The man hasn't brought my coal either," said Carrie, who ordered by the bushel. "I'll go over and see about it," said Hurstwood. This was the first time he had ever suggested doing an errand, but somehow the wish to sit about the house prompted it as a sort of compensation for the privilege. All day and all night it snowed, and the city began to suffer from a general blockade of traffic. Great attention was given to the details of the storm by the newspapers, which played up the distress of the poor in large type. Hurstwood sat and read by his radiator in the corner. He did not try to think about his need of work. This storm being so terrific and tying up all things robbed him of the need. He made himself wholly comfortable and toasted his feet. Carrie observed his ease with some misgiving. For all the fury of the storm, she doubted his comfort. He took his situation too philosophically. Hurstwood, however, read on and on. He did not pay much attention to Carrie. She fulfilled her household duties and said little to disturb him. The next day, it was still snowing, and the next, bitter, cold. Hurstwood took the alarm of the paper and sat still. Now he volunteered to do a few other little things. One was to go to the butcher, another to the grocery. He really thought nothing of these little services in connection with their true significance. He felt as if he were not wholly useless indeed, in such a stress of weather, quite worthwhile about the house. On the fourth day, however, it cleared, and he read that the storm was over. Now, however, he idled, thinking how sloppy the streets would be. It was noon before he finally abandoned his papers and got under way. Owing to the slightly warmer temperature, the streets were bad. He went across 14th Street on the car and got a transfer south on Broadway. One little advertisement he had, relating to a saloon down in Pearl Street. When he reached the Broadway Central, however, he changed his mind. What's the use? He thought, looking out upon the slop and snow. I couldn't buy into it. It's 1,000 to 1 nothing comes of it. I guess he'll get off. And off he got. In the lobby, he took a seat and waited again, wondering what he could do. While he was idly pondering, satisfied to be inside, a well-dressed man passed up the lobby, stopped, looked sharply, as if not sure of his memory, and then approached. Hurstwood recognized Cargill, the owner of the large stables in Chicago of the same name, whom he had last seen at Avery Hall, the night Carrie appeared there. The remembrance of how this individual brought up his wife to shake hands on that occasion was also, on the instant, clear. Hurstwood was greatly abashed. His eyes expressed the difficulty he felt. "Why, it's Hurstwood," said Cargill, remembering now, and sorry that he had not recognized him quickly enough in the beginning to have avoided this meeting. "Yes," said Hurstwood. "How are you?" "Very well," said Cargill, troubled for something to talk about. "Stopping here?" "No," said Hurstwood, "just keeping an appointment. I knew you had left Chicago. I was wondering what had become of you." "Oh, I'm here now," answered Hurstwood, anxious to get away. "Doing well, I suppose?" "Excellent. Glad to hear it." They looked at one another, rather embarrassed. "Well, I have an engagement with a friend upstairs. I'll leave you. So long." Hurstwood nodded his head. "Damn it all," he murmured, turning toward the door. "I knew that would happen." He walked several blocks up the street. His watch only registered 1:33. He tried to think of some place to go or something to do. The day was so bad he wanted only to be inside. Finally, his feet began to feel wet and cold, and he boarded a car. This took him to 59th Street, which was as good as anywhere else. Landed here. He turned to walk back along 7th Avenue, but the slush was too much. The misery of lounging about with nowhere to go became intolerable. He felt as if he were catching cold. Stopping at a corner, he waited for a car, southbound. This was no day to be out. He would go home. Carrie was surprised to see him at 2:45. "It's a miserable day out," was all he said. Then he took off his coat and changed his shoes. That night he felt a cold coming on, and took quinine. He was feverish until morning, and sat about the next day while Carrie waited on him. He was a helpless creature in sickness, not very handsome in a dull-colored bath gown, and his hair uncombed. He looked haggard about the eyes, and quite old. Carrie noticed this, and it did not appeal to her. She wanted to be good-natured and sympathetic, but something about the man held her aloof. Toward evening, he looked so badly in the weak light that she suggested he go to bed. "You better sleep alone," she said. "You will feel better. I'll open your bed for you now." "All right," he said. As she did all these things, she was in a most despondent state. What a lie. Well, life, was her one thought. Once during the day, when he sat near the radiator, hunched up and reading, she passed through, and seeing him, wrinkled her brows. In the front room, where it was not so warm, she sat by the window and cried. This was the life cut out for her, was it? To live cooped up in a small flat, with someone who was out of work, idle and indifferent to her. She was merely a servant to him now, nothing more. This crying made her eyes red, and when, in preparing his bed, she lighted the gas, and having prepared it, called him in, he noticed the fact. "What's the matter with you?" he asked, looking into her face. His voice was hoarse, and his unkempt head only added to its gruesome quality. "Nothing," said Carrie weakly. "You've been crying," he said. "I ain't either," she answered. It was not for love of him that he knew. "You needn't cry," he said, getting into bed. "Things will come out all right." In a day or two he was up again, but rough weather holding, he stayed in. The Italian newsdealer now delivered the morning papers, and these he read assiduously. A few times after that he ventured out, but meeting another of his old-time friends, he began to feel uneasy, sitting about hotel corridors. Every day he came home early, and at last made no pretense of going anywhere. Winter was no time to look for anything. Naturally, being about the house, he noticed the way Carrie did things. She was far from perfect in household methods and economy, and her little deviations on this score first caught his eye. Not, however, before her regular demand for her allowance became a grievous thing. Sitting around as he did, the week seemed to pass very quickly. Every Tuesday Carrie asked for her money. "Do you think we live as cheaply as we might?" he asked one Tuesday morning. "I do the best I can," said Carrie. Nothing was added to this at the moment, but the next day he said, "Do you ever go to the Gansevoort market over here?" "I didn't know there was such a market," said Carrie. "They say you can get things lots cheaper there." Carrie was very indifferent to the suggestion. These were things which she did not like at all. "How much do you pay for a pound of meat?" he asked one day. "Oh, there are different prices," said Carrie. "Sirloin steak is 22 cents. "That's steep, isn't it?" he answered. So he asked about other things until finally, with the passing days, it seemed to become a mania with him. He learned the prices and remembered them. His errand-running capacity also improved. It began in a small way, of course. Carrie, going to get her hat one morning, was stopped by him. "Where are you going, Carrie?" he asked. "Over to the baker's," she answered. "ID. Just as leave go for you," he said. She acquiesced, and he went. Each afternoon, he would go to the corner for the papers. "Is there anything you want?" he would say. By degrees she began to use him. Doing this, however, she lost the weekly payment of $12. "You want to pay me today," she said, one Tuesday, about this time. "How much?" he asked. She understood well enough what it meant. "Well, about $5, she answered. "I owe the coal man." The same day he said, "I think this Italian up here on the corner sells coal at 25 cents a bushel. Ill trade with him." Carrie heard this with indifference. "All right," she said. Then it came to be. "George, I must have some coal today, or you must get some meat of some kind for dinner." He would find out what she needed and order. Accompanying this plan came skimpiness. "I only got a half-pound of steak," he said, coming in one afternoon with his papers. "We never seemed to eat very much." These miserable details ate the heart out of Carrie. They blackened her days and grieved her soul. Oh, how this man had changed! All day and all day, here he sat, reading his papers. The world seemed to have no attraction. Once in a while he would go out. In fine weather, it might be 4 or 5 hours between 11 and 4. She could do nothing but view him with gnawing contempt. It was apathy with Hurstwood, resulting from his inability to see his way out. Each month drew from his small store. Now, he had only $500 left, and this he hugged, half feeling as if he could stave off absolute necessity for an indefinite period. Sitting around the house, he decided to wear some old clothes he had. This came first with the bad days. Only once he apologized in the very beginning. "It's so bad today, I'll just wear these around." Eventually these became the permanent thing. Also, he'd been wont to pay 15 cents for a shave and a tip of 10 cents. In his first distress, he cut down the tip to 5, then to nothing. Later, he tried a 10-cent barber shop, and finding that the shave was satisfactory, patronized regularly. Later still, he put off shaving to every other day, then to every third, and so on, until once a week became the rule. On Saturday he was a sight to see. Of course, as his own self-respect vanished, it perished for him and Carrie. She could not understand what had gotten into the man. He had some money. He had a decent suit remaining. He was not bad-looking when dressed up. She did not forget her own difficult struggle in Chicago, but she did not forget either that she had never ceased trying. He never tried. He did not even consult the ads in the papers anymore. Finally, a distinct impression escaped from her. "What makes you put so much butter on the steak?" he asked her one evening, standing around in the kitchen. "To make it good, of course," she answered. "Butter is awful dear these days," he suggested. "You wouldn't mind it if you were working," she answered. He shut up after this, and went into his paper. But the retort rankled in his mind. It was the first cutting remark that had come from her. That same evening, Carrie, after reading, went off to the front room to bed. This was unusual. When Hurstwood decided to go, he retired as usual, without a light. It was then that he discovered Carrie's absence. "That's funny," he said. "Maybe she's sitting up." He gave the matter no more thought, but slept. In the morning she was not beside him. Strange to say, this passed without comment. "Night approaching, and a slightly more conversational feeling prevailing," Carrie said. "I think I'll sleep alone tonight. I have a headache." "All right," said Hurstwood. The third night she went to her front bed without apologies. This was a grim blow to Hurstwood. But he never mentioned it. "All right," he said to himself, with an irrepressible frown. Let her sleep alone. Chapter 36. A grim retrogression. The phantom of chance. The Vances, who had been back in the city ever since Christmas, had not forgotten Carrie, but they, or rather Mrs. Vance, had never called on her, for the very simple reason that Carrie had never sent her address. True to her nature, she corresponded with Mrs. Vance, as long as she still lived in 78th Street, but when she was compelled to move into 13th, her fear that the latter would take it as an indication of reduced circumstances caused her to study some way of avoiding the necessity of giving her address. Not finding any convenient method, she sorrowfully resigned the privilege of writing to her friend entirely. The latter wondered at this strange silence, thought Carrie must have left the city, and in the end gave her up as lost. So she was thoroughly surprised to encounter her in 14th Street, where she had gone shopping. Carrie was there for the same purpose. "Why, Mrs. Wheeler," said Mrs. Vance, looking Carrie over in a glance, "where have you been? Why haven't you been to see me? I've been wondering all this time what had become of you. Really, I am so glad to see you," said Carrie, pleased and yet nonplussed. Of all times, this was the worst to encounter Mrs. Vance. "Why, I'm living downtown here. I've been intending to come and see you." "Where are you living now?" "In 58th Street, said Mrs. Vance, "just off 7th Avenue at 218. Why don't you come and see me?" "I will," said Carrie. "Really, I've been wanting to come. I know I ought to. It's a shame. But, you know." "What's your number?" said Mrs. Vance. 13th Street, said Carrie reluctantly. 112. West. "Oh," said Mrs. Vance. "That's right near here, isn't it?" "Yes," said Carrie. "You must come down and see me sometime." "Well, you're a fine one," said Mrs. Vance, laughing, the while noting that Carrie's appearance had modified somewhat. The address, too, she added to herself. They must be hard up. Still, she liked Carrie well enough to take her in tow. "Come with me in here a minute," she exclaimed, turning into a store. When Carrie returned home, there was Hurstwood, reading, as usual. He seemed to take his condition with the utmost nonchalance. His beard was at least 4 days old. Oh, thought Carrie. If she were to come here and see him? She shook her head in absolute misery. It looked as if her situation was becoming unbearable. Driven to desperation, she asked at dinner, "Did you ever hear any more from that wholesale house?" "No," he said. "They don't want an inexperienced man." Carrie dropped the subject, feeling unable to say more. "I met Mrs. Vance this afternoon," she said after a time. "Did, eh?" he answered. "They're back in New York now," Carrie went on. "She did look so nice." "Well, she can afford it as long as he puts up for it," returned Hurstwood. "He's got a soft job." Hurstwood was looking into the paper. He could not see the look of infinite weariness and discontent Carrie gave him. She said she thought she'd call here some day. "She's been long getting round to it, hasn't she?" said Hurstwood, with a kind of sarcasm. The woman didn't appeal to him from her spending side. "Oh, I don't know," said Carrie, angered by the man's attitude. "Perhaps I didn't want her to come." "She's too gay," said Hurstwood, significantly. "No one can keep up with her pace unless they've got a lot of money. Mr. Vance doesn't seem to find it very hard." "He may not now," answered Hurstwood doggedly, well understanding the inference, "but his life isn't done yet. You can't tell what'll happen. He may get down like anybody else." There was something quite knavish in the man's attitude. His eyes seemed to be caught with a twinkle upon the fortunate, expecting their defeat. His own state seemed a thing apart now considered. This thing was the remains of his old-time cocksureness and independence. Sitting in his flat and reading of the doings of other people, sometimes this independent, undefeated mood came upon him. Forgetting the weariness of the streets and the degradation of search, he would sometimes prick up his ears. It was as if he said, "I can do something. I'm not down yet. There's a lot of things coming to me if I want to go after them." It was in this mood that he would occasionally dress up, go for a shave, and putting on his gloves, sally forth quite actively. Not with any definite aim. It was more a barometric condition. He felt just right for being outside and doing something. On such occasions his money went also. He knew of several poker rooms downtown. A few acquaintances he had in downtown resorts and about the city hall. It was a change to see them, and exchange a few friendly commonplaces. He had once been accustomed to hold a pretty fair hand at poker. Many a friendly game had netted him $100 or more at the time when that sum was merely sauce to the dish of the gamino, the all-in-all. Now, he thought of playing. I might win a couple of hundred. I'm not out of practice. It is but fair to say that this thought had occurred to him several times before he acted upon it. The poker room which he first invaded was over a saloon in West Street, near one of the ferries. He had been there before. Several games were going. These he watched for a time and noticed that the pots were quite large for the ante involved. "Deal me a hand," he said at the beginning of a new shuffle. He pulled up a chair and studied his cards. Those playing made that quiet study of him which is so unapparent, and yet invariably so searching. Poor fortune was with him at first. He received a mixed collection without progression or pairs. The pot was opened. "I'd pass," he said. On the strength of this, he was content to lose his ante. The deals did fairly by him in the long run, causing him to come away with a few dollars to the good. The next afternoon he was back again, seeking amusement and profit. This time he followed up three of a kind to his doom. There was a better hand across the table, held by a pugnacious Irish youth, who was a political hanger-on of the Tammany district in which they were located. Hurstwood was surprised at the persistence of this individual, whose bets came with a sang-froid which, if a bluff, was excellent art. Hurstwood began to doubt, but kept, or thought to keep, at least the cool demeanor with which, in olden times, he deceived those psychic students of the gaming table, who seemed to read thoughts and moods rather than exterior evidences, however subtle. He could not down the cowardly thought that this man had something better, and would stay to the end, drawing his last dollar into the pot, should he choose to go so far. Still, he hoped to win much. His hand was excellent. Why not raise it 5 more? I raise you 3, said the youth. Make it 5, said Hurstwood, pushing out his chips. Come again, said the youth, pushing out a small pile of reds. Let me have some more chips, said Hurstwood to the keeper in charge, taking out a bill. A cynical grin lit up the face of his youthful opponent. When the chips were laid out, Hurstwood met the raise. 5 again, said the youth. Hurstwood's brow was wet. He was deep in very deep for him. $60 of his good money was up. He was ordinarily no coward, but the thought of losing so much weakened him. Finally he gave way. He would not trust to this fine hand any longer. I call, he said. A full house, said the youth, spreading out his cards. Hurstwood's hand dropped. I thought I had you, he said weakly. The youth raked in his chips, and Hurstwood came away, not without first stopping to count his remaining cash on the stair. $340, he said. With this loss in ordinary expenses, so much had already gone. Back in the flat, he decided he would play no more. Remembering Mrs. Vance's promise to call, Carrie made one other mild protest. It was concerning Hurstwood's appearance. This very day, coming home, he changed his clothes to the old togs he sat around in. What makes you always put on those old clothes? Asked Carrie. What's the use wearing my good ones around here? He asked. Well, I should think you'd feel better. Then, she added, someone might call. Who? He said. Well, Mrs. Vance, said Carrie. She needn't see me, he answered sullenly. This lack of pride and interest made Carrie almost hate him. Oh, she thought. There he sits. She needn't see me. I should think he would be ashamed of himself. The real bitterness of this thing was added when Mrs. Vance did call. It was on one of her shopping rounds. Making her way up the commonplace hall, she knocked at Carrie's door. To her subsequent and agonizing distress, Carrie was out. Hurstwood opened the door, half thinking that the knock was Carrie's. For once, he was taken honestly aback. The lost voice of youth and pride spoke in him. Why? He said, actually stammering. How do you do? How do you do? Said Mrs. Vance, who could scarcely believe her eyes. His great confusion she instantly perceived. He did not know whether to invite her in or not. Is your wife at home? She inquired. No, he said. Carrie's out, but won't you step in? Shall be back shortly. No, said Mrs. Vance, realizing the change of it all. I'm really very much in a hurry. I thought I'd just run up and look in, that I couldn't stay. Just tell your wife she must come and see me. I will, said Hurstwood, standing back, and feeling intense relief at her going. He was so ashamed that he folded his hands weakly as he sat in the chair afterwards and thought. Carrie, coming in from another direction, thought she saw Mrs. Vance going away. She strained her eyes, but could not make sure. Was anybody here just now? She asked of Hurstwood. Yes, he said guiltily. Mrs. Vance. Did she see you? She asked, expressing her full despair. This cut Hurstwood like a whip, and made him sullen. If she had eyes, she did. I opened the door. Oh, said Carrie, closing one hand tightly out of sheer nervousness. What did she have to say? Nothing, he answered. She couldn't stay. And you looking like that, said Carrie, throwing aside a long reserve. What of it? He said, angering. I didn't know she was coming, did I? You knew she might, said Carrie. I told you she said she was coming. I've asked you 12 times to wear your other clothes. Oh, I think this is just terrible. Oh, let up, he answered. What difference does it make? You couldn't associate with her anyway. They've got too much money. Who said I wanted to? Said Carrie, fiercely. Well, you act like it, rowing around over my looks. You'd think I'd committed. Carrie interrupted. It's true, she said. I couldn't if I wanted to. But whose fault is it? You're very free to sit and talk about who I could associate with. Why don't you get out and look for work? This was a thunderbolt in camp. What's it to you? He said, rising almost fiercely. I pay the rent, don't I? I furnish the iron. Yes, you pay the rent, said Carrie. You talk as if there was nothing else in the world but a flat to sit around in. You haven't done a thing for 3 months except sit around and interfere here. I'd like to know what you married me for. I didn't marry you, he said, in a snarling tone. I'd like to know what you did then. In Montreal? She answered. Well, I didn't marry you, he answered. You can get that out of your head. You talk as though you didn't know. Carrie looked at him a moment, her eyes distending. She had believed it was all legal and binding enough. What did you lie to me for, then? She asked, fiercely. What did you force me to run away with you for? Her voice became almost a sob. Force, he said with curled lip. A lot of forcing I did. Oh, said Carrie, breaking under the strain, and turning. Oh. And she hurried into the front room. Hurstwood was now hot and waked up. It was a great shaking up for him, both mental and moral. He wiped his brow as he looked around, and then went for his clothes and dressed. Not a sound came from Carrie. She ceased sobbing when she heard him dressing. She thought at first, with the faintest alarm, of being left without money, not of losing him, though he might be going away permanently. She heard him open the top of the wardrobe and take out his hat. Then the dining room door closed, and she knew he had gone. After a few moments of silence, she stood up, dry-eyed, and looked out the window. Hurstwood was just strolling up the street, from the flat, toward 6th Avenue. The latter made progress along 13th and across 14th Street to Union Square. Look for work, he said to himself. Look for work. She tells me to get out and look for work. He tried to shield himself from his own mental accusation, which told him that she was right. What a cursed thing that Mrs. Vance's call was, anyhow, he thought. Stood right there and looked me over. I know what she was thinking. He remembered the few times he had seen her in 78th Street. She was always a swell looker, and he had tried to put on the air of being worthy of such as she in front of her. Now, to think she had caught him looking this way. He wrinkled his forehead in his distress. The devil, he said a dozen times in an hour. It was 4:15 when he left the house. Carrie was in tears. There would be no dinner that night. What the deuce, he said, swaggering mentally to hide his own shame from himself. I'm not so bad. And I know, and I'm not in the season to now. I'm not down yet. He looked around the square, and seeing the several large hotels, decided to go to one for dinner. He would get his papers and make himself comfortable there. He ascended into the fine parlor of the Morton House, then one of the best New York hotels, and, finding a cushioned seat, read. It did not trouble him much that his decreasing sum of money did not allow of such extravagance. Like the morphine fiend, he was becoming addicted to his ease. Anything to relieve his mental distress, to satisfy his craving for comfort. He must do it. No thoughts for the morrow, could not stand to think of it any more than he could of any other calamity. Like the certainty of death, he tried to shut the certainty of soon being without $1 completely out of his mind. And he came very near doing it. Well-dressed guests moving to and fro over the thick carpets carried him back to the old days. A young lady, a guest of the house, playing a piano in an alcove pleased him. He sat there reading. His dinner cost him 1.50. By 8 o'clock he was through. And then, seeing guests leaving, and the crowd of pleasure-seekers thickening outside, wondered where he should go. Not home. Carrie would be up. No. He would not go back there this evening. He would stay out and knock around as a man who was independent, not broke, well might. He bought a cigar, and went outside on the corner where other individuals were lounging, brokers, racing people, Thespian's own flesh and blood. As he stood there, he thought of the old evenings in Chicago, and how he used to dispose of them. Nanny's the game he had had. This took him to poker. I didn't do that thing right the other day, he thought, referring to his loss of $60. I shouldn't have weakened. I could have bluffed that fellow down. I wasn't in form. That's what ailed me. Then he studied the possibilities of the game as it had been played, and began to figure how he might have won, in several instances, by bluffing a little harder. I'm old enough to play poker and do something with it. I'll try my hand tonight. Visions of a big stake floated before him. Supposing he did win a couple of hundred, wouldn't he be in it? Lots of sports he knew made their living at this game, and a good living, too. They always had as much as I had, he thought. So off he went to a poker room in the neighborhood, feeling much as he had in the old days. In this period of self-forgetfulness, aroused first by the shock of argument and perfected by a dinner in the hotel, with cocktails and cigars, he was as nearly like the old Hurstwood as he would ever be again. It was not the old, Hurstwoodenly a man arguing with a divided conscience and lured by a phantom. This poker room was much like the other one, only it was a back room in a better drinking resort. Hurstwood watched a while, and then, seeing an interesting game, joined in. As before, it went easy for a while, he winning a few times and cheering up, losing a few pots and growing more interested and determined on that account. At last, the fascinating game took a strong hold on him. He enjoyed its risks and ventured on a trifling hand to bluff the company and secure a fair stake. To his self-satisfaction intense and strong, he did it. In the height of this feeling, he began to think his luck was with him. No one else had done so well. Now came another moderate hand, and again he tried to open the jackpot on it. There were others there who were almost reading his heart, so close was their observation. I have 3 of a kind, said one of the players to himself. I'll just stay with that fellow to the finish. The result was that bidding began. I raise you 10. Good. 1. 10 more time away. Good. 1. 10 again. Right you are. It got to where Hurstwood had $75 up. The other man really became serious. Perhaps this individual Hurstwood really did have a stiff hand. I call, he said. Hurstwood showed his hand. He was done. The bitter fact that he had lost $75 made him desperate. Let's have another pot, he said grimly. All right, said the man. Some of the other players quit, but observant loungers took their places. Time passed, and it came to 12 o'clock. Hurstwood held on, neither winning nor losing much. Then he grew weary, and on a last hand, lost 20 more. He was sick at heart. At 1:15 in the morning he came out of the place. The chill, bare streets seemed a mockery of his state. He walked slowly west, little thinking of his row with Carrie. He ascended the stairs and went into his room, as if there had been no trouble. It was his loss that occupied his mind. Sitting down on the bedside, he counted his money. There was now but $190 and some change. He put it up and began to undress. I wonder what's getting into me anyhow, he said. In the morning, Carrie scarcely spoke, and he felt as if he must go out again. He had treated her badly, but he could not afford to make up. Now desperation seized him, and for a day or two, going out thus, he lived like a gentleman, or what he conceived to be a gentleman which took money. For his escapades he was soon poorer in mind and body, to say nothing of his purse, which had lost 30 by the process. Then he came down to cold, bitter sense again. The rent man comes today, said Carrie, greeting him thus indifferently 3 mornings later. He does? Yes, this is the second, answered Carrie. Hurstwood frowned. Then in despair he got out his purse. It seems an awful lot to pay for rent, he said. He was nearing his last $100. Chapter 37. The Spirit Awakens New Search for the Gate. It would be useless to explain how in due time the last $50 was in sight. The 700, by his process of handling, had only carried them into June. Before the final 100 mark was reached, he began to indicate that a calamity was approaching. I don't know, he said one day, taking a trivial expenditure for meat as a text. It seems to take an awful lot for us to live. It doesn't seem to me, said Carrie, that we spend very much. My money is nearly gone, he said, and I hardly know where it's gone to. All that $700? Asked Carrie. All but 100. He looked so disconsolate that it scared her. She began to see that she herself had been drifting. She had felt it all the time. Well, George, she exclaimed, why don't you get out and look for something? You could find something. I have looked, he said. You can't make people give you a place. She gazed weakly at him and said, Well, what do you think you will do? $100 won't last long. I don't know, he said. I can't do any more than look. Carrie became frightened over this announcement. She thought desperately upon the subject. Frequently she had considered the stage as a door through which she might enter that gilded state which she had so much craved. Now, as in Chicago, it came as a last resource in distress. Something must be done if he did not get work soon. Perhaps she would have to go out and battle again alone. She began to wonder how one would go about getting a place. Her experience in Chicago proved that she had not tried the right way. There must be people who would listen to and try you men who would give you an opportunity. They were talking at the breakfast table, a morning or two later, when she brought up the dramatic subject by saying that she saw that Sarah Bernhardt was coming to this country. Hurstwood had seen it too. How do people get on the stage, George? She finally asked, innocently. I don't know, he said. There must be dramatic agents. Carrie was sipping coffee and did not look up. Regular people who get you a place? Yes, I think so, he answered. Suddenly, the air with which she asked attracted his attention. You're not still thinking about being an actress, are you? He asked. No, she answered. I was just wondering. Without being clear, there was something in the thought which he objected to. He did not believe any more, after 3 years of observation, that Carrie would ever do anything great in that line. She seemed too simple, too yielding. His idea of the art was that it involved something more pompous. If she tried to get on the stage, she would fall into the hands of some cheap manager and become like the rest of them. He had a good idea of what he meant by them. Carrie was pretty. She would get along all right. But where would he be? I'd get that idea out of my head, if I were you. It's a lot more difficult than you think. Carrie felt this to contain, in some way, an aspersion upon her ability. You said I did real well in Chicago, she rejoined. You did, he answered, seeing that he was arousing opposition. But Chicago isn't New York, by a big jump. Carrie did not answer this at all. It hurt her. The stage, he went on, is all right if you can be one of the big guns, but there's nothing to the rest of it. It takes a long while to get up. Oh, I don't know, said Carrie, slightly aroused. In a flash, he thought he foresaw the result of this thing. Now, when the worst of his situation was approaching, she would get on the stage in some cheap way forsake him. Strangely, he had not conceived well of her mental ability. That was because he did not understand the nature of emotional greatness. He had never learned that a person might be emotional instead of intellectually great. Avery Hall was too far away for him to look back and sharply remember. He had lived with this woman too long. Well, I do, he answered. If I were you, I wouldn't think of it. It's not much of a profession for a woman. It's better than going hungry, said Carrie. If you don't want me to do that, why don't you get work yourself? There was no answer ready for this. He had got used to the suggestion. Oh, let up, he answered. The result of this was that she secretly resolved to try. It didn't matter about him. She was not going to be dragged into poverty, and something worse to suit him. She could act. She could get something, and then work up. What would he say then? She pictured herself already appearing in some fine performance on Broadway of going every evening to her dressing room and making up. Then she would come out at 11 o'clock and see the carriages ranged about waiting for the people. It did not matter whether she was the star or not. If she were only once in, getting a decent salary, wearing the kind of clothes she liked, having the money to do with, going here and there as she pleased. How delightful it would all be. Her mind ran over this picture all the day long. Hurstwood's dreary state made its beauty become more and more vivid. Curiously, this idea soon took hold of Hurstwood. His vanishing sum suggested that he would need sustenance. Why could not Carrie assist him a little until he could get something? He came in one day with something of this idea in his mind. "I met John B. Drake today," he said. "He's going to open a hotel here in the fall. He says that he can make a place for me then." "Who is he?" asked Carrie. "He's the man that runs the Grand Pacific in Chicago." "Oh," said Carrie. "He'd get about $1,400 a year out of that." "That would be good, wouldn't it?" she said, sympathetically. "If I can only get over this summer," he added, "I think it'll be all right. I'm hearing from some of my friends again." Carrie swallowed this story in all its pristine beauty. She sincerely wished he could get through the summer. He looked so hopeless. "How much money have you left?" "Only $50. "Oh, mercy," she exclaimed. "What will we do?" "It's only 20 days, until the rent will be due again." Hurstwood rested his head on his hands and looked blankly at the floor. "Maybe you could get something in the stage line," he blandly suggested. "Maybe I could," said Carrie, glad that someone approved of the idea. "I'll lay my hand to whatever I can get," he said, now that he saw her brighten up. "I can get something." She cleaned up the things one morning after he had gone, dressed as neatly as her wardrobe permitted, and set out for Broadway. She did not know that thoroughfare very well. To her, it was a wonderful conglomeration of everything great and mighty. The theaters were there, these agencies must be somewhere about. She decided to stop in at the Madison Square Theater and ask how to find a theatrical agent. This seemed the sensible way. Accordingly, when she reached that theater, she applied to the clerk at the box office. "Hey," he said, looking out. "Dramatic agents? I don't know. You'll find them in the Clipper, though. They all advertise in that." "Is that a paper?" said Carrie. "Yes," said the clerk, marveling at such ignorance of a common fact. "You can get it at the newsstands," he added politely, seeing how pretty the Inquirer was. Carrie proceeded to get the Clipper, and tried to find the agents by looking over it as she stood beside the stand. This could not be done so easily. 13th Street was a number of blocks off, but she went back, carrying the precious paper and regretting the waste of time. Hurstwood was already there, sitting in his place. "Where were you?" he asked. "I've been trying to find some dramatic agents." He felt a little diffident about asking concerning her success. The paper she began to scan attracted his attention. "What have you got there?" he asked. "The Clipper. The man said I'd find their addresses in here. Have you been all the way over to Broadway to find that out?" "I could have told you." "Why didn't you?" she asked without looking up. "You never asked me," he returned. She went hunting aimlessly through the crowded columns. Her mind was distracted by this man's indifference. The difficulty of the situation she was facing was only added to by all he did. Self-commiseration brewed in her heart. Tears trembled along her eyelids but did not fall. Hurstwood noticed something. "Let me look." To recover herself, she went into the front room while he searched. Presently she returned. He had a pencil and was writing upon an envelope. "Here," he said. Carrie took it and found that one was Mrs. Bermudez, another Marcus Jenks, a third Percy Weil. She paused only a moment, and then moved toward the door. "I might as well go right away," she said without looking back. Hurstwood saw her depart with some faint stirrings of shame, which were the expression of a manhood rapidly becoming stultified. He sat a while, and then it became too much. He got up and put on his hat. "I guess he'll go out," he said to himself, and went, strolling nowhere in particular, but feeling somehow that he must go. Carrie's first call was upon Mrs. Bermudez, whose address was quite the nearest. It was an old-fashioned residence turned into offices. Mrs. Bermudez's offices consisted of what formerly had been a back chamber and a hall bedroom, marked private. As Carrie entered, She noticed several persons lounging at men, who said nothing and did nothing. While she was waiting to be noticed, the door of the hall bedroom opened, and from it issued two very mannish-looking women, very tightly dressed, and wearing white collars and cuffs. After them came a portly lady of about 45, light-haired, sharp-eyed, and evidently good-natured. At least she was smiling. "Now, don't forget about that," said one of the mannish women. "I won't," said the portly woman. "Let's see," she added. "Where are you the first week in February?" "Pittsburgh," said the woman. "I'll write you there." "All right," said the other, and the two passed out. Instantly, the portly lady's face became exceedingly sober and shrewd. She turned about and fixed on Carrie a very searching eye. "Well," she said, "young woman, what can I do for you? Are you Mrs. Bermudez?" "Yes." "Well," said Carrie, hesitating how to begin. "Do you get places for persons upon the stage?" "Yes." "Could you get me one? Have you ever had any experience?" "A very little," said Carrie. "Whom did you play with?" "Oh, with no one," said Carrie. "It was just a show gotten." "Oh, I see," said the woman, interrupting her. "No, I don't know of anything now." Carrie's countenance fell. "You want to get some New York experience," concluded the affable Mrs. Bermudez. "Well, take your name, though." Carrie stood looking while the lady retired to her office. "What is your address?" inquired a young lady behind the counter, taking up the curtailed conversation. "Mrs. George Wheeler," said Carrie, moving over to where she was writing. The woman wrote her address in full, and then allowed her to depart at her leisure. She encountered a very similar experience in the office of Mr. Jenks, only he varied it by saying that they close if you could play at some local house, or had a program with your name on it, I might do something. In the third place, the individual asked, "What sort of work do you want to do?" "What do you mean?" said Carrie. "Well, do you want to get in a comedy or on the vaudeville stage or in the chorus?" "Oh, I'd like to get a part in a play," said Carrie. "Well," said the man, "it'll cost you something to do that." "How much?" said Carrie, who, ridiculous as it may seem, had not thought of this before. "Well, that's for you to say," he answered shrewdly. Carrie looked at him curiously. She hardly knew how to continue the inquiry. "Could you get me a part if I paid?" "If we didn't, you'd get your money back." "Oh," she said. The agent saw he was dealing with an inexperienced soul and continued accordingly. "You'd want to deposit $50 anyway. No agent would trouble about you for less than that." Carrie saw a light. "Thank you," she said. "I'll think about it." She started to go, and then bethought herself. "How soon would I get a place?" she asked. "Well, that's hard to say," said the man. "You might get one in a week, or it might be a month. You'd get the first thing that we thought you could do." "I see," said Carrie, and then, half smiling to be agreeable, she walked out. The agent studied a moment, and then said to himself, "It's funny how anxious these women are to get on the stage." Carrie found ample food for reflection in the $50 proposition. Maybe they'd take my money and not give me anything, she thought. She had some jewelry, a diamond ring and pin, and several other pieces. She could get $50 for those if she went to a pawnbroker. Hurstwood was home before her. He had not thought she would be so long seeking. "Well," he said, not venturing to ask what news. "I didn't find out anything today," said Carrie, taking off her gloves. "They all want money to get you a place." "How much?" asked Hurstwood. $50. "They don't want anything, do they?" "Oh, they're like everybody else. You can't tell whether they'd ever get you anything after you did pay them." "Well, I wouldn't put up 50 on that basis," said Hurstwood, as if he were deciding, money in hand. "I don't know," said Carrie. "I think I'll try some of the managers." Hurstwood heard this, dead to the horror of it. He rocked a little to and fro, and chewed it at his finger. It seemed all very natural in such extreme states. He would do better later on. Chapter 38. In Elfland, disporting the grim world without. When Carrie renewed her search, as she did the next day, going to the casino, she found that in the opera chorus, as in other fields, employment is difficult to secure. Girls who can stand in a line and look pretty are as numerous as laborers who can swing a pit. She found there was no discrimination between one and the other of applicants, save as regards a conventional standard of prettiness and form. Their own opinion or knowledge of their ability went for nothing. "Where shall I find Mr. Gray?" she asked of a sulky doorman at the stage entrance of the casino. "You can't see him now, he's busy." "Do you know when I can see him? Got an appointment with him?" "No." "Well, you'll have to call at his office." "Oh, dear," exclaimed Carrie. "Where's his office?" He gave her the number. She knew there was no need of calling there now. He would not be in. Nothing remained but to employ the intermediate hours in search. The dismal story of ventures in other places is quickly told. Mr. Daly saw no one save by appointment. Carrie waited an hour in a dingy office, quite in spite of obstacles, to learn this fact of the placid, indifferent Mr. Dorney. "You will have to write and ask him to see you." So she went away. At the Empire Theatre she found a hive of peculiarly listless and indifferent individuals. Everything ornately upholstered, everything carefully finished, everything remarkably reserved. At the Lyceum she entered one of those secluded under-stairway closets, berugged and appanelled, which causes one to feel the greatness of oppositions of authority. Here was reserve itself done into a box-office clerk, a doorman, and an assistant, glorying in their fine position. "Ah, be very humble, now very humble indeed. Tell us what it is you require. Tell it quickly, nervously, and without a vestige of self-respect. If no trouble to us in any way, we may see what we can do." This was the atmosphere of the Lyceum, the attitude, for that matter, of every managerial office in the city. These little proprietors of businesses are lords indeed on their own ground. Carrie came away wearily, somewhat more abashed for her pains. Hurstwood heard the details of the weary and unavailing search that evening. "I didn't get to see anyone," said Carrie. "I just walked and walked and waited around." Hurstwood only looked at her. "I suppose you have to have some friends before you can get in," she added, disconsolately. Hurstwood saw the difficulty of this thing, and yet it did not seem so terrible. Carrie was tired and dispirited, but now she could rest. Viewing the world from his rocking chair, its bitterness did not seem to approach so rapidly. Tomorrow was another day. Tomorrow came, and the next, and the next. Carrie saw the manager at the casino once. "Come around," he said, "the 1st of next week. I may make some changes then." He was a large and corpulent individual, surfeited with good clothes and good eating, who judged women as another would horseflesh. Carrie was pretty and graceful. She might be put in even if she did not have any experience. One of the proprietors had suggested that the chorus was a little weak on looks. The 1st of next week was some days off yet. The 1st of the month was drawing near. Carrie began to worry as she had never worried before. "Do you really look for anything when you go out?" she asked Hurstwood one morning as a climax to some painful thoughts of her own. "Of course I do," he said pettishly, troubling only a little over the disgrace of the insinuation. "I'd take anything," she said for the present. "It will soon be the 1st of the month again." She looked the picture of despair. Hurstwood quit reading his paper and changed his clothes. He would look for something, he thought. He would go and see if some brewery couldn't get him in somewhere. Yes, he would take a position as bartender, if he could get it. It was the same sort of pilgrimage he had made before. 1 or 2 slight rebuffs, and the bravado disappeared. No use, he thought. I might as well go on back home. Now that his money was so low, he began to observe his clothes, and feel that even his best ones were beginning to look commonplace. This was a bitter thought. Carrie came in after he did. "I went to see some of the variety managers," she said aimlessly. You have to have an act. They don't want anybody that hasn't. I saw some of the brewery people today, said Hurstwood. One man told me he'd try to make a place for me in 2 or 3 weeks. In the face of so much distress on Carrie's part, he had to make some showing, and it was thus he did so. It was lassitude's apology to energy. Monday Carrie went again to the casino. Did I tell you to come around today? Said the manager, looking her over as she stood before him. You said the first of the week, said Carrie, greatly abashed. Ever had any experience? He asked again, almost severely. Carrie, owned to ignorance. He looked her over again as he stirred among some papers. He was secretly pleased with this pretty, disturbed-looking young woman. Come around to the theater tomorrow morning. Carrie's heart bounded to her throat. I will, she said with difficulty. She could see he wanted her, and turned to go. Would he really put her to work? Oh, blessed fortune, could it be? Already the hard rumble of the city through the open windows became pleasant. A sharp voice answered her mental interrogation, driving away all immediate fears on that score. Be sure you're there promptly, the manager said roughly. You'll be dropped if you're not. Carrie hastened away. She did not quarrel now with Hurstwood's idleness. She had a place. This sang in her ears. In her delight, she was almost anxious to tell Hurstwood. But, as she walked homeward, and her survey of the facts of the case became larger, she began to think of the anomaly of her finding work in several weeks and his lounging in idleness for a number of months. Why don't he get something? She openly said to herself. If I can, he surely ought to. It wasn't very hard for me. She forgot her youth and her beauty. The handicap of age she did not, in her enthusiasm, perceive. Thus ever, the voice of success. Still, she could not keep her secret. She tried to be calm and indifferent, but it was a palpable sham. Well, he said, seeing her relieved face. I have a place. You have, he said, breathing a better breath. Yes. What sort of a place is it? He asked, feeling in his veins as if now he might get something good also. In the chorus, she answered. Is it the casino show you told me about? Yes, she answered. I begin rehearsing tomorrow. There was more explanation volunteered by Carrie, because she was happy. At last Hurstwood said, Do you know how much you get? No, I didn't want to ask, said Carrie. I guess they pay $12 or $14 a week. About that, I guess, said Hurstwood. There was a good dinner in the flat that evening, owing to the mere lifting of the terrible strain. Hurstwood went out for a shave, and returned with a fair-sized sirloin steak. Now, tomorrow, he thought, I'll look around myself, and with renewed hope he lifted his eyes from the ground. On the morrow, Carrie reported promptly, and was given a place in the line. She saw a large, empty, shadowy playhouse, still redolent of the perfumes and blazonry of the night, and notable for its rich oriental appearance. The wonder of it awed and delighted her. Blessed be its wondrous reality. How hard she would try to be worthy of it. It was above the common mass, above idleness, above want, above insignificance. People came to it in finery and carriages to see. It was ever a center of light and mirth, and here she was of it. Oh, if she could only remain, how happy would be her days. What is your name? Said the manager, who was conducting the drill. Madenda, she replied, instantly mindful of the name Drouet had selected in Chicago. Carrie Madenda. Well now, Miss Madenda, he said, very affably as Carrie thought, you go over there. Then he called to a young woman who was already of the company. Miss Clark, you pair with Miss Madenda. This young lady stepped forward, so that Carrie saw where to go, and the rehearsal began. Carrie soon found that while this drilling had some slight resemblance to the rehearsals as conducted at Avery Hall, the attitude of the manager was much more pronounced. She had marveled at the insistence and superior airs of Mr. Millis, but the individual conducting here had the same insistence, coupled with almost brutal roughness. As the drilling proceeded, he seemed to wax exceedingly wroth over trifles, and to increase his lung power in proportion. It was very evident that he had a great contempt for any assumption of dignity or innocence on the part of these young women. "Clark," he would call meaning. "Of course, Miss Clark, why don't you catch step there?" "By fours, right." "Right?" I said. "Right? For heaven's sake, get on to yourself." "Right." And in saying this, he would lift the last sounds into a vehement roar. "Maitland!" "Maitland," he called once. A nervous, come-lie-dressed little girl stepped out. Carrie trembled for her out of the fullness of her own sympathies and fear. "Yes, sir," said Miss Maitland. "Is there anything the matter with your ears?" "No, sir." "Do you know what column left means?" "Yes, sir." "Well, what are you stumbling around the right for? Want to break up the line?" "I was just—" "Never mind what you were just. Keep your ears open." Carrie pitied and trembled for her turn. Yet another suffered the pain of personal rebuke. "Hold on a minute," cried the manager, throwing up his hands as if in despair. His demeanor was fierce. "Elvers!" he shouted. "What have you got in your mouth?" "Nothing," said Miss Elvers, while some smiled and stood nervously by. "Well, are you talking?" "No, sir." Well, keep your mouth still then. Now, all together again." At last, Carrie's turn came. It was because of her extreme anxiety to do all that was required that brought on the trouble. She heard someone call. "Mason," said the voice. "Miss Mason." She looked around to see who it could be. A girl behind shoved her a little, but she did not understand. You, said the manager. "Can't you hear?" "Oh," said Carrie, collapsing and blushing fiercely. "Isn't your name Mason?" asked the manager. "No, sir," said Carrie. "It's Madanda." "Well, what's the matter with your feet? Can't you dance?" "Yes, sir," said Carrie, who had long since learned this art. "Why don't you do it then? Don't go shuffling along as if you were dead. I've got to have people with life in them." Carrie's cheek burned with a crimson heat. Her lips trembled a little. "Yes, sir," she said. It was this constant urging, coupled with irascibility and energy, for 3 long hours. Carrie came away worn enough in body, but too excited in mind to notice it. She meant to go home and practice her evolutions as prescribed. She would not err in any way, if she could help it. When she reached the flat, Hurstwood was not there. For a wonder, he was out looking for work, as she supposed. She took only a mouthful to eat, and then practiced on, sustained by visions of freedom from financial distress, the sound of glory ringing in her ears. When Hurstwood returned, he was not so elated as when he went away, and now she was obliged to drop practice and get dinner. Here was an early irritation. She would have her work, and this. Was she going to act and keep house? "He'll not do it," she said, "after I get started. He can take his meals out." Each day thereafter brought its cares. She found it was not such a wonderful thing to be in the chorus, and she also learned that her salary would be $12 a week. After a few days she had her first sight of those high and mighties, the leading ladies and gentlemen. She saw that they were privileged and deferred to. She was nothing, absolutely nothing at all. At home was Hurstwood, daily giving her cause for thought. He seemed to get nothing to do, and yet he made bold to inquire how she was getting along. The regularity with which he did this smacked of someone who was waiting to live upon her labor. Now that she had a visible means of support, this irritated her. He seemed to be depending upon her little $12. "How are you getting along?" he would blandly inquire. "Oh, all right," she would reply. "Find it easy. It will be all right when I get used to it." His paper would then engross his thoughts. "I got some lard," he would add as an afterthought. "I thought maybe you might want to make some biscuit." The calm suggestion of the man astonished her a little, especially in the light of recent developments. Her dawning independence gave her more courage to observe. and she felt as if she wanted to say things. Still, she could not talk to him as she had to Draui. There was something in the man's manner of which she had always stood in awe. He seemed to have some invisible strength in reserve. One day, after her first week's rehearsal, what she expected came openly to the surface. "Well, have to be rather saving," he said, laying down some meat he had purchased. "You won't get any money for a week or so yet." "No," said Carrie, who was stirring a pan at the stove. "I've only got the rent and $13 more," he added. "That's it," she said to herself. "I'm to use my money now." Instantly she remembered that she had hoped to buy a few things for herself. She needed clothes. Her hat was not nice. "What will $12 do towards keeping up this flat?" she thought. "I can't do it. Why doesn't he get something to do?" The important night of the first real performance came. She did not suggest to Hurstwood that he come and see. He did not think of going. It would only be money wasted. She had such a small part. The advertisements were already in the papers, the posters upon the billboards. The leading lady and many members were cited. Carrie was nothing. As in Chicago, she was seized with stage fright as the very first entrance of the ballet approached, but later she recovered. The apparent and painful insignificance of the part took fear away from her. She felt that she was so obscure, it did not matter. Fortunately, she did not have to wear tights. A group of 12 were assigned pretty golden-hued skirts, which came only to a line about an inch above the knee. Carrie happened to be one of the 12. In standing about the stage, marching, and occasionally lifting up her voice in the general chorus, she had a chance to observe the audience and to see the inauguration of a great hit. There was plenty of applause, but she could not help noting how poorly some of the women of alleged ability did. "I could do better than that," Carrie ventured to herself, in several instances. To do her justice, she was right. After it was over, she dressed quickly, and as the manager had scolded some others and passed her, she imagined she must have proved satisfactory. She wanted to get out quickly, because she knew but few, and the stars were gossiping. Outside were carriages and some correct youths in attractive clothing, waiting. Carrie saw that she was scanned closely. The flutter of an eyelash would have brought her a companion. That she did not give. One experienced youth volunteered, anyhow. "Not going home alone, are you?" he said. Carrie merely hastened her steps and took the 6th Avenue car. Her head was so full of the wonder of it that she had time for nothing else. "Did you hear any more from the brewery?" she asked at the end of the week, hoping by the question to stir him on to action. "No," he answered. "They're not quite ready yet. I think something will come of that, though." She said nothing more then, objecting to giving up her own money, and yet feeling that such would have to be the case. Hurstwood felt the crisis, and artfully decided to appeal to Carrie. He had long since realized how good-natured she was, how much she would stand. There was some little shame in him at the thought of doing so, but he justified himself with the thought that he really would get something. Rent day gave him his opportunity. "Well," he said as he counted it out, "that's about the last of my money. I'll have to get something pretty soon." Carrie looked at him askance, half suspicious of an appeal. "If I could only hold out a little longer, I think I could get something. Drake is sure to open a hotel here in September." "Is he?" said Carrie, thinking of the short month that still remained until that time. "Would you mind helping me out until then?" he said appealingly. "I think it'll be all right after that time." "No," said Carrie, feeling sadly handicapped by fate. "We can get along if we economize. I'll pay you back all right." "Oh, I'll help you," said Carrie, feeling quite hard-hearted at thus forcing him to humbly appeal, and yet her desire for the benefit of her earnings wrung a faint protest from her. "Why don't you take anything, George, temporarily?" she said. "What difference does it make? Maybe, after a while, you'll get something better." "I will take anything," he said, relieved, and wincing under reproof. "Ad, just as leave dig on the streets. Nobody knows me here." "Oh, you needn't do that," said Carrie, hurt by the pity of it. But there must be other things. "I'll get something," he said, assuming determination. Then he went back to his paper. Chapter 39. Of lights and of shadows, the parting of worlds. What Hurstwood got as the result of this determination was more self-assurance that each particular day was not the day. At the same time, Carrie passed through 30 days of mental distress. Her need of clothes, to say nothing of her desire for ornaments, grew rapidly, as the fact developed that for all her work, she was not to have them. The sympathy she felt for Hurstwood, at the time he asked her to tide him over, vanished with these newer urgings of decency. He was not always renewing his request, but this love of good appearance was. It insisted, and Carrie wished to satisfy it, wished more and more that Hurstwood was not in the way. Hurstwood reasoned, when he neared the last $10, that he'd better keep a little pocket change and not become wholly dependent for car fare. Shaves, and the like, so when this sum was still in his hand, he announced himself as penniless. "I'm clear out," he said to Carrie one afternoon. "I paid for some coal this morning, and that took all but 10 or 15 cents. I've got some money there in my purse." Hurstwood went to get it, starting for a can of tomatoes. Carrie scarcely noticed that this was the beginning of the new order. He took out 15 cents and bought the can with it. Thereafter it was dribs and drabs of this sort, until one morning Carrie suddenly remembered that she would not be back until close to dinner time. "We're all out of flour," she said. "You'd better get some this afternoon. We haven't any meat either. How would it do if we had liver and bacon?" "Suits me," said Hurstwood. "Better get a half or 3/4 of a pound of that." "Half'll be enough," volunteered Hurstwood. She opened her purse and laid down a $1/2. He pretended not to notice it. Hurstwood bought the flourish all grocers sold in 3-count packages for 13 cents, and paid 15 cents for a half-pound of liver and bacon. He left the packages, together with the balance of 22 cents, upon the kitchen table, where Carrie found it. It did not escape her that the change was accurate. There was something sad in realizing that, after all that he wanted of her was something to eat. She felt as if hard thoughts were unjust. Maybe he would get something yet. He had no vices. That very evening, however, on going into the theater, one of the chorus girls passed her all newly arrayed in a pretty mottled tweed suit, which took Carrie's eye. The young woman wore a fine bunch of violets and seemed in high spirits. She smiled at Carrie good-naturedly as she passed, showing pretty, even teeth, and Carrie smiled back. "She can afford to dress well," thought Carrie. "And so could I, if I could only keep my money. I haven't a decent tie of any kind to wear." She put out her foot and looked at her shoe reflectively. "I'll get a pair of shoes Saturday anyhow, I don't care what happens." One of the sweetest and most sympathetic little chorus girls in the company made friends with her because in Carrie she found nothing to frighten her away. She was a gay little Manon, unwitting of society's fierce conception of morality, but nevertheless good to her neighbor and charitable. Little license was allowed the chorus in the matter of conversation, but nevertheless some was indulged in. "It's warm tonight, isn't it?" said this girl, arrayed in pink fleshings and an imitation golden helmet. She also carried a shining shield. "Yes, it is," said Carrie, pleased that someone should talk to her. "I'm almost roasting," said the girl. Carrie looked into her pretty face with its large blue eyes and saw little beads of moisture. "There's more marching in this opera than ever I did before," added the girl. "Have you been in others?" asked Carrie, surprised at her experience. "Lots of them," said the girl. "Haven't you?" "This is my first experience." "Oh, is it? I thought I saw you the time they ran the Queen's Maid here." "No," said Carrie, shaking her head. "Not me." This conversation was interrupted by the blare of the orchestra and the sputtering of the calcium lights in the wings as the line was called to form for a new entrance. No further opportunity for conversation occurred, but the next evening, when they were getting ready for the stage, this girl appeared anew at her side. "They say this show is going on the road next month." "Is it?" said Carrie. Yes. Do you think you'll go? I don't know, I guess so. If they'll take me. Oh, they'll take you. I wouldn't go. They won't give you any more, and it will cost you everything you make to live. I never leave New York. There are too many shows going on here. Can you always get in another show? I always have. There's one going on up at the Broadway this month. I'm going to try and get in that if this one really goes. Carrie heard this with aroused intelligence. Evidently it wasn't so very difficult to get on. Maybe she also could get a place if this show went away. Do they all pay about the same? She asked. Yes. Sometimes you get a little more. This show doesn't pay very much. I get 12, said Carrie. Do you? Said the girl. They pay me 15, and you do more work than I do. I wouldn't stand it if I were you. They're just giving you less because they think you don't know. You ought to be making 15. Well, I'm not, said Carrie. Well, you'll get more at the next place if you want it, went on the girl, who admired Carrie very much. You do fine, and the manager knows it. To say the truth, Carrie did unconsciously move about with an air pleasing and somewhat distinctive. It was due wholly to her natural manner and total lack of self-consciousness. Do you suppose I could get more up at the Broadway? Of course you can, answered the girl. You come with me when I go. I'll do the talking. Carrie heard this, flushing with thankfulness. She liked this little gaslight soldier. She seemed so experienced and self-reliant in her tinsel helmet and military accoutrements. My future must be assured if I can always get work this way, thought Carrie. Still, in the morning, when her household duties would infringe upon her and Hurstwood sat there, a perfect load to contemplate, her fate seemed dismal and unrelieved. It did not take so very much to feed them under Hurstwood's close-measured buying, and there would possibly be enough for rent, but it left nothing else. Carrie bought the shoes and some other things, which complicated the rent problem very seriously. Suddenly, a week from the fatal day, Carrie realized that they were going to run short. I don't believe, she exclaimed, looking into her purse at breakfast, that I'll have enough to pay the rent. How much have you? Inquired Hurstwood. Well, I've got $22, but there's everything to be paid for this week yet, and if I use all I get Saturday to pay this, there won't be any left for next week. Do you think your hotel man will open his hotel this month? I think so, returned Hurstwood. He said he would. After a while, Hurstwood said, don't worry about it. Maybe the grocer will wait. He can do that. We've traded there long enough to make him trust us for a week or two. Do you think he will? She asked. I think so. On this account, Hurstwood, this very day, looked Grocer Uzlog clearly in the eye as he ordered a pound of coffee, and said, Do you mind carrying my account until the end of every week? No, no, Mr. Wheeler, said Mr. Uzlog. That is all right. Hurstwood, still tactful in distress, added nothing to this. It seemed an easy thing. He looked out of the door, and then gathered up his coffee when ready and came away. The game of a desperate man had begun. Rent was paid, and now came the grocer. Hurstwood managed by paying out of his own 10 and collecting from Carrie at the end of the week. Then he delayed a day next time settling with the grocer, and so soon had his 10 back, with Uzlog getting his pay on this Thursday or Friday for last Saturday's bill. This entanglement made Carrie anxious for a change of some sort. Hurstwood did not seem to realize that she had a right to anything. He schemed to make what she earned cover all expenses, but seemed not to trouble over adding anything himself. He talks about worrying, thought Carrie. If he worried enough, he couldn't sit there and wait for me. He'd get something to do. No man could go 7 months without finding something if he tried. The sight of him always around in his untidy clothes and gloomy appearance drove Carrie to seek relief in other places. Twice a week there were matinees, and then Hurstwood ate a cold snack which he prepared himself. 2 other days, there were rehearsals beginning at 10 in the morning and lasting, usually until 1. Now, To this Carrie added a few visits to one or two chorus girls, including the blue-eyed soldier of the golden helmet. She did it because it was pleasant, and a relief from dullness of the home over which her husband brooded. The blue-eyed soldier's name was Osborne Ilola Osborne. Her room was in 19th Street near 4th Avenue, a block now given up wholly to office buildings. Here she had a comfortable back room, looking over a collection of backyards, in which grew a number of shade trees pleasant to see. "Isn't your home in New York?" she asked of Lola one day. "Yes, but I can't get along with my people. They always want me to do what they want." "Do you live here?" "Yes," said Carrie. "With your family." Carrie was ashamed to say that she was married. She had talked so much about getting more salary and confessed to so much anxiety about her future, that now, when the direct question of fact was waiting, she could not tell this girl. "With some relatives," she answered. Miss Osborne took it for granted that, like herself, Carrie's time was her own. She invariably asked her to stay, proposing little outings and other things of that sort, until Carrie began neglecting her dinner hours. Hurstwood noticed it, but felt in no position to quarrel with her. Several times she came so late as scarcely to have an hour in which to patch up a meal and start for the theater. "Do you rehearse in the afternoons?" Hurstwood once asked, concealing almost completely the cynical protest and regret which prompted it. "No, I was looking around for another place," said Carrie. As a matter of fact, she was, but only in such a way as furnished the least straw of an excuse. Miss Osborne and she had gone to the office of the manager who was to produce the new opera at the Broadway, and returned straight to the former's room, where they had been since 3 o'clock. Carrie felt this question to be an infringement on her liberty. She did not take into account how much liberty she was securing. Only the latest step, the newest freedom, must not be questioned. Hurstwood saw it all clearly enough. He was shrewd after his kind, and yet there was enough decency in the man to stop him from making any effectual protest. In his almost inexplicable apathy, he was content to droop supinely while Carrie drifted out of his life, just as he was willing supinely to see opportunity pass beyond his control. He could not help clinging and protesting in a mild, irritating, and ineffectual way, however a way that simply widened the breach by slow degrees. A further enlargement of this chasm between them came when the manager, looking between the wings upon the brightly lighted stage where the chorus was going through some of its glittering evolutions, said to the master of the ballet, "Who is that fourth girl there on the right's one coming round at the end now?" "Oh," said the ballet master, "that's Miss Madenda. She's good-looking. Why don't you let her head that line?" "I will," said the man. "Just do that. She'll look better there than the woman you've got." "All right. White. I will do that," said the master. The next evening Carrie was called out, much as if for an error. "You lead your company tonight," said the master. "Yes, sir," said Carrie. "Put Snap into it," he added. "We must have Snap." "Yes, sir," replied Carrie. Astonished at this change, she thought that the heretofore leader must be ill, but when she saw her in the line, with a distinct expression of something unfavorable in her eye, she began to think that perhaps it was merit. She had a chic way of tossing her head to one side and holding her arms as if for action listlessly. In front of the line this showed up even more effectually. "That girl knows how to carry herself," said the manager, another evening. He began to think that he should like to talk with her. If he hadn't made it a rule to have nothing to do with the members of the chorus, he would have approached her most unbendingly. "Put that girl at the head of the white column," he suggested to the man in charge of the ballet. This white column consisted of some 20 girls, all in snow-white flannel trimmed with silver and blue. Its leader was most stunningly arrayed in the same colors, elaborated, however, with epaulettes and a belt of silver, with a short sword dangling at one side. Carrie was fitted for this costume, and a few days later appeared, proud of her new laurels. She was especially gratified to find that her salary was now 18 instead of 12. Hurstwood heard nothing about this. "I'll not give him the rest of my money," said Carrie. "I do enough. I am going to get me something to wear." As a matter of fact, during this second month, she had been buying for herself as recklessly as she dared, regardless of the consequences. There were impending more complications rent day, and more extension of the credit system in the neighborhood. Now, however, she proposed to do better by herself. Her first move was to buy a shirt-waist, and in studying these, she found how little her money would buy how much, if she could only use all. She forgot that if she were alone, she would have to pay for a room and board, and imagined that every cent of her 18 could be spent for clothes and things that she liked. At last she picked upon something which not only used up all her surplus above 12, but invaded that sum. She knew she was going too far, but her feminine love of finery prevailed. The next day Hurstwood said, "We owe the grocer $5.40 this week." "Do we?" said Carrie, frowning a little. She looked in her purse to leave it. "I've only got $8.20 altogether." "We owe the milkman 60 cents, added Hurstwood. "Yes, and there's the coal man," said Carrie. Hurstwood said nothing. He had seen the new things she was buying, the way she was neglecting household duties, the readiness with which she was slipping out afternoons and staying. He felt that something was going to happen. All at once she spoke. "I don't know," she said. "I can't do it all. I don't earn enough." This was a direct challenge. Hurstwood had to take it up. He tried to be calm. "I don't want you to do it all," he said. "I only want a little help until I can get something to do." "Oh yes," answered Carrie. "That's always the way. It takes more than I can earn to pay for things. I don't see what I'm going to do." "Well, I've tried to get something," he exclaimed. "What do you want me to do?" "You couldn't have tried so very hard," said Carrie. "I got something." "Well, I did," he said, angered almost to harsh words. "You needn't throw up your success to me. All I asked was a little help until I could get something. In no down yet. Ew, come up all right." He tried to speak steadily, but his voice trembled a little. Carrie's anger melted on the instant. She felt ashamed. "Well," she said, "here's the money," and emptied it out on the table. "I haven't got quite enough to pay it all. If they can wait until Saturday, though, I'll have some more." "You keep it," said Hurstwood sadly. "I only want enough to pay the grocer." She put it back, and proceeded to get dinner early and in good time. Her little bravado made her feel as if she ought to make amends. In a little while their old thoughts returned to both. "She's making more than she says," thought Hurstwood. "She says she's making 12, but that wouldn't buy all those things. I don't care. Let her keep her money. I'll get something again one of these days. Then she can go to the deuce." He only said this in his anger, but it prefigured a possible course of action and attitude well enough. "I don't care," thought Carrie. "He ought to be told to get out and do something. It isn't right that I should support him." In these days, Carrie was introduced to several youths, friends of Miss Osborne, who were of the kind most aptly described as gay and festive. They called once to get Miss Osborne for an afternoon drive. Carrie was with her at the time. "Come and go along," said Lola. "No, I can't," said Carrie. "Oh yes, come and go. What have you got to do?" "I have to be home by 5, said Carrie. "What for?" "Oh, dinner." "They'll take us to dinner," said Lola. "Oh, no," said Carrie. "I won't go." "I can't." "Oh, do come. They're awful nice boys." "Well, get you back in time. We're only going for a drive in Central Park." Carrie thought a while, and at last yielded. "Now, I must be back by 4:30, she said. The information went in one ear of Lola and out the other. After Drouet at Hurstwood, there was the least touch of cynicism in her attitude, toward young men especially of the gay and frivolous sort. She felt a little older than they. Some of their pretty compliments seemed silly. Still, she was young in heart and body, and youth appealed to her. "Oh, well, be right back, Miss Madenda," said one of the chaps, bowing. You wouldn't think we'd keep you over time now, would you? Well, I don't know, said Carrie, smiling. They were off for a drive, looking about and noticing fine clothing, the young men voicing those silly pleasantries and weak quips which pass for humor in coy circles. Carrie saw the great park parade of carriages, beginning at the 59th Street entrance and winding past the Museum of Art to the exit at 110th Street and 7th Avenue. Her eye was once more taken by the show of wealth, the elaborate costumes, elegant harnesses, spirited horses, and above all, the beauty. Once more the plague of poverty galled her, but now she forgot in a measure her own troubles so far as to forget Hurstwood. He waited until 4, 5, and even 6. It was getting dark when he got up out of his chair. I guess she isn't coming home, he said grimly. That's the way, he thought. She's getting a start now. I'm out of it. Carrie had really discovered her neglect, but only at 5:15, and the open carriage was now far up 7th Avenue, near the Harlem River. What time is it? She inquired. I must be getting back. 5:15, said her companion, consulting an elegant open-faced watch. Oh, dear me, exclaimed Carrie. Then she settled back with a sigh. There's no use crying over spilt milk, she said. It's too late. Of course it is, said the youth, who saw visions of a fine dinner now, and such invigorating talk as would result in a reunion after the show. He was greatly taken with Carrie. Well, drive down to Delmonico's now and have something there. Want we, Orrin? To be sure, replied Orrin, gaily. Carrie thought of Hurstwood. Never before had she neglected dinner without an excuse. They drove back and at 6:15 sat down to dine. It was the sherry incident over again, the remembrance of which came painfully back to Carrie. She remembered Mrs. Vance, who had never called again after Hurstwood's reception, and Ames. At this figure, her mind halted. It was a strong, clean vision. He liked better books than she read, better people than she associated with. His ideals burned in her heart. It's fine to be a good actress, came distinctly back. What sort of an actress was she? What are you thinking about, Miss Madenda? Inquired her merry companion. Come now, let's see if I can guess. Oh no, said Carrie. Don't try. She shook it off and ate. She forgot in part and was merry. When it came to the after-theater proposition, however, she shook her head. No, she said, I can't. I have a previous engagement. Oh, now, Miss Madenda, pleaded the youth. No, said Carrie. I can't. You've been so kind, but you'll have to excuse me. The youth looked exceedingly crestfallen. Cheer up, old man, whispered his companion. Well, go around anyhow. She may change her mind. Chapter 40. A public dissension, a final appeal. There was no after-theater lark, however, so far as Carrie was concerned. She made her way homeward, thinking about her absence. Hurstwood was asleep, but roused up to look as she passed through to her own bed. Is that you? He said. Yes, she answered. The next morning at breakfast, she felt like apologizing. I couldn't get home last evening, she said. Ah, Carrie, he answered. What's the use saying that? I don't care. You needn't tell me that, though. I couldn't, said Carrie, her color rising. Then, seeing that he looked as if he said I know, she exclaimed, Oh, all right. I don't care. From now on, her indifference to the flat was even greater. There seemed no common ground on which they could talk to one another. She let herself be asked for expenses. It became so with him that he hated to do it. He preferred standing off the butcher and baker. He ran up a grocery bill of $16 with Uslog, laying in a supply of staple articles, so that they would not have to buy any of those things for some time to come. Then he changed his grocery. It was the same with the butcher and several others. Carrie never heard anything of this directly from him. He asked for such as he could expect, drifting farther and farther into a situation which could have but one ending. In this fashion September went by. Isn't Mr. Drake going to open his hotel? Carrie asked several times. Yes. He won't do it before October, though. Now. Carrie became disgusted. Such a man, she said to herself frequently. More and more she visited. She put most of her spare money in clothes, which, after all, was not an astonishing amount. At last the opera she was with announced its departure within 4 weeks. Last 2 weeks of the great comic opera success, etc., was upon all billboards and in the newspapers before she acted. "I'm not going out on the road," said Miss Osborne. Carrie went with her to apply to another manager. "Ever had any experience?" was one of his questions. "I'm with the company at the casino now." "Oh, you are?" he said. The end of this was another engagement at 20 per week. Carrie was delighted. She began to feel that she had a place in the world. People recognized ability. So changed was her state that the home atmosphere became intolerable. It was all poverty and trouble there, or seemed to be, because it was a load to bear. It became a place to keep away from. Still she sat there, and did a fair amount of work, keeping it in order. It was a sitting place for Hurstwood. He sat and rocked and read, enveloped in the gloom of his own fate. October went by, and November. It was the dead of winter almost before he knew it, and there he sat. Carrie was doing better, that he knew. Her clothes were improved now, even fine. He saw her coming and going, sometimes picturing to himself her rise. Little eating had thinned him somewhat. He had no appetite. His clothes, too, were a poor man's clothes. Talk about getting something had become even too threadbare and ridiculous for him. So he folded his hands and waited for what he could not anticipate. At last, however, troubles became too thick. The hounding of creditors, the indifference of Carrie, the silence of the flat, and presence of winter, all joined to produce a climax. It was effected by the arrival of Aslog, personally, when Carrie was there. "I call about my bill," said Mr. Aslog. Carrie was only faintly surprised. "How much is it?" she asked. $16, he replied. "Oh, that much?" said Carrie. "Is this right?" she asked, turning to Hurstwood. "Yes," he said. "Well, I never heard anything about it." She looked as if she thought he had been contracting some needless expense. "Well, we had it all right," he answered. Then he went to the door. "I can't pay you anything on that today," he said mildly. "Well, when can you?" said the grocer. "Not before Saturday, anyhow," said Hurstwood. "Huh," returned the grocer. "This is fine. I must have that. I need the money." Carrie was standing farther back in the room, hearing it all. She was greatly distressed. It was so bad and commonplace. Hurstwood was annoyed also. "Well," he said, "there's no use talking about it now. If you'll come in Saturday, I'll pay you something on it." The groceryman went away. "How are we going to pay it?" asked Carrie, astonished by the bill. "I can't do it." "Well, you don't have to," he said. "He can't get what he can't get. He'll have to wait." "I don't see how we ran up such a bill as that," said Carrie. "Well, we ate it," said Hurstwood. "It's funny," she replied, still doubting. "What's the use of your standing there and talking like that now?" he asked. "Do you think I've had it alone? You talk as if I'd taken something." "Well, it's too much, anyhow," said Carrie. "I oughtn't to be made to pay for it. I've got more than I can pay for now." "All right," replied Hurstwood, sitting down in silence. He was sick of the grind of this thing. Carrie went out, and there he sat, determining to do something. There had been appearing in the papers about this time rumors and notices of an approaching strike on the trolley lines in Brooklyn. There was general dissatisfaction as to the hours of labor required, and the wages paid. As usual, and for some inexplicable reason, the men chose the winter for the forcing of the hand of their employers and the settlement of their difficulties. Hurstwood had been reading of this theme, and wondering concerning the huge tube which would follow. A day or two before this trouble with Carrie, it came. On a cold afternoon when everything was gray, and it threatened to snow, the papers announced that the men had been called out on all the lines. Being so utterly idle, and his mind filled with the numerous predictions which had been made concerning the scarcity of labor this winter and the panicky state of the financial market, Hurstwood read this with interest. He noted the claims of the striking motormen and conductors, who said that they had been wont to receive $2 a day in times past, but that for a year or more trippers had been introduced, which cut down their chance of livelihood 1/2, and increased their hours of servitude from 10 to 12, and even 14. These trippers were men put on during the busy and rush hours to take a car out for one trip. The compensation paid for such a trip was only 25 cents. When the rush or busy hours were over, they were laid off. Worst of all, no man might know when he was going to get a car. He must come to the barns in the morning, and wait around in fair and foul weather until such time as he was needed. 2 trips were an average reward for so much Watinga, a little over 3 hours' work for 50 cents. The work of waiting was not counted. The men complained that this system was extending, and that the time was not far off when but a few out of 7,000 employees would have regular $2 a day work at all. They demanded that the system be abolished, and that 10 hours be considered a day's work, barring unavoidable delays, with 2.25 pay daily. They demanded immediate acceptance of these terms, which the various trolley companies refused. Hurstwood at first sympathized with the demands of these men indeed. It is a question whether he did not always sympathize with them to the end, belie him as his actions might. Reading nearly all the news, he was attracted first by the scareheads with which the trouble was noted in the world. He read it fully the names of the 7 companies involved, the number of men. They're foolish to strike in this sort of weather, he thought to himself. Let 'em win if they can, though. The next day, there was even a larger notice of it. Brooklyn Knights walk, said the world. Knights of labor tie up the trolley lines across the bridge. About 7,000 men out. Hurstwood read this, formulating to himself his own idea of what would be the outcome. He was a great believer in the strength of corporations. They can't win, he said, concerning the men. They haven't any money. The police will protect the companies. They've got to. The public has to have its cars. He didn't sympathize with the corporations, but strength was with them. So was property and public utility. Those fellows can't win, he thought. Among other things, he noticed a circular issued by one of the companies, which read, Atlantic Avenue Railroad. Special notice. The motormen and conductors and other employees of this company having abruptly left its service. An opportunity is now given to all loyal men who have struck against their will to be reinstated, providing they will make their applications by 12 o'clock noon on Wednesday, January 16th. Such men will be given employment with guaranteed protection in the order in which such applications are received, and runs and positions assigned them accordingly. Otherwise, they will be considered discharged, and every vacancy will be filled by a new man as soon as his services can be secured. Signed, Benjamin Norton, President. O. He also noted among the want ads one which read, Wanted 50 skilled motormen, accustomed to Westinghouse system, to run U.S. mail cars only, in the city of Brooklyn protection guaranteed. He noted particularly in each the protection guaranteed. It signified to him the unassailable power of the companies. They've got the militia on their side, he thought. There isn't anything those men can do. While this was still in his mind, the incident with Easlog and Carrie occurred. There had been a good deal to irritate him, but this seemed much the worse. Never before had she accused him of stealing her very near that. She doubted the naturalness of so large a bill, and he had worked so hard to make expenses seem light. He had been doing butcher and baker in order not to call on her. He had eaten very little, most nothing. Damn it all, he said. I can get something. I'm not down yet. He thought that he really must do something now. It was too cheap to sit around after such an insinuation as this. Why, after a little, he would be standing anything. He got up and looked out the window into the chilly street. It came gradually into his mind, as he stood there, to go to Brooklyn. Why not? His mind said. Anyone can get work over there. You'll get 2 a day. How about accidents? Said a voice. You might get hurt. Oh, there won't be much of that, he answered. They've called out the police. Anyone who wants to run a car will be protected all right. You don't know how to run a car, rejoined a voice. I won't apply as a motorman, he answered. I can ring up fares all right. They'll want motormen, mostly. They'll take anybody that I know. For several hours he argued pro and con with this mental counselor, feeling no need to act at once in a matter so sure of profit. In the morning he put on his best clothes, which were poor enough, and began stirring about, putting some bread and meat into a page of a newspaper. Carrie watched him, interested in this new move. Where are you going? She asked. Over to Brooklyn, he answered. Then, seeing her still inquisitive, he added, I think I can get on over there. On the trolley lines? Said Carrie, astonished. Yes, he rejoined. Aren't you afraid? She asked. What of? He answered. The police are protecting them. The paper said 4 men were hurt yesterday. Yes, he returned, but you can't go by what the papers say. They'll run the cars all right. He looked rather determined now, in a desolate sort of way, and Carrie felt very sorry. Something of the old Hurstwood was here the least shadow of what was once shrewd and pleasant strain. Outside, it was cloudy and blowing a few flakes of snow. What a day to go over there, thought Carrie. Now he left before she did, which was a remarkable thing, and tramped eastward to 14th Street and 6th Avenue, where he took the car. He had read that scores of applicants were applying at the office of the Brooklyn City Railroad building, and were being received. He made his way there by horse car and ferry, a dark, silent manto, the offices in question. It was a long way, for no cars were running, and the day was cold, but he trudged along grimly. Once in Brooklyn, he could clearly see and feel that a strike was on. People showed it in their manner. Along the routes of certain tracks, not a car was running. About certain corners and nearby saloons, small groups of men were lounging. Several spring wagons passed him, equipped with plain wooden chairs, and labeled Flatbush or Prospect Park. Fare, 10 cents. He noticed cold and even gloomy faces. Labor was having its little war. When he came near the office in question, he saw a few men standing about, and some policemen. On the far corners were other men whom he took to be strikers watching. All the houses were small and wooden, the streets poorly paved. After New York, Brooklyn looked actually poor and hard up. He made his way into the heart of the small group, eyed by policemen and the men already there. One of the officers addressed him. What are you looking for? I want to see if I can get a place. The offices are up those steps, said the bluecoat. His face was a very neutral thing to contemplate. In his heart of hearts, he sympathized with the strikers and hated this scab. In his heart of hearts, also, he felt the dignity and use of the police force, which commanded order. Of its true social significance he never once dreamed. His was not the mind for that. The two feelings blended in him neutralized one another in him. He would have fought for this man as determinedly as for himself, and yet only so far as commanded. Strip him of his uniform, and he would have soon picked his side. Hurstwood ascended a dusty flight of steps and entered a small, dust-colored office, in which were a railing, a long desk, and several clerks. Well, sir, said a middle-aged man, looking up at him from the long desk. Do you want to hire any men? Inquired Hurstwood. What are you, a motorman? No, I'm not anything, said Hurstwood. He was not at all abashed by his position. He knew these people needed men. If one didn't take him, another would. This man could take him or leave him, just as he chose. Well, we prefer experienced men, of course, said the man. He paused, while Hurstwood smiled indifferently. Then he added still, I guess you can learn. What is your name? Wheeler, said Hurstwood. The man wrote an order on a small card. Take that to our barns, he said, and give it to the foreman. He'll show you what to do. Hurstwood went down and out. He walked straight away in the direction indicated, while the policeman looked after. There's another wants to try it, said Officer Keeley to Officer Massey. I have my mind he'll get his fill, returned the latter quietly. They had been in strikes before. Chapter 41. The Strike. The barn at which Hurstwood applied was exceedingly short-handed, and was being operated practically by 3 men as directors. There were a lot of green hands around queer, hungry-looking men, who looked as if want had driven them to desperate means. They tried to be lively and willing, but there was an air of hangdog diffidence about the place. Hurstwood went back through the barns, and out into a large enclosed lot, where were a series of tracks and loops. A half-dozen cars were there, manned by instructors, each with a pupil at the lever. More pupils were waiting at one of the rear doors of the barn. In silence, Hurstwood viewed this scene and waited. His companions took his eye for a while, though they did not interest him much more than the cars. They were an uncomfortable-looking gang, however. 1 or 2 were very thin and lean. Several were quite stout. Several others were raw-boned and sallow, as if they had been beaten upon by all sorts of rough weather. Did you see by the paper they are going to call out the militia? Hurstwood heard one of them remark. Oh, they'll do that, returned the other. They always do. Think we're liable to have much trouble? Said another, whom Hurstwood did not see. Not very. That Scotchman that went out on the last car, put in a voice, told me that they hit him in the ear with a cinder. A small, nervous laugh accompanied this. One of those fellows on the Fifth Avenue line must have had a hell of a time according to the papers, drawled another. They broke his car windows and pulled him off into the street before the police could stop him. Yes, but there are more police around today, was added by another. Hurstwood hearkened without much mental comment. These talkers seemed scared to him. Their gabbling was feverish things, said to quiet their own minds. He looked out into the yard and waited. 2 of the men got around quite near him, but behind his back. They were rather social, and he listened to what they said. Are you a railroad man? Said one. Me? No. I've always worked in a paper factory. I had a job in Newark until last October, returned the other, with reciprocal feeling. There were some words which passed too low to hear. Then the conversation became strong again. I don't blame these fellers for striking, said one. They've got the right of it all right. But I had to get something to do. Same here, said the other. If I had any job in Newark, I wouldn't be over here taking chances like these. It's hell these days, said the man. A poor man ain't nowhere. You could starve, by God, right in the streets, and there ain't most no one would help you. Right you are, said the other. The job I had I lost 'cause they shut down. They run all summer and lay up a big stock, and then shut down. Hurstwood paid some little attention to this. Somehow, he felt a little superior to these 2 a little better off. To him, these were ignorant and commonplace. Poor sheep in a driver's hand. Poor devils, he thought, speaking out of the thoughts and feelings of a bygone period of success. Next, said one of the instructors. You're next, said a neighbor, touching him. He went out and climbed on the platform. The instructor took it for granted that no preliminaries were needed. You see this handle, he said, reaching up to an electric cutoff, which was fastened to the roof. This throws the current off or on. If you want to reverse the car, you turn it over here. If you want to send it forward, you put it over here. If you want to cut off the power, you keep it in the middle. Hurstwood smiled at the simple information. Now, this handle here regulates your speed. Here, he said, pointing with his finger, gives you about 4 miles an hour. This is 8. When it's full on, you make about 14 miles an hour. Hurstwood watched him calmly. He had seen older men work before. He knew just about how they did it, and was sure he could do as well, with a very little practice. The instructor explained a few more details, and then said, "Now, we'll back her up." Hurstwood stood placidly by, while the car rolled back into the yard. One thing you want to be careful about, and that is to start easy. You have 1 degree time to act before you start another. The one fault of most men is that they always want to throw her wide open. That's bad. It's dangerous, too. Wears out the motor. You don't want to do that. "I see," said Hurstwood. He waited and waited while the man talked on. "Now you take it," he said finally. The ex-manager laid hand to the lever and pushed it gently, as he thought. It worked much easier than he imagined, however, with the result that the car jerked quickly forward, throwing him back against the door. He straightened up sheepishly while the instructor stopped the car with the brake. "You want to be careful about that," was all he said. Hurstwood found, however, that handling a brake and regulating speed were not so instantly mastered as he had imagined. Once or twice he would have plowed through the rear fence, if it had not been for the hand and word of his companion. The latter was rather patient with him, but he never smiled. "You've got to get the knack of working both arms at once," he said. "It takes a little practice." 1 o'clock came while he was still on the car practicing, and he began to feel hungry. The day set in snowing, and he was cold. He grew weary of running to and fro on the short track. They ran the car to the end and both got off. Hurstwood went into the barn and sought a car step, pulling out his paper-wrapped lunch from his pocket. There was no water, and the bread was dry, but he enjoyed it. There was no ceremony about dining. He swallowed and looked about, contemplating the dull, homely labor of the thing. It was disagreeable, miserably disagreeable in all its phases. Not because it was bitter, but because it was hard. It would be hard to anyone, he thought. After eating, he stood about as before, waiting until his turn came. The intention was to give him an afternoon of practice, but the greater part of the time was spent in waiting about. At last evening came, and with it hunger, and a debate with himself as to how he should spend the night. It was 5:30. He must soon eat. If he tried to go home, it would take him 2 hours and a half of cold walking and riding. Besides, he had orders to report at 7 the next morning, and going home would necessitate his rising at an unholy and disagreeable hour. He had only something like $1.15 of Carrie's money, with which he had intended to pay the 2 weeks' coal bill before the present idea struck him. They must have some place around here, he thought. Where's that fellow from Newark stay? Finally, he decided to ask. There was a young fellow standing near one of the doors in the cold, waiting a last turn. He was a mere boy in years, 21 adiput, with a body lank and long, because of privation. A little good living would have made this youth plump and swaggering. How do they arrange this, if a man hasn't any money? Inquired Hurstwood, discreetly. The fellow turned a keen, watchful face on the inquirer. You mean eat? He replied. Yes, and sleep. I can't go back to New York tonight. The foreman LL fixed it if you ask him, I guess. He did me. That's so? Yes. I just told him I didn't have anything. Gee, I couldn't go home. I live way over in Hoboken. Hurstwood only cleared his throat by way of acknowledgement. They've got a place upstairs here, I understand. I don't know what sort of a thing it is. Pretty tough, I guess. He gave me a meal ticket this noon. I know that wasn't much. Hurstwood smiled grimly, and the boy laughed. It ain't no fun, is it? He inquired, wishing vainly for a cheery reply. Not much, answered Hurstwood. I'd tackle him now, volunteered the youth. He may go away. Hurstwood did so. Isn't there some place I can stay around here tonight? He inquired. If I have to go back to New York, I'm afraid I won't. There's some cots upstairs, interrupted the man, if you want one of them. That'll do. He assented. He meant to ask for a meal ticket, but the seemingly proper moment never came, and he decided to pay himself that night. I'll ask him in the morning. He ate in a cheap restaurant in the vicinity, and being cold and lonely, went straight off to seek the loft in question. The company was not attempting to run cars after nightfall. It was so advised by the police. The room seemed to have been a lounging place for night workers. There were some 9 cots in the place, 2 or 3 wooden chairs, a soapbox, and a small round-bellied stove, in which a fire was blazing. Early as he was, another man was there before him. The latter was sitting beside the stove, warming his hands. Hurstwood approached and held out his own toward the fire. He was sick of the bareness and privation of all things connected with his venture, but was steeling himself to hold out. He fancied he could for a while. "Cold, isn't it?" said the early guest. "Rather." A long silence. "Not much of a place to sleep in, is it?" said the man. "Better than nothing," replied Hurstwood. Another silence. "I believe it'll turn in," said the man. Rising, he went to one of the cots and stretched himself, removing only his shoes and pulling the one blanket and dirty old comforter over him in a sort of bundle. The sight disgusted Hurstwood, but he did not dwell on it, choosing to gaze into the stove and think of something else. Presently he decided to retire, and picked a cot, also removing his shoes. While he was doing so, the youth who had advised him to come here entered, and, seeing Hurstwood, tried to be genial. "Better nothin'," he observed, looking around. Hurstwood did not take this to himself. He thought it to be an expression of individual satisfaction, and so did not answer. The youth imagined he was out of sorts and set to whistling softly. Seeing another man asleep, he quit that and lapsed into silence. Hurstwood made the best of a bad lot by keeping on his clothes and pushing away the dirty covering from his head. But at last he dozed in sheer weariness. The covering became more and more comfortable, its character was forgotten, and he pulled it about his neck and slept. In the morning he was aroused out of a pleasant dream by several men stirring about in the cold, cheerless room. He had been back in Chicago in fancy, in his own comfortable home. Jessica had been arranging to go somewhere, and he had been talking with her about it. This was so clear in his mind that he was startled now by the contrast of this room. He raised his head, and the cold, bitter reality jarred him into wakefulness. "Guess he'd better get up," he said. There was no water on this floor. He put on his shoes in the cold, and stood up, shaking himself in his stiffness. His clothes felt disagreeable, his hair bad. "Hell," he muttered as he put on his hat. Downstairs things were stirring again. He found a hydrant, with a trough which had once been used for horses, but there was no towel here, and his handkerchief was soiled from yesterday. He contented himself with wetting his eyes with the ice-cold water. Then he sought the foreman, who was already on the ground. "Had your breakfast yet?" inquired that worthy. "No," said Hurstwood. "Better get it, then your car won't be ready for a little while." Hurstwood hesitated. "Could you let me have a meal ticket?" he asked with an effort. "Here you are," said the man, handing him one. He breakfasted as poorly as the night before on some fried steak and bad coffee. Then he went back. "Here," said the foreman, motioning him when he came in. "You take this car out in a few minutes." Hurstwood climbed up on the platform in the gloomy barn and waited for a signal. He was nervous, and yet the thing was a relief. Anything was better than the barn. On this, the 4th day of the strike, the situation had taken a turn for the worse. The strikers, following the counsel of their leaders and the newspapers, had struggled peaceably enough. There had been no great violence done. Cars had been stopped, it is true, and the men argued with. Some crews had been won over and led away, some windows broken, some jeering and yelling done, but in no more than 5 or 6 instances had men been seriously injured. These by crowds whose acts the leaders disclaimed. Idleness, however, and the sight of the company, backed by the police, triumphing, angered the men. They saw that each day more cars were going on. Each day more declarations were being made by the company officials that the effective opposition of the strikers was broken. This put desperate thoughts in the minds of the men. Peaceful methods meant, they saw, that the companies would soon run all their cars, and those who had complained would be forgotten. There was nothing so helpful to the companies as peaceful methods. All at once they blazed forth, and for a week there was storm and stress. Cars were assailed, men attacked, policemen struggled with, tracks torn up, and shots fired, until at last street fights and mob movements became frequent, and the city was invested with militia. Hurstwood knew nothing of the change of temper. "Run your car out," called the foreman, waving a vigorous hand at him. A green conductor jumped up behind and rang the bell twice as a signal to start. Hurstwood turned the lever and ran the car out through the door into the street in front of the barn. Here 2 brawny policemen got up beside him on the platform on either hand. At the sound of a gong near the barn door, 2 bells were given by the conductor, and Hurstwood opened his lever. The 2 policemen looked about them calmly. "'Tis cold, all right, this morning," said the one on the left, who possessed a rich brogue. "I had enough of it yesterday," said the other. "I wouldn't want a steady job of this." "Nor I." Neither paid the slightest attention to Hurstwood, who stood facing the cold wind, which was chilling him completely, and thinking of his orders. "Keep a steady gait," the foreman had said. "Don't stop for anyone who doesn't look like a real passenger. Whatever you do, don't stop for a crowd." The 2 officers kept silent for a few moments. "The last man must have gone through all right," said the officer on the left. "I don't see his car anywhere." "Who's on there?" asked the second officer, referring, of course, to its complement of policemen. "Schaefer and Ryan." There was another silence in which the car ran smoothly along. There were not so many houses along this part of the way. Hurstwood did not see many people either. The situation was not wholly disagreeable to him. If he were not so cold, he thought he would do well enough. He was brought out of this feeling by the sudden appearance of a curve ahead, which he had not expected. He shut off the current and did an energetic turn at the brake, but not in time to avoid an unnaturally quick turn. It shook him up and made him feel like making some apologetic remarks, but he refrained. "You want to look out for them things," said the officer on the left, condescendingly. "That's right," agreed Hurstwood, shamefacedly. "There's lots of them on this line," said the officer on the right. Around the corner, a more populated way appeared. 1 or 2 pedestrians were in view ahead. A boy coming out of a gate with a tin milk bucket gave Hurstwood his first objectionable greeting. "Scab," he yelled. "Scab." Hurstwood heard it, but tried to make no comment, even to himself. He knew he would get that, and much more of the same sort probably. At a corner farther up, a man stood by the track and signaled the car to stop. "Never mind him," said one of the officers. "He's up to some game." Hurstwood obeyed. At the corner he saw the wisdom of it. No sooner did the man perceive the intention to ignore him than he shook his fist. "Ah, you bloody coward," he yelled. Some half-dozen men, standing on a corner, flung taunts and jeers after the speeding car. Hurstwood winced the least bit. The real thing was slightly worse than the thoughts of it had been. Now came in sight, 3 or 4 blocks farther on, a heap of something on the track. "They've been at work here, all right," said one of the policemen. "Well, have an argument, maybe," said the other. Hurstwood ran the car close and stopped. He had not done so wholly, however, before a crowd gathered about. It was composed of ex-motormen and conductors in part, with a sprinkling of friends and sympathizers. "Come off the car, partner," said one of the men in a voice meant to be conciliatory. "You don't want to take the bread out of another man's mouth, do you?" Hurstwood held to his brake and lever, pale and very uncertain what to do. "Stand back," yelled one of the officers, leaning over the platform railing. "Clear out of this now. Give the man a chance to do his work." "Listen, partner," said the leader, ignoring the policeman and addressing Hurstwood. "We're all working men, like yourself. If you were a regular motorman and had been treated as we've been, you wouldn't want anyone to come in and take your place, would you? You wouldn't want anyone to do you out of your chance to get your rights, would you? Shut her off. Shut her off," urged the other of the policemen roughly. "Get out of this now," and he jumped the railing and landed before the crowd and began shoving. Instantly, the other officer was down beside him. "Stand back now," they yelled. "Get out of this." "What the hell do you mean?" "Out. Now." It was like a small swarm of bees. "Don't shove me," said one of the strikers determinedly. "I'm not doing anything." "Get out of this," cried the officer, swinging his club. "I'll give you a bat on the sconce. Back now." "What the hell?" cried another of the strikers, pushing the other way, adding at the same time some lusty oath. Crack came an officer's club on his forehead. He blinked his eyes blindly a few times, wobbled on his legs, threw up his hands, and staggered back. In return, a swift fist landed on the officer's neck. Infuriated by this, the latter plunged left and right, laying about madly with his club. He was ably assisted by his brother of the blue, who poured ponderous oaths upon the troubled waters. No severe damage was done, owing to the agility of the strikers in keeping out of reach. They stood about the sidewalk now and jeered. "Where's the conductor?" yelled one of the officers, getting his eye on that individual, who had come nervously forward to stand by Hurstwood. The latter had stood gazing upon the scene with more astonishment than fear. "Why don't you come down here and get these stones off the track?" inquired the officer. "What you standing there for? Do you want to stay here all day? Get down." Hurstwood breathed heavily in excitement and jumped down with the nervous conductor, as if he had been called. "Hurry up now," said the other policeman. Cold as it was, these officers were hot and mad. Hurstwood worked with the conductor, lifting stone after stone and warming himself by the work. "Ah, you scab, you!" yelled the crowd. "You coward! Steal a man's job, will you? Rob the poor, will you, you thief? Well, get you yet now." Wait. Not all of this was delivered by one man. It came from here and there, incorporated with much more of the same sort and curses. "Work, you blackguards," yelled a voice. "Do the dirty work. You're the suckers that keep the poor people down. May God starve ye yet," yelled an old Irish woman, who now threw open a nearby window and stuck out her head. "Yes, and you," she added, catching the eye of one of the policemen. "You bloody murtherin' thace. Crack my son over the head, will you? You hard-hearted, murtherin' divil." "Ah, yea." But the officer turned a deaf ear. "Go to the devil, you old hag," he half muttered, as he stared round upon the scattered company. Now the stones were off, and Hurstwood took his place again amid a continued chorus of epithets. Both officers got up beside him, and the conductor rang the bell, when, bang, bang, through window and door came rocks and stones. One narrowly grazed Hurstwood's head. Another shattered the window behind. "Throw open your lever," yelled one of the officers, grabbing at the handle himself. Hurstwood complied, and the car shot away, followed by a rattle of stones and a rain of curses. "That hit me in the neck," said one of the officers. "I gave him a good crack for it, though. I think I must have left spots on some of them," said the other. "I know that big guy that called us a sed the first. He'll get him yet for that." "I thought we were in for it sure once there," said the second. Hurstwood, warmed and excited, gazed steadily ahead. It was an astonishing experience for him. He had read of these things, but the reality seemed something altogether new. He was no coward in spirit. The fact that he had suffered this much now rather operated to arouse a stolid determination to stick it out. He did not recur in thought to New York with a flat. This one trip seemed a consuming thing. They now ran into the business heart of Brooklyn uninterrupted. People gazed at the broken windows of the car, and at Hurstwood in his plain clothes. Voices called scab now and then, as well as other epithets, but no crowd attacked the car. At the downtown end of the line, one of the officers went to call up his station and report the trouble. "There's a gang out there," he said, "laying for us yet. Better send someone over there and clean them out." The car ran back more quietly, hooted, watched, flung at, but not attacked. Hurstwood breathed freely when he saw the barns. "Well," he observed to himself, "I came out of that all right." The car was turned in, and he was allowed to loaf a while, but later he was again called. This time, a new team of officers was aboard. Slightly more confident, he sped the car along the commonplace streets and felt somewhat less fearful. On one side, however, he suffered intensely. The day was raw, with a sprinkling of snow and a gusty wind, made all the more intolerable by the speed of the car. His clothing was not intended for this sort of work. He shivered, stamped his feet, and beat his arms as he had seen other motormen do in the past, but said nothing. The novelty and danger of the situation modified in a way his disgust and distress at being compelled to be here, but not enough to prevent him from feeling grim and sour. This was a dog's life, he thought. It was a tough thing to have to come to. The one thought that strengthened him was the insult offered by Carrie. He was not down so low as to take all that, he thought. He could do something even for a while. It would get better. He would save a little. A boy threw a clod of mud while he was thus reflecting and hit him upon the arm. It hurt sharply and angered him more than he had been any time since morning. "The little cur," he muttered. "Hurt you?" asked one of the policemen. "No," he answered. At one of the corners, where the car slowed up because of a turn, an ex-motorman, standing on the sidewalk, called to him, "Won't you come out, partner, and be a man? Remember, we're fighting for decent day's wages, that's all. We've got families to support." The man seemed most peaceably inclined. Hurstwood pretended not to see him. He kept his eyes straight on before and opened a lever wide. The voice had something appealing in it. All morning this went on and long into the afternoon. He made 3 such trips. The dinner he had was no stay for such work, and the cold was telling on him. At each end of the line he stopped to thaw out, but he could have groaned at the anguish of it. One of the barnmen, out of pity, loaned him a heavy cap and a pair of sheepskin gloves, and for once he was extremely thankful. On the second trip of the afternoon, he ran into a crowd about halfway along the line that had blocked the car's progress with an old telegraph pole. "Get that thing off the track," shouted the 2 policemen. "Yeah, yeah, yeah," yelled the crowd. "Get it off yourself." The 2 policemen got down, and Hurstwood started to follow. "You stay there," one called. "Someone will run away with your car." Amid the babel of voices, Hurstwood heard one close beside him. "Come down, partner, and be a man. Don't fight the poor. Leave that to the corporations." He saw the same fellow who had called to him from the corner. Now as before, he pretended not to hear him. "Come down," the man repeated gently. "You don't want to fight poor men. Don't fight at all." It was a most philosophic and Jesuitical motorman. A third policeman joined the other 2 from somewhere, and someone ran to telephone for more officers. Hurstwood gazed about, determined but fearful. A man grabbed him by the coat. "Come off of that," he exclaimed, jerking at him and trying to pull him over the railing. "Let go," said Hurstwood, savagely. "Ill, show you scab," cried a young Irishman, jumping up on the car and aiming a blow at Hurstwood. The latter ducked and caught it on the shoulder instead of the jaw. "Away from here," shouted an officer, hastening to the rescue, and adding, of course, the usual oaths. Hurstwood recovered himself, pale and trembling. It was becoming serious with him now. People were looking up and jeering at him. One girl was making faces. He began to waver in his resolution, when a patrol wagon rolled up and more officers dismounted. Now the track was quickly cleared and the release effected. "Let her go now, quick," said the officer, and again he was off. The end came with a real mob, which met the car on its return trip a mile or 2 from the barns. It was an exceedingly poor-looking neighborhood. He wanted to run fast through it, but again the track was blocked. He saw men carrying something out to it when he was yet a half-dozen blocks away. "There they are again," exclaimed one policeman. "He'll give them something this time," said the second officer, whose patience was becoming worn. Hurstwood suffered a qualm of body as the car rolled up. As before, The crowd began hooting, but now, rather than come near, they threw things. 1 or 2 windows were smashed and Hurstwood dodged a stone. Both policemen ran out toward the crowd, but the latter replied by running toward the car. A woman, a mere girl in appearance, was among these, bearing a rough stick. She was exceedingly wrathful and struck at Hurstwood, who dodged. Thereupon, her companions, duly encouraged, jumped on the car and pulled Hurstwood over. He had hardly time to speak or shout before he fell. "Let go of me," he said, falling on his side. "Ah, you sucker," he heard someone say. Kicks and blows rained on him. He seemed to be suffocating. Then 2 men seemed to be dragging him off, and he wrestled for freedom. "Let up," said a voice. "You're all right. Stand up." He was let loose and recovered himself. Now he recognized 2 officers. He felt as if he would faint from exhaustion. Something was wet on his chin. He put up his hand and felt, then looked. It was red. "They cut me," he said foolishly, fishing for his handkerchief. Now, said one of the officers. "It's only a scratch." His senses became cleared now, and he looked around. He was standing in a little store, where they left him for the moment. Outside he could see, as he stood wiping his chin, the car and the excited crowd. A patrol wagon was there, and another. He walked over and looked out. It was an ambulance, backing in. He saw some energetic charging by the police and arrests being made. "Come on now, if you want to take your car," said an officer, opening the door and looking in. He walked out. Feeling rather uncertain of himself, he was very cold and frightened. "Where's the conductor?" he asked. "Oh, he's not here now?" said the policeman. Hurstwood went toward the car and stepped nervously on. As he did so, there was a pistol shot. Something stung his shoulder. "Who fired that?" he heard an officer exclaim. "By God, who did that?" Both left him, running toward a certain building. He paused a moment, and then got down. "George," exclaimed Hurstwood weakly, "this is too much for me." He walked nervously to the corner and hurried down a side street. "Whew," he said, drawing in his breath. A half-block away, a small girl gazed at him. "You'd better sneak," she called. He walked homeward in a blinding snowstorm, reaching the ferry by dusk. The cabins were filled with comfortable souls, who studied him curiously. His head was still in such a whirl that he felt confused. All the wonder of the twinkling lights of the river in a white storm passed for nothing. He trudged doggedly on until he reached the flat. There he entered and found the room warm. Carrie was gone. A couple of evening papers were lying on the table where she left them. He lit the gas and sat down. Then he got up and stripped to examine his shoulder. It was a mere scratch. He washed his hands and face, still in a brown study, apparently, and combed his hair. Then he looked for something to eat. And finally, his hunger gone, sat down in his comfortable rocking chair. It was a wonderful relief. He put his hand to his chin, forgetting, for the moment, the papers. "Well," he said after a time, his nature recovering itself, "that's a pretty tough game over there." Then he turned and saw the papers. With half a sigh, he picked up the World. "Strike spreading in Brooklyn," he read. "Rioting breaks out in all parts of the city." He adjusted his paper very comfortably and continued. It was the one thing he read with absorbing interest. Chapter 42. A touch of spring, the empty shell. Those who look upon Hurstwood's Brooklyn venture as an error of judgment will none the less realize the negative influence on him of the fact that he had tried and failed. Carrie got a wrong idea of it. He said so little that she imagined he had encountered nothing worse than the ordinary roughness quitting. So soon in the face of this seemed trifling. He did not want to her. She was now one of a group of Oriental beauties who, in the second act of the comic opera, were paraded by the vizier before the new potentate as the treasures of his harem. There was no word assigned to any of them, but on the evening when Hurstwood was housing himself in the loft of the streetcar barn, the leading comedian and star, feeling exceedingly facetious, said in a profound voice which created a ripple of laughter, "Well, who are you?" It merely happened to be Carrie who was courtesying before him. It might as well have been any of the others, so far as he was concerned. He expected no answer, and a dull one would have been reproved. But Carrie, whose experience and belief in herself gave her daring, courtesied sweetly again and answered, "I knew it was truly." It was a trivial thing to say, and yet something in the way she did it caught the audience, which laughed heartily at the mock-fierce potentate towering before the young woman. The comedian also liked it, hearing the laughter. "I thought your name was Smith," he returned, endeavoring to get the last laugh. Carrie almost trembled for her daring after she had said this. All members of the company had been warned that to interpolate lines or business meant a fine, or worse. She did not know what to think. As she was standing in her proper position in the wings, awaiting another entry, the great comedian made his exit past her and paused in recognition. "You can just leave that in hereafter," he remarked, seeing how intelligent she appeared. "Don't add any more, though." "Thank you," said Carrie humbly. When he went on, she found herself trembling violently. "Well, you're in luck," remarked another member of the chorus. "There isn't another one of us has got a line." There was no gainsaying the value of this. Everybody in the company realized that she had got a start. Carrie hugged herself when next evening the lines got the same applause. She went home rejoicing, knowing that soon something must come of it. It was Hurstwood who, by his presence, caused her merry thoughts to flee and replaced them with sharp longings for an end of distress. The next day she asked him about his venture. "They're not trying to run any cars except with police. They don't want anybody just now, not before next week." Next week came, but Carrie saw no change. Hurstwood seemed more apathetic than ever. He saw her off mornings to rehearsals and the like with the utmost calm. He read and read. Several times he found himself staring at an item, but thinking of something else. The first of these lapses that he sharply noticed concerned a hilarious party he had once attended at a driving club of which he had been a member. He sat, gazing downward, and gradually thought he heard the old voices and the clink of glasses. "You're a dandy, Hurstwood," his friend Walker said. He was standing again well-dressed, smiling, good-natured, the recipient of encores for a good story. All at once he looked up. The room was so still it seemed ghost-like. He heard the clock ticking audibly, and half suspected that he had been dozing. The paper was so straight in his hands, however, and the items he had been reading so directly before him, that he rid himself of the doze idea. Still, it seemed peculiar. When it occurred a second time, however, it did not seem quite so strange. Butcher and groceryman, baker and coal, not the group with whom he was then dealing, but those who had trusted him to the limit call. He met them all blandly, becoming deft in excuse. At last he became bold, pretended to be out, or waved them off. "They can't get blood out of a turnip," he said. "If I had it, I'd pay them." Carrie's little soldier friend, Miss Osborne, seeing her succeeding, had become a sort of satellite. Little Osborne could never of herself amount to anything. She seemed to realize it in a sort of pussy-like way, and instinctively concluded to cling with her soft little claws to Carrie. "Oh, you'll get up," she kept telling Carrie with admiration. "You're so good." Timid as Carrie was, she was strong in capability. The reliance of others made her feel as if she must. And when she must, she dared. Experience of the world and of necessity was in her favor. No longer the lightest word of a man made her head dizzy. She had learned that men could change and fail. Flattery in its most palpable form had lost its force with her. It required superiority to move her the superiority of a genius like Ames. "I don't like the actors in our company," she told Lola one day. "They're all so struck on themselves." "Don't you think Mr. Barclay's pretty nice?" inquired Lola, who had received a condescending smile or two from that quarter. "Oh, he's nice enough," answered Carrie. "But he isn't sincere. He assumes such an air." Lola felt for her first hold upon Carrie in the following manner. "Are you paying room rent where you are?" "Certainly," answered Carrie. "Why?" "I know where I could get the loveliest room and bath." "Cheap?" "It's too big for me, but it would be just right for two, and the rent is only $6 a week for both." "Where?" said Carrie. "In 17th Street. "Well, I don't know as I'd care to change," said Carrie, who was already turning over the $3 rate in her mind. She was thinking if she had only herself to support, this would leave her 17 for herself. Nothing came of this until after the Brooklyn adventure of Hurstwood's and her success with the speaking part. Then she began to feel as if she must be free. She thought of leaving Hurstwood and thus making him act for himself. But he had developed such peculiar traits, she feared he might resist any effort to throw him off. He might hunt her out at the show and hound her in that way. She did not wholly believe that he would. But he might. This, she knew, would be an embarrassing thing if he made himself conspicuous in any way. It troubled her greatly. Things were precipitated by the offer of a better part. One of the actresses playing the part of a modest sweetheart gave notice of leaving, and Carrie was selected. "How much are you going to get?" asked Miss Osborne on hearing the good news. "I didn't ask him," said Carrie. "Well, find out. Goodness, you'll never get anything if you don't ask. Tell them you must have $40 anyhow." "Oh, no," said Carrie. "Certainly," exclaimed Lola. "Ask em anyway." Carrie succumbed to this prompting waiting, however, until the manager gave her notice of what clothing she must have to fit the part. "How much do I get?" she inquired. $35, he replied. Carrie was too much astonished and delighted to think of mentioning 40. She was nearly beside herself, and almost hugged Lola, who clung to her at the news. "It isn't as much as you ought to get," said the latter, "especially when you've got to buy clothes." Carrie remembered this with a start. Where to get the money? She had none laid up for such an emergency. Rent day was drawing near. "I'll not do it," she said, remembering her necessity. "I don't use the flat. I'm not going to give up my money this time. I'll move." Fitting into this came another appeal from Miss Osborne, more urgent than ever. "Come live with me, won't you?" she pleaded. "We can have the loveliest room. It won't cost you hardly anything that way." "I'd like to," said Carrie frankly. "Oh, do," said Lola. "We'll have such a good time." Carrie thought a while. "I believe I will," she said, and then added, "I'll have to see first, though." With the idea thus grounded, rent day approaching, and clothes calling for instant purchase, she soon found excuse in Hurstwood's lassitude. He said less and drooped more than ever. As rent day approached, an idea grew in him. It was fostered by the demands of creditors and the impossibility of holding up many more. $28 was too much for rent. "It's hard on her," he thought. "We could get a cheaper place." Stirred with this idea, he spoke at the breakfast table. "Don't you think we pay too much rent here?" he asked. "Indeed I do," said Carrie, not catching his drift. "I should think we could get a smaller place," he suggested. "We don't need 4 rooms." Her countenance, had he been scrutinizing her, would have exhibited the disturbance she felt at this evidence of his determination to stay by her. He saw nothing remarkable in asking her to come down lower. "Oh, I don't know," she answered, growing wary. "There must be places around here where we could get a couple of rooms, which would do just as well." Her heart revolted. Never, she thought. Who would furnish the money to move? To think of being in 2 rooms with him. She resolved to spend her money for clothes quickly, before something terrible happened. That very day she did it. Having done so, there was but one other thing to do. "Lola," she said, visiting her friend, "I think I'll come." "Oh, jolly!" cried the latter. "Can we get it right away?" she asked, meaning the room. "Certainly," cried Lola. They went to look at it. Carrie had saved $10 from her expenditure as enough for this, and her board beside. Her enlarged salary would not begin for 10 days, yet would not reach her for 17. She paid half of the $6 with her friend. "Now, I've just enough to get on to the end of the week," she confided. "Oh, I've got some," said Lola. "I've got $25 if you need it." "No," said Carrie. "I guess he'll get along." They decided to move Friday, which was 2 days away. Now that the thing was settled, Carrie's heart misgave her. She felt very much like a criminal in the matter. Each day, looking at Hurstwood, she had realized that, along with the disagreeableness of his attitude, there was something pathetic. She looked at him the same evening she had made up her mind to go, and now he seemed not so shiftless and worthless, but run down and beaten upon by chance. His eyes were not keen, his face marked, his hands flabby. She thought his hair had a touch of gray. All unconscious of his doom, he rocked and read his paper. While she glanced at him, knowing that the end was so near, she became rather solicitous. "Will you go over and get some canned peaches?" she asked Hurstwood, laying down a $2 bill. "Certainly," he said, looking in wonder at the money. "See if you can get some nice asparagus," she added. "I'll cook it for dinner." Hurstwood rose and took the money, slipping on his overcoat and getting his hat. Carrie noticed that both of these articles of apparel were old and poor-looking in appearance. It was plain enough before, but now it came home with peculiar force. Perhaps he couldn't help it, after all. He had done well in Chicago. She remembered his fine appearance the days he had met her in the park. Then he was so sprightly, so clean. Had it been all his fault? He came back and laid the change down with the food. "You better keep it," she observed. "Well, need other things?" "No," he said with a sort of pride. "You keep it." "Oh, go on and keep it," she replied, rather unnerved. "There'll be other things." He wondered at this, not knowing the pathetic figure he had become in her eyes. She restrained herself with difficulty from showing a quaver in her voice. To say truly, this would have been Carrie's attitude in any case. She had looked back at times upon her parting from Drouet and had regretted that she'd served him so badly. She hoped she would never meet him again, but she was ashamed of her conduct. Not that she had any choice in the final separation. She had gone willingly to seek him, with sympathy in her heart, when Hurstwood had reported him ill. There was something cruel somewhere, and not being able to track it mentally to its logical lair, she concluded with feeling that he would never understand what Hurstwood had done, and would see hard-hearted decision in her deed, hence her shame. Not that she cared for him. She did not want to make anyone who had been good to her feel badly. She did not realize what she was doing by allowing these feelings to possess her. Hurstwood, noticing the kindness, conceived better of her. Carrie's good-natured anyhow, he thought. Going to Miss Osborne's that afternoon, she found that little lady packing and singing. "Why don't you come over with me today?" she asked. "Oh, I can't," said Carrie. "I'll be there Friday. Would you mind lending me the $25 you spoke of?" "Why, no," said Lola, going for her purse. "I want to get some other things," said Carrie. "Oh, that's all right," answered the little girl good-naturedly, glad to be of service. It had been days since Hurstwood had done more than go to the grocery or to the newsstand. Now the weariness of indoors was upon him had been for 2 days, but chill, gray weather had held him back. Friday broke fair and warm. It was one of those lovely harbingers of spring, given as a sign in dreary winter that earth is not forsaken of warmth and beauty. The blue heaven, holding its one golden orb, poured down a crystal wash of warm light. It was plain, from the voice of the sparrows, that all was halcyon outside. Carrie raised the front windows and felt the south wind blowing. "It's lovely out today," she remarked. "Is it?" said Hurstwood. After breakfast, he immediately got his other clothes. "Will you be back for lunch?" asked Carrie nervously. "No," he said. He went out into the streets and tramped north, along 7th Avenue. idly fixing upon the Harlem River as an objective point. He had seen some ships up there, the time he had called upon the brewers. He wondered how the territory thereabouts was growing. Passing 59th Street, he took the west side of Central Park, which he followed to 78th Street. Then he remembered the neighborhood and turned over to look at the mass of buildings erected. It was very much improved. The great open spaces were filling up. Coming back, he kept to the park until 110th Street, and then turned into 7th Avenue again, reaching the pretty river by 1 o'clock. There it ran winding before his gaze, shining brightly in the clear light, between the undulating banks on the right and the tall, tree-covered heights on the left. The spring-like atmosphere woke him to a sense of its loveliness, and for a few moments he stood looking at it, folding his hands behind his back. Then he turned and followed it toward the east side, idly seeking the ships he had seen. It was 4 o'clock before the waning day, with its suggestion of a cooler evening, caused him to return. He was hungry and would enjoy eating in the warm room. When he reached the flat by 5:30, it was still dark. He knew that Carrie was not there, not only because there was no light showing through the transom, but because the evening papers were stuck between the outside knob and the door. He opened with his key and went in. Everything was still dark. Lighting the gas, he sat down, preparing to wait a little while. Even if Carrie did come now, dinner would be late. He read until 6, then got up to fix something for himself. As he did so, he noticed that the room seemed a little queer. What was it? He looked around as if he missed something, and then saw an envelope near where he had been sitting. It spoke for itself, almost without further action on his part. Reaching over, he took it, a sort of chill settling upon him even while he reached. The crackle of the envelope in his hands was loud. Green paper money lay soft within the note. "Dear George," he read, crunching the money in one hand. "I'm going away. I'm not coming back anymore. It's no use trying to keep up the flat, I can't do it. I wouldn't mind helping you if I could. But I can't support us both. And pay the rent. I need what little I make to pay for my clothes. I'm leaving $20. It's all I have just now. You can do whatever you like with the furniture. I won't want it. Carrie, Dashin." He dropped the note and looked quietly round. Now he knew what he missed. It was the little ornamental clock, which was hers. It had gone from the mantelpiece. He went into the front room, his bedroom, the parlor, lighting the gas as he went. From the chiffonier had gone the knickknacks of silver and plate. From the tabletop, the lace coverings. He opened the wardrobe clothes of hers. He opened the drawers nothing of hers. Her trunk was gone from its accustomed place. Back in his own room hung his old clothes, just as he had left them. Nothing else was gone. He stepped into the parlor and stood for a few moments looking vacantly at the floor. The silence grew oppressive. The little flat seemed wonderfully deserted. He wholly forgot that he was hungry, that it was only dinner time. It seemed later in the night. Suddenly, he found that the money was still in his hands. There were $20 in all, as she had said. Now he walked back, leaving the lights ablaze, and feeling as if the flat were empty. "I'll get out of this," he said to himself. Then the sheer loneliness of his situation rushed upon him in full. "Left me," he muttered, and repeated, "Left me!" The place that had been so comfortable, where he had spent so many days of warmth, was now a memory. Something colder and chillier confronted him. He sank down in his chair, resting his chin in his hand, mere sensation, without thought, holding him. Then something like a bereaved affection and self-pity swept over him. "She needn't have gone away," he said. "I'd have got something." He sat a long while without rocking, and added quite clearly, out loud, "I tried, didn't I?" At midnight he was still rocking, staring at the floor. Chapter 43. The world turns flatter an eye in the dark. Installed in her comfortable room, Carrie wondered how Hurstwood had taken her departure. She arranged a few things hastily, and then left for the theater, half expecting to encounter him at the door. Not finding him, her dread lifted, and she felt more kindly toward him. She quite forgot him until about to come out after the show, when the chance of his being there frightened her. As day after day passed, and she heard nothing at all, the thought of being bothered by him passed. In a little while she was, except for occasional thoughts, wholly free of the gloom with which her life had been weighed in the flat. It is curious to note how quickly a profession absorbs one. Donned, Carrie became wise in theatrical lore, hearing the gossip of little Lola. She learned what the theatrical papers were, which once published items about actresses and the like. She began to read the newspaper notices, not only of the opera in which she had so small a part, but of others. Gradually the desire for notice took hold of her. She longed to be renowned like others, and read with avidity all the complimentary or critical comments made concerning others high in her profession. The showy world in which her interest lay completely absorbed her. It was about this time that the newspapers and magazines were beginning to pay that illustrative attention to the beauties of the stage, which has since become fervid. The newspapers, and particularly the Sunday newspapers, indulged in large decorative theatrical pages, in which the faces and forms of well-known theatrical celebrities appeared, enclosed with artistic scrolls. The magazines also, or at least one or two of the newer ones, published occasional portraits of pretty stars, and now and again photos of scenes from various plays. Carrie watched these with growing interest. When would a scene from her opera appear? When would some paper think her photo worthwhile? The Sunday before taking her new part, she scanned the theatrical pages for some little notice. It would have accorded with her expectations if nothing had been said, but there in the squibs, tailing off several more substantial items, was a wee notice. Carrie read it with a tingling body. The part of Katisha, the country maid, in The Wives of Abdul at the Broadway, heretofore played by Inez Carew, will be hereafter filled by Carrie Madenda, one of the cleverest members of the chorus. Carrie hugged herself with delight. Oh, wasn't it just fine? At last. The first, the long-hoped-for, the delightful notice. And they called her clever. She could hardly restrain herself from laughing loudly. Had Lola seen it? They've got a notice here of the part I'm going to play tomorrow night, said Carrie to her friend. Oh, jolly. Have they? Cried Lola, running to her. That's all right, she said, looking. You'll get more now, if you do well. I had my picture in the World once. Did you? Asked Carrie. Did I? Well, I should say, returned the little girl. They had a frame around it. Carrie laughed. They've never published my picture. But they will, said Lola. You'll see. You do better than most that get theirs in now. Carrie felt deeply grateful for this. She almost loved Lola for the sympathy and praise she extended. It was so helpful to her, so almost necessary. Fulfilling her part capably brought another notice in the papers that she was doing her work acceptably. This pleased her immensely. She began to think the world was taking note of her. The first week she got her $35. It seemed an enormous sum. Paying only $3 for room rent seemed ridiculous. After giving Lola her $25, she still had $7 left. With $4 left over from previous earnings, she had $11. 5 of this went to pay the regular installment on the clothes she had to buy. The next week she was even in greater feather. Now, only $3 need be paid for room rent, and $5 on her clothes. The rest she had for food and her own whims. You'd better save a little for summer, cautioned Lola. Well, probably close in May. I intend to, said Carrie. The regular entrance of $35 a week to one who has endured scant allowances for several years is a demoralizing thing. Carrie found her purse bursting with good green bills of comfortable denominations. Having no one dependent upon her, she began to buy pretty clothes and pleasing trinkets, to eat well, and to ornament her room. Friends were not long in gathering about. She met a few young men who belonged to Lola's staff. The members of the opera company made her acquaintance without the formality of introduction. One of these discovered a fancy for her. On several occasions he strolled home with her. "Let's stop in and have a rarebit," he suggested one midnight. "Very well," said Carrie. In the rosy restaurant, filled with the merry lovers of late hours, she found herself criticizing this man. He was too stilted, too self-opinionated. He did not talk of anything that lifted her above the common run of clothes and material success. When it was all over, he smiled most graciously. "Gotta go straight home, have you?" he said. "Yes," she answered, with an air of quiet understanding. "She's not so inexperienced as she looks," he thought, and thereafter his respect and ardor were increased. She could not help sharing in Lola's love for a good time. There were days when they went carriage riding, nights when after the show they dined, afternoons when they strolled along Broadway, tastefully dressed. She was getting in the metropolitan whirl of pleasure. At last her picture appeared in one of the weeklies. She had not known of it, and it took her breath. Miss Carrie Medenda, it was labeled. One of the favorites of the wives of Abdul Company. At Lola's advice she had had some pictures taken by Sereny. They had got one there. She thought of going down and buying a few copies of the paper, but remembered that there was no one she knew well enough to send them to. Only Lola, apparently, in all the world was interested. The metropolis is a cold place socially, and Carrie soon found that a little money brought her nothing. The world of wealth and distinction was quite as far away as ever. She could feel that there was no warm, sympathetic friendship back of the easy merriment with which many approached her. All seemed to be seeking their own amusement, regardless of the possible sad consequence to others. So much for the lessons of Hurstwood and Drowick. In April, she learned that the opera would probably last until the middle or the end of May, according to the size of the audiences. Next season, it would go on the road. She wondered if she would be with it. As usual, Miss Osborne, owing to her moderate salary, was for securing a home engagement. "They're putting on a summer play at the casino," she announced, after figuratively putting her ear to the ground. "Let's try and get in that." "Im willing," said Carrie. They tried in time, and were apprised of the proper date to apply again. That was May 16th. Meanwhile, their own show closed, May 5th. "Those that want to go with the show next season," said the manager, "will have to sign this week." "Don't you sign," advised Lola. "I wouldn't go." "I know," said Carrie. "But maybe I can't get anything else." "Well, I want," said the little girl, who had a resource in her admirers. "I went once and I didn't have anything at the end of the season." Carrie thought this over. She had never been on the road. "We can get along," added Lola. "I always have." Carrie did not sign. The manager who was putting on the summer skit at the casino had never heard of Carrie, but the several notices she had received, her published picture, and the program bearing her name had some little weight with him. He gave her a silent part at $30 a week. "Didn't I tell you?" said Lola. "It doesn't do you any good to go away from New York. They forget all about you if you do." Now, because Carrie was pretty, the gentleman who made up the advance illustrations of shows about to appear for the Sunday papers selected Carrie's photo along with others to illustrate the announcement. Because she was very pretty, they gave it excellent space and drew scrolls about it. Carrie was delighted. Still, the management did not seem to have seen anything of it. At least, no more attention was paid to her than before. At the same time, there seemed very little in her part. It consisted of standing around in all sorts of scenes, a silent little Quakeress. The author of the skit had fancied that a great deal could be made of such a part, given to the right actress, but now, since it had been doled out to Carrie, he would as lieve have had it cut out. "Don't kick, old man," remarked the manager. "If it don't go the first week, we will cut it out." Carrie had no warning of this halcyon intention. She practiced her part ruefully, feeling that she was effectually shelved. At the dress rehearsal, she was disconsolate. "That isn't so bad," said the author, the manager noting the curious effect which Carrie's blues had upon the part. "Tell her to frown a little more when Sparks dances." Carrie did not know it, but there was the least show of wrinkles between her eyes, and her mouth was puckered quaintly. "Frown a little more, Miss Madenda," said the stage manager. Carrie instantly brightened up, thinking he had meant it as a rebuke. "No frown," he said. "Frown as you did before." Carrie looked at him in astonishment. "I mean it," he said. "Frown hard when Mr. Sparks dances. I want to see how it looks." It was easy enough to do. Carrie scowled. The effect was something so quaint and droll it caught even the manager. "That is good," he said. "If shall do that all through, I think it will take." Going over to Carrie, he said, "Suppose you try frowning all through. Do it hard. Look mad. It'll make the part really funny." On the opening night, it looked to Carrie as if there were nothing to her part, after all. The happy, sweltering audience did not seem to see her in the first act. She frowned and frowned, but to no effect. Eyes were riveted upon the more elaborate efforts of the stars. In the second act, the crowd, wearied by a dull conversation, roved with its eyes about the stage and sighted her. There she was, gray-suited, sweet-faced, demure, but scowling. At first, the general idea was that she was temporarily irritated, that the look was genuine and not fun at all. As she went on frowning, looking now at one principal and now at the other, the audience began to smile. The portly gentleman in the front rows began to feel that she was a delicious little morsel. It was the kind of frown they would have loved to force away with kisses. All the gentlemen yearned toward her. She was capital. At last the chief comedian, singing in the center of the stage, noticed a giggle where it was not expected. Then another and another. When the place came for loud applause, it was only moderate. What could be the trouble? He realized that something was up. All at once, after an exit, he caught sight of Carrie. She was frowning alone on the stage, and the audience was giggling and laughing. "By George, I won't stand that," thought the thespian. "I'm not going to have my work cut up by someone else. Either she quits that when I do my turn, or I quit." "Why, that's all right," said the manager when the kick came. "That's what she's supposed to do. You didn't pay any attention to that. But she ruins my work." "No, she don't," returned the former soothingly. "It's only a little fun on the side." "It is, eh?" exclaimed the big comedian. "She killed my hand all right. I'm not going to stand that." "Well, wait until after the show. Wait until tomorrow. We'll see what we can do." The next act, however, settled what was to be done. Carrie was the chief feature of the play. The audience, the more it studied her, the more it indicated its delight. Every other feature paled beside the quaint, teasing, delightful atmosphere which Carrie contributed while on the stage. Manager and company realized she had made a hit. The critics of the daily papers completed her triumph. There were long notices in praise of the quality of the burlesque, touched with recurrent references to Carrie. The contagious mirth of the thing was repeatedly emphasized. "Miss Madenda presents one of the most delightful bits of character work ever seen on the casino stage," observed the stage critic of the Sun. "It is a bit of quiet, unassuming drollery which warms like good wine." Evidently the part was not intended to take precedence, as Miss Madenda is not often on the stage, but the audience, with the characteristic perversity of such bodies, selected for itself. The little Quakeress was marked for a favorite the moment she appeared, and thereafter easily held attention and applause. The vagaries of fortune are indeed curious. The critic of the evening rolled, seeking as usual to establish a catchphrase which should go with the town, wound up by advising if you wish to be merry, see Carrie frown. The result was miraculous so far as Carrie's fortune was concerned. Even during the morning she received a congratulatory message from the manager. "You seem to have taken the town by storm," he wrote. "This is delightful. I am as glad for your sake as for my own." The author also sent word. That evening, when she entered the theater, the manager had a most pleasant greeting for her. "Mr. Stevens," he said, referring to the author, "is preparing a little psalm, which he would like you to sing next week." "Oh, I can't sing," returned Carrie. "It isn't anything difficult. It's something that is very simple. he says, and would suit you exactly. Of course, I wouldn't mind trying, said Carrie archly. Would you mind coming to the box office a few moments before you dress? Observed the manager. In addition, there's a little matter I want to speak to you about. Certainly, replied Carrie. In that latter place, the manager produced a paper. Now, of course, he said, we want to be fair with you in the matter of salary. Your contract here only calls for $30 a week for the next 3 months. How would it do to make it, say, $150 a week, and extend it for 12 months? Oh, very well, said Carrie, scarcely believing her ears. Supposing, then, you just sign this. Carrie looked and beheld a new contract made out like the other one, with the exception of the new figures of salary and time. With a hand trembling from excitement, she affixed her name. $150 a week, she murmured, when she was again alone. She found, after Alice, what millionaire has not? That there was no realizing in consciousness the meaning of large sums. It was only a shimmering, glittering phrase in which lay a world of possibilities. Down in a third-rate Bleecker Street hotel, the brooding Hurstwood read the dramatic item covering Carrie's success, without at first realizing who was meant. Then suddenly it came to him, and he read the whole thing over again. That's her, all right, I guess, he said. Then he looked about upon a dingy Mouthyaten hotel lobby. I guess she's struck it, he thought, a picture of the old, shiny, plush-covered world coming back, with its lights, its ornaments, its carriages, and flowers. Ah, she was in the walled city now. Its splendid gates had opened, admitting her from a cold, dreary outside. She seemed a creature afar off like every other celebrity he had known. Well, let her have it, he said. I won't bother her. It was the grim resolution of a bent, bedraggled, but unbroken pride. Chapter 44. And this is not Elfland what gold will not buy. When Carrie got back on the stage, she found that overnight her dressing room had been changed. You are to use this room, Miss Madanda, said one of the stage lackeys. No longer any need of climbing several flights of steps to a small coupe shared with another. Instead, a comparatively large and commodious chamber with conveniences not enjoyed by the small fry overhead. She breathed deeply and with delight. Her sensations were more physical than mental. In fact, she was scarcely thinking at all. Heart and body were having their say. Gradually the deference and congratulation gave her a mental appreciation of her state. She was no longer ordered, but requested, and that politely. The other members of the cast looked at her enviously, as she came out arrayed in her simple habit, which she wore all through the play. All those who had supposedly been her equals and superiors now smiled the smile of sociability, as much as to say how friendly we have always been. Only the star comedian whose part had been so deeply injured stalked by himself. Figuratively, he could not kiss the hand that smote him. Doing her simple part, Carrie gradually realized the meaning of the applause, which was for her, and it was sweet. She felt mildly guilty of something, perhaps unworthiness. When her associates addressed her in the wings, she only smiled weakly. The pride and daring of place were not for her. It never once crossed her mind to be reserved or haughty to be, other than she had been. After the performances, she rode to her room with Lola, in a carriage provided. Then came a week in which the first fruits of success were offered to her lips bowl after bowl. It did not matter that her splendid salary had not begun. The world seemed satisfied with the promise. She began to get letters and cards. A Mr. Withers, whom she did not know from Adam having learned by some hook or crook where she resided, bowed himself politely in. You will excuse me for intruding, he said, but have you been thinking of changing your apartments? I hadn't thought of it, returned Carrie. Well, I am connected with the Wellington, the new hotel on Broadway. You have probably seen notices of it in the papers. Carrie recognized the name as standing for one of the newest and most imposing hostelries. She had heard it spoken of as having a splendid restaurant. Just so, went on Mr. Withers, accepting her acknowledgement of familiarity. "We have some very elegant rooms at present which we would like to have you look at. If you have not made up your mind where you intend to reside for the summer, our apartments are perfect in every detail, hot and cold water, private baths, special hall service for every floor, elevators, and all that. You know what our restaurant is." Carrie looked at him quietly. She was wondering whether he took her to be a millionaire. "What are your rates?" she inquired. "Well, now, that is what I came to talk with you privately about. Our regular rates are anywhere from $3 to $50 a day." "Mercy," interrupted Carrie. "I couldn't pay any such rate as that." "I know how you feel about it," exclaimed Mr. Withers, halting. "But just let me explain. I said those are our regular rates. Like every other hotel, we make special ones, however. Possibly you have not thought about it, but your name is worth something to us." "Oh," said Carrie, seeing at a glance. "Of course. Every hotel depends upon the repute of its patrons. A well-known actress like yourself," and he bowed politely, while Carrie flushed, "draws attention to the hotel. And although you may not believe it, patrons—" "Oh, yes," returned Carrie vacantly, trying to arrange this curious proposition in her mind. "Now," continued Mr. Withers, swaying his derby hat softly and beating one of his polished shoes upon the floor, "I want to arrange, if possible, to have you come and stop at the Wellington. You need not trouble about terms. In fact, we need hardly discuss them. Anything will do for the summer, a mere figure anything that you think you could afford to pay." Carrie was about to interrupt, but he gave her no chance. "You can come today, or tomorrow, the earlier the better, and we will give you your choice of nice, light, outside rooms, the very best we have." "You're very kind," said Carrie, touched by the agent's extreme affability. "I should like to come very much. I would want to pay what is right, however. I shouldn't want to—" "You need not trouble about that at all," interrupted Mr. Withers. "We can arrange that to your entire satisfaction at any time. If $3 a day is satisfactory to you, it will be so to us. All you have to do is to pay that sum to the clerk at the end of the week or month, just as you wish, and he will give you a receipt for what the rooms would cost if charged for at our regular rates." The speaker paused. "Suppose you come and look at the rooms," he added. "I'd be glad to," said Carrie, "but I have a rehearsal this morning." "I did not mean at once," he returned. "Any time will do. Would this afternoon be inconvenient?" "Not at all," said Carrie. Suddenly she remembered Lola, who was out at the time. "I have a roommate," she added, "who will have to go wherever I do. I forgot about that." "Oh, very well," said Mr. Withers blandly. "It is for you to say whom you want with you. As I say, all that can be arranged to suit yourself." He bowed and backed toward the door. "At 4, then. We may expect you." "Yes," said Carrie. "I will be there to show you." And so Mr. Withers withdrew. After rehearsal, Carrie informed Lola. "Did they really?" exclaimed the latter, thinking of the Wellington as a group of managers. "Isn't that fine?" "Oh, jolly. It's so swell. That's where we dined that night we went with those 2 Cushing boys. Don't you know?" "I remember," said Carrie. "Oh, it's as fine as it can be." "We'd better be going up there," observed Carrie later in the afternoon. The rooms which Mr. Withers displayed to Carrie and Lola were 3 and bath a suite on the parlor floor. They were done in chocolate and dark red, with rugs and hangings to match. 3 windows looked down into busy Broadway on the east, 3 into a side street which crossed there. There were 2 lovely bedrooms, set with brass and white enamel beds, white ribbon-trimmed chairs and chiffoniers to match. In the 3rd room, or parlor, was a piano, a heavy piano lamp, with a shade of gorgeous pattern, a library table, several huge, easy rockers, some dado bookshelves, and a gilt curio case, filled with oddities. Pictures were upon the walls, soft Turkish pillows upon the divan footstools of brown, plush upon the floor. Such accommodations would ordinarily cost $100 a week. Oh, lovely, exclaimed Lola, walking about. It is comfortable, said Carrie, who was lifting a lace curtain and looking down into crowded Broadway. The bath was a handsome affair, done in white enamel, with a large, blue-bordered stone tub and nickel trimmings. It was bright and commodious, with a beveled mirror set in the wall at one end, and incandescent lights arranged in 3 places. "Do you find these satisfactory?" observed Mr. Withers. "Oh, very," answered Carrie. "Well then, any time you find it convenient to move in, they are ready. The boy will bring you the keys at the door." Carrie noted the elegantly carpeted and decorated hall, the marbled lobby, and showy waiting room. It was such a place as she had often dreamed of occupying. "I guess we'd better move right away. Don't you think so?" she observed to Lola, thinking of the commonplace chamber in 17th Street. "Oh, by all means," said the latter. The next day her trunks left for the new abode. Dressing, after the matinee on Wednesday, a knock came at her dressing-room door. Carrie looked at the card handed by the boy and suffered a shock of surprise. "Tell her you write out," she said softly. Then, looking at the card, added Mrs. Vance. "Why, you little sinner," the latter exclaimed, as she saw Carrie coming toward her across the now vacant stage. "How in the world did this happen?" Carrie laughed merrily. There was no trace of embarrassment in her friend's manner. You would have thought that the long separation had come about accidentally. "I don't know," returned Carrie, warming, in spite of her first troubled feelings, toward this handsome, good-natured young matron. "Well, you know, I saw your picture in the Sunday paper, but your name threw me off. I thought it must be you or somebody that looked just like you, and I said, well, now, I will go right down there and see. I was never more surprised in my life. How are you, anyway?" "Oh, very well," returned Carrie. "How have you been?" "Fine." "Don't you? But aren't you a success?" "Dear? Oh, all the papers talking about you. I should think you would be just too proud to breathe. I was almost afraid to come back here this afternoon." "Oh, nonsense," said Carrie, blushing. "You know I'd be glad to see you. Well, anyhow, here you are. Can't you come up and take dinner with me now? Where are you stopping?" "At the Wellington," said Carrie, who permitted herself a touch of pride in the acknowledgment. "Oh, are you?" exclaimed the other, upon whom the name was not without its proper effect. Tactfully, Mrs. Vance avoided the subject of Hurstwood, of whom she could not help thinking. No doubt Carrie had left him. That much she surmised. "Oh, I don't think I can," said Carrie, "tonight. I have so little time. I must be back here by 7:30. Won't you come and dine with me?" "I'd be delighted, but I can't tonight," said Mrs. Vance, studying Carrie's fine appearance. The latter's good fortune made her seem more than ever worthy and delightful in the other's eyes. "I promised faithfully to be home at 6. Glancing at the small gold watch pinned to her bosom, she added, "I must be going too. Tell me when you're coming up, if at all." "Why, any time you like," said Carrie. "Well, tomorrow then. I'm living at the Chelsea now." "Moved again?" exclaimed Carrie, laughing. "Yes. You know I can't stay 6 months in one place. I just have to move. Remember, now 5:30. "I won't forget," said Carrie, casting a glance at her as she went away. Then it came to her that she was as good as this woman, now perhaps better. Something in the other's solicitude and interest made her feel as if she were the one to condescend. Now, as on each preceding day, letters were handed her by the doorman at the casino. This was a feature which had rapidly developed since Monday. What they contained she well knew. Mash notes were old affairs in their mildest form. She remembered having received her first one far back in Columbia City. Since then, as a chorus girl, she had received others gentlemen who prayed for an engagement. They were common sport between her and Lola, who received some also. They both frequently made light of them. Now, however, they came thick and fast. Gentlemen with fortunes did not hesitate to note, as in addition to their own amiable collection of virtues, that they had their horses and carriages. Thus, 1. I have $1 million in my own right. I could give you every luxury. There isn't anything you could ask for that you couldn't have. I say this, not because I want to speak of my money, but because I love you, and wish to gratify your every desire. It is love that prompts me to write. Will you not give me 1/2 hour in which to plead my cause? Such of these letters as came while Carrie was still in the 17th Street place were read with more interest though, never delight than those which arrived after she was installed in her luxurious quarters at the Wellington. Even there her vaniture, that self-appreciation which, in its more rabid form, is called vanity, was not sufficiently cloyed to make these things wearisome. Adulation, being new in any form, pleased her. Only she was sufficiently wise to distinguish between her old condition and her new one. She had not had fame or money before. Now they had come. She had not had adulation and affectionate propositions before. Now they had come. Wherefore? She smiled to think that men should suddenly find her so much more attractive. In the least way, it incited her to coolness and indifference. Do look here, she remarked to Lola. See what this man says if you will only deign to grant me 1/2 hour, she repeated, with an imitation of languor. The idea. Aren't men silly? He must have lots of money. The way he talks, observed Lola. That's what they all say, said Carrie innocently. Why don't you see him, suggested Lola, and hear what he has to say? Indeed I want, said Carrie. I know what he'd say. I don't want to meet anybody that way. Lola looked at her with big, merry eyes. He couldn't hurt you, she returned. You might have some fun with him. Carrie shook her head. You're awfully queer, returned the little, blue-eyed soldier. Thus, crowded fortune. For this whole week, though her large salary had not yet arrived, it was as if the world understood and trusted her. Without money or the requisite sum, at least she enjoyed the luxuries which money could buy. For her, the doors of fine places seemed to open quite without the asking. These palatial chambers, how marvelously they came to her. The elegant apartments of Mrs. Vance and the Chelsea thieves were hers. Men sent flowers, love notes, offers of fortune. And still, her dreams ran riot. The 150. The 150. What a door to an Aladdin's cave it seemed to be. Each day her head almost turned by developments. Her fancies of what her fortune must be with ample money grew and multiplied. She conceived of delights which were not saw lights of joy, that never were on land or sea. Then, at last, after a world of anticipation, came her first installment of $150. It was paid to her in greenbacks 3/20s, 6/10s, and 6/5s. Thus collected it made a very convenient roll. It was accompanied by a smile, and a salutation from the cashier who paid it. Ah, yes, said the latter, when she applied Miss Medendine $150. Quite a success the show seems to have made. Yes, indeed, returned Carrie. Right after came one of the insignificant members of the company, and she heard the changed tone of address. How much? Said the same cashier sharply. One, such as she had only recently been, was waiting for her modest salary. It took her back to the few weeks in which she had collected, or rather had received almost, with the air of a domestic, $4.50 per week from a lordly foreman in a shoe factory, a man who, in distributing the envelopes, had the manner of a prince, doling out favors to a servile group of petitioners. She knew that out in Chicago, this very day, the same factory chamber was full of poor, homely-clad girls, working in long lines at clattering machines, that at noon they would eat a miserable lunch in a half-hour that Saturday they would gather, as they had when she was one of them, and accept the small pay for work 100 times harder than she was now doing. Oh, it was so easy now. The world was so rosy and bright. She felt so thrilled that she must needs walk back to the hotel to think, wondering what she should do. It does not take money long to make plain its impotence, providing the desires are in the realm of affection. With her 150 in hand, Carrie could think of nothing particularly to do. In itself, as a tangible apparent thing which she could touch and look upon, it was a diverting thing for a few days. But this soon passed. Her hotel bill did not require its use. Her clothes had for some time been wholly satisfactory. Another day or two, and she would receive another 150. It began to appear as if this were not so startlingly necessary to maintain her present state. If she wanted to do anything better or move higher, she must have more, a great deal more. Now a critic called to get up one of those tinsel interviews which shine with clever observations, show up the wit of critics, display the folly of celebrities, and divert the public. He liked Carrie, and said so, publicly adding, however, that she was merely pretty, good-natured, and lucky. This cut like a knife. The Herald, getting up an entertainment for the benefit of its free ice fund, did her the honor to beg her to appear along with celebrities for nothing. She was visited by a young author, who had a play which he thought she could produce. Alas, she could not judge. It hurt her to think it. Then she found she must put her money in the bank for safety, and so moving, finally reached the place where it struck her that the door to life's perfect enjoyment was not open. Gradually, she began to think it was because it was summer. Nothing was going on much save such entertainments as the one in which she was the star. Fifth Avenue was boarded up where the rich had deserted their mansions. Madison Avenue was little better. Broadway was full of loafing thespians in search of next season's engagements. The whole city was quiet, and her nights were taken up with her work. Hence, the feeling that there was little to do. "I don't know," she said to Lola one day, sitting at one of the windows which looked down into Broadway. "I get lonely, don't you?" "No," said Lola, "not very often. You won't go anywhere. That's what's the matter with you." "Where can I go?" "Why, there are lots of places," returned Lola, who was thinking of her own lightsome tourneys with the gay youths. "You won't go with anybody." "I don't want to go with these people who write to me. I know what kind they are." "You oughtn't to be lonely," said Lola, thinking of Carrie's success. "There are lots would give their ears to be in your shoes." Carrie looked out again at the passing crowd. "I don't know," she said. Unconsciously, her idle hands were beginning to weary. Chapter 45. Curious Shifts of the Poor. The gloomy Hurstwood, sitting in his cheap hotel, where he had taken refuge with $70 the price of his furniture between him and nothing, saw a hot summer out and a cool fall in, reading. He was not wholly indifferent to the fact that his money was slipping away. As 50 cents after 50 cents were paid out for a day's lodging, he became uneasy, and finally took a cheaper room 35 cents a day to make his money last longer. Frequently he saw notices of Carrie. Her picture was in the World once or twice, and an old herald he found in a chair informed him that she had recently appeared with some others at a benefit for something or other. He read these things with mingled feelings. Each one seemed to put her farther and farther away into a realm which became more imposing as it receded from him. On the billboards, too, he saw a pretty poster, showing her as the Quaker maid, demure and dainty. More than once he stopped and looked at these, gazing at the pretty face in a sullen sort of way. His clothes were shabby, and he presented a marked contrast to all that she now seemed to be. Somehow, so long as he knew she was at the casino, though he had never any intention of going near her, there was a subconscious comfort for him he was not quite alone. The show seemed such a fixture that, after a month or two, he began to take it for granted that it was still running. In September, it went on the road, and he did not notice it. When all but $20 of his money was gone, he moved to a 15-cent lodging house in the Bowery, where there was a bare lounging room filled with tables and benches, as well as some chairs. Here his preference was to close his eyes and dream of other days, a habit which grew upon him. It was not sleep at first. but a mental hearkening back to scenes and incidents in his Chicago life. As the present became darker, the past grew brighter, and all that concerned it stood in relief. He was unconscious of just how much this habit had hold of him, until one day he found his lips repeating an old answer he had made to one of his friends. They were in Fitzgerald and Moy's. It was as if he stood in the door of his elegant little office, comfortably dressed, talking to Sagar Morrison about the value of South Chicago real estate in which the latter was about to invest. "How would you like to come in on that with me?" he heard Morrison say. "Not me," he answered, just as he had years before. "I have my hands full now." The movement of his lips aroused him. He wondered whether he had really spoken. The next time he noticed anything of the sort, he really did talk. "Why don't you jump, you bloody fool?" he was saying. Jump! It was a funny English story he was telling to a company of actors. Even as his voice recalled him, he was smiling. A crusty old codger, sitting nearby, seemed disturbed at least. He stared in a most pointed way. Hurstwood straightened up. The humor of the memory fled in an instant, and he felt ashamed. For relief, he left his chair and strolled out into the streets. One day, looking down the alley, columns of the Evening World, he saw where a new play was at the casino. Instantly he came to a mental halt. Carrie had gone. He remembered seeing a poster of her only yesterday, but no doubt it was one left uncovered by the new signs. Curiously, this fact shook him up. He had almost to admit that somehow he was depending upon her being in the city. Now she was gone. He wondered how this important fact had skipped him. Goodness knows when she would be back now. Impelled by a nervous fear, he rose and went into the dingy hall, where he counted his remaining money, unseen. There were but $10 in all. He wondered how all these other lodging-house people around him got along. They didn't seem to do anything. Perhaps they begged unquestionably they did. Many was the dime he had given to such as they, in his day. He had seen other men asking for money on the streets. Maybe he could get some that way. There was horror in this thought. Sitting in the lodging-house room, he came to his last 50 cents. He had saved and counted until his health was affected. His stoutness had gone. With it, even the semblance of a fit in his clothes. Now he decided he must do something, and walking about, saw another day go by, bringing him down to his last 20 cents, not enough to eat for the morrow. Summoning all his courage, he crossed to Broadway and up to the Broadway Central Hotel. Within a block he halted, undecided. A big, heavy-faced porter was standing at one of the side entrances, looking out. Hurstwood purposed to appeal to him. Walking straight up, he was upon him before he could turn away. "My friend," he said, recognizing even in his plight the man's inferiority, "is there anything about this hotel that I could get to do?" The porter stared at him while he continued to talk. "I'm out of work and out of money, and I've got to get something. It doesn't matter what. I don't care to talk about what I've been, but if you'd tell me how to get something to do, I'd be much obliged to you. It wouldn't matter if it only lasted a few days just now. I've got to have something." The porter still gazed, trying to look indifferent. Then, seeing that Hurstwood was about to go on, he said, "I've nothing to do with it. You'll have to ask inside." Curiously, this stirred Hurstwood to further effort. "I thought you might tell me." The fellow shook his head irritably. Inside went the ex-manager, and straight to an office off the clerk's desk. One of the managers of the hotel happened to be there. Hurstwood looked him straight in the eye. "Could you give me something to do for a few days?" he said. "I'm in a position where I have to get something at once." The comfortable manager looked at him, as much as to say, "Well, I should judge so." "I came here," explained Hurstwood nervously, "because I've been a manager myself in my day. I've had bad luck in a way, but I'm not here to tell you that. I want something to do, if only for a week." The man imagined he saw a feverish gleam in the applicant's eye. "What hotel did you manage?" he inquired. "It wasn't a hotel," said Hurstwood. I was manager of Fitzgerald and Moy's place in Chicago for 15 years. Is that so? Said the hotel man. How did you come to get out of that? The figure of Hurstwood was rather surprising in contrast to the fact. Well, by foolishness of my own. It isn't anything to talk about now. You could find out if you wanted to. I'm broke now, and, if you will believe me, I haven't eaten anything today. The hotel man was slightly interested in this story. He could hardly tell what to do with such a figure, and yet Hurstwood's earnestness made him wish to do something. Call Olson, he said, turning to the clerk. In reply to a bell and a disappearing hallboy, Olson, the head porter, appeared. Olson, said the manager, is there anything downstairs you could find for this man to do? I'd like to give him something. I don't know, sir, said Olson. We have about all the help we need. I think I could find something, sir, though, if you like. Do. Take him to the kitchen and tell Wilson to give him something to eat. All right, sir, said Olson. Hurstwood followed. Out of the manager's sight, the head porter's manner changed. I don't know what the devil there is to do, he observed. Hurstwood said nothing. To him the big trunk hustler was a subject for private contempt. You're to give this man something to eat, he observed to the cook. The latter looked Hurstwood over, and seeing something keen and intellectual in his eyes, said, Well, sit down over there. Thus was Hurstwood installed in the Broadway Central, but not for long. He was in no shape or mood to do the scrub work that exists about the foundation of every hotel. Nothing better offering, he was set to aid the firemen, to work about the basement, to do anything and everything that might offer. Porters, cooks, firemen, clerks all were over him. Moreover, his appearance did not please these individuals. His temper was too lonely, and they made it disagreeable for him. With the stolidity and indifference of despair, however, he endured it all, sleeping in an attic at the roof of the house, eating what the cook gave him, accepting a few dollars a week, which he tried to save. His constitution was in no shape to endure. One day the following February he was sent on an errand to a large coal company's office. It had been snowing and thawing, and the streets were sloppy. He soaked his shoes in his progress, and came back feeling dull and weary. All the next day he felt unusually depressed, and sat about as much as possible, to the irritation of those who admired energy in others. In the afternoon, some boxes were to be moved to make room for new culinary supplies. He was ordered to handle a truck. Encountering a big box, he could not lift it. What's the matter there? Said the head porter. Can't you handle it? He was straining to lift it, but now he quit. No, he said weakly. The man looked at him and saw that he was deathly pale. Not sick, are you? He asked. I think I am, returned Hurstwood. Well, you'd better go sit down then. This he did, but soon grew rapidly worse. It seemed all he could do to crawl to his room, where he remained for a day. That man Wheeler's sick, reported one of the lackeys to the night clerk. What's the matter with him? I don't know. He's got a high fever. The hotel physician looked at him. Better send him to Bellevue, he recommended. He's got pneumonia. Accordingly, he was carted away. In 3 weeks the worst was over, but it was nearly the 1st of May before his strength permitted him to be turned out. Then he was discharged. No more weakly-looking object ever strolled out into the spring sunshine than the once hale, lusty manager. All his corpulency had fled. His face was thin and pale, his hands white, his body flabby. Clothes and all, he weighed but 135 pounds. Some old garments had been given him a cheap brown coat and misfit pair of trousers, also some change and advice. He was told to apply to the charities. Again he resorted to the Bowery lodging-house, brooding over where to look. From this it was but a step to beggary. What can a man do? He said. I can't starve. His first application was in sunny 2nd Avenue. A well-dressed man came leisurely strolling toward him out of Stuyvesant Park. Hurstwood nerved himself and sidled near. "Would you mind giving me 10 cents?" he said directly. "I'm in a position where I must ask someone." The man scarcely looked at him, fished in his vest pocket, and took out a dime. "There you are," he said. "Much obliged," said Hurstwood softly, but the other paid no more attention to him. Satisfied with his success, and yet ashamed of his situation, he decided that he would only ask for 25 cents more, since that would be sufficient. He strolled about, sizing up people, but it was long before just the right face and situation arrived. When he asked, he was refused. Shocked by this result, he took an hour to recover, and then asked again. This time, a nickel was given him. By the most watchful effort, he did get 20 cents more, but it was painful. The next day he resorted to the same effort, experiencing a variety of rebuffs and 1 or 2 generous receptions. At last it crossed his mind that there was a science of faces, and that a man could pick the liberal countenance if he tried. It was no pleasure to him, however, this stopping of passers-by. He saw one man taken up for it, and now troubled lest he should be arrested. Nevertheless, he went on, vaguely anticipating that indefinite something which is always better. It was with a sense of satisfaction, then, that he saw announced one morning the return of the casino company, with Miss Carrie, Madenda. He had thought of her often enough in days past. How successful she was, so much money she must have. Even now, however, it took a severe run of ill luck to decide him to appeal to her. He was truly hungry before he said, "I'll ask her. She won't refuse me a few dollars." Accordingly, he headed for the casino one afternoon, passing it several times in an effort to locate the stage entrance. Then he sat in Bryant Park, a block away, waiting. "She can't refuse to help me a little," he kept saying to himself. Beginning with 6:30, he hovered like a shadow about the 39th Street entrance, pretending always to be a hurrying pedestrian, and yet fearful lest he should miss his object. He was slightly nervous, too, now that the eventful hour had arrived, but being weak and hungry, his ability to suffer was modified. At last he saw that the actors were beginning to arrive, and his nervous tension increased, until it seemed as if he could not stand much more. Once he thought he saw Carrie coming, and moved forward, only to see that he was mistaken. "She can't be long, now," he said to himself, half fearing to encounter her, and equally depressed at the thought that she might have gone in by another way. His stomach was so empty that it ached. Individual after individual passed him, nearly all well-dressed, almost all indifferent. He saw coaches rolling by, gentlemen passing with ladies' evenings. Merriment was beginning in this region of theaters and hotels. Suddenly a coach rolled up, and the driver jumped down to open the door. Before Hurstwood could act, 2 ladies flounced across the broad walk and disappeared in the stage door. He thought he saw Carrie, but it was so unexpected, so elegant and far away, he could hardly tell. He waited a while longer, growing feverish with want, and then seeing that the stage door no longer opened, and that a merry audience was arriving, he concluded it must have been Carrie, and turned away. "Lord," he said, hastening out of the street into which the more fortunate were pouring, "I've got to get something." At that hour, when Broadway is wont to assume its most interesting aspect, a peculiar individual invariably took his stand at the corner of 26th Street and Broadway, a spot which is also intersected by 5th Avenue. This was the hour when the theaters were just beginning to receive their patrons. Fire signs, announcing the night's amusements, blazed on every hand. Cabs and carriages, their lamps gleaming like yellow eyes, pattered by. Couples and parties of 3 and 4 freely mingled in a common crowd, which poured by in a thick stream, laughing and jesting. On 5th Avenue were loungers, a few wealthy strollers, a gentleman in evening dress with his lady on his arm, some clubmen passing from one smoking room to another. Across the way to great hotels showed 100 gleaming windows, their cafes and billiard rooms filled with a comfortable, well-dressed, and pleasure-loving throng. All about was the night, pulsating with the thoughts of pleasure and exhilaration, the curious enthusiasm of a great city bent upon finding joy in 1,000 different ways. This unique individual was no less than an ex-soldier turned religionist, who, having suffered the whips and privations of our peculiar social system, had concluded that his duty to the God which he conceived lay in aiding his fellowmen. The form of aid which he chose to administer was entirely original with himself. It consisted of securing a bed for all such homeless wayfarers as should apply to him at this particular spot, though he had scarcely the wherewithal to provide a comfortable habitation for himself. Taking his place amid this lightsome atmosphere, he would stand, his stocky figure cloaked in a great cape overcoat, his head protected by a broad slouch hat, awaiting the applicants who had in various ways learned the nature of his charity. For a while he would stand alone, gazing like any idler upon an ever-fascinating scene. On the evening in question, a policeman passing saluted him as captain, in a friendly way. An urchin who had frequently seen him before stopped to gaze. All others took him for nothing out of the ordinary, save in the matter of dress, and conceived of him as a stranger whistling and idling for his own amusement. As the first half-hour waned, certain characters appeared. Here and there in the passing crowds one might see, now and then, a loiterer edging interestedly near. A slouchy figure crossed the opposite corner and glanced furtively in his direction. Another came down Fifth Avenue to the corner of 26th Street, took a general survey, and hobbled off again. 2 or 3 noticeable Bowery types edged along the Fifth Avenue side of Madison Square, but did not venture over. The soldier in his cape overcoat walked a short line of 10 feet at his corner, to and fro, indifferently whistling. As 9 o'clock approached, some of the hubbub of the earlier hour passed. The atmosphere of the hotels was not so youthful. The air, too, was colder. On every hand curious figures were moving, watchers and peepers, without an imaginary circle, which they seemed afraid to enter, a dozen in all. Presently, with the arrival of a keener sense of cold, one figure came forward. It crossed Broadway from out the shadow of 26th Street, and in a halting, circuitous way arrived close to the waiting figure. There was something shamefaced or diffident about the movement, as if the intention were to conceal any idea of stopping until the very last moment. Then suddenly, close to the soldier, came the halt. The captain looked in recognition, but there was no especial greeting. The newcomer nodded slightly, and murmured something like one who waits for gifts. The other simply motioned toward the edge of the walk. "Stand over there," he said. By this the spell was broken. Even while the soldier resumed his short, solemn walk, other figures shuffled forward. They did not so much as greet the leader, but joined the one, sniffling and hitching and scraping their feet. "Cold, ain't it? I'm glad winter's over." "Aye, looks as though it might rain." The motley company had increased to 10. 1 or 2 knew each other and conversed. Others stood off a few feet, not wishing to be in the crowd, and yet not counted out. They were peevish, crusty, silent, eyeing nothing in particular, and moving their feet. There would have been talking soon, but the soldier gave them no chance. Counting sufficient to begin, he came forward. "That's all of you." There was a general shuffle and murmur of approval. "Well, line up here. I'll see what I can do. I haven't a cent myself." They fell into a sort of broken, ragged line. One might see, now, some of the chief characteristics by contrast. There was a wooden leg in the line. Hats were all drooping, a group that would ill become a second-hand Hester Street basement collection. Trousers were all warped and frayed at the bottom, and coats worn and faded. In the glare of the store lights, some of the faces looked dry and chalky, others were red with blotches, and puffed in the cheeks and under the eyes. 1 or 2 were raw-boned and reminded one of railroad hands. A few spectators came near, drawn by the seemingly conferring group. Then more and more, and quickly there was a pushing, gaping crowd. Someone in the line began to talk. "Silence!" exclaimed the captain. "Now then, gentlemen, these men are without beds. They have to have some place to sleep tonight. They can't lie out in the streets. I need 12 cents to put one of them to bed. Who will give it to me? No reply. Well, we'll have to wait here, boys, until someone does. 12 cents isn't so very much for one man. Here is 15, exclaimed a young man, peering forward with strained eyes. It's all I can afford. All right. Now I have 15. Step out of the line, and seizing one by the shoulder, the captain marched him off a little way and stood him up alone. Coming back, he resumed his place and began again. I have 3 cents left. These men must be put to bed somehow. There, recounting on. 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 men. 9 cents more will put the next man to bed, give him a good, comfortable bed for the night. I go right along and look after that myself. Who will give me 9 cents? One of the watchers, this time a middle-aged man, handed him a 5-cent piece. Now, I have 8 cents. 4 more will give this man a bed. Come, gentlemen. We are going very slow this evening. You all have good beds. How about these? Here you are, remarked a bystander, putting a coin into his hand. That, said the captain, looking at the coin, pays for 2 beds for 2 men and gives me 5 on the next one. Who will give me 7 cents more? I will, said a voice. Coming down 6th Avenue this evening, Hurstwood chanced to cross east through 26th Street toward 3rd Avenue. He was wholly disconsolate in spirit, hungry to what he deemed an almost mortal extent, weary and defeated. How should he get a Carrie now? It would be 11 before the show was over. If she came in a coach, she would go away in one. He would need to interrupt under most trying circumstances. Worst of all, he was hungry and weary, and at best a whole day must intervene, for he had not heart to try again tonight. He had no food and no bed. When he neared Broadway, he noticed the captain's gathering of wanderers, but thinking it to be the result of a street preacher, or some patent medicine fakir, was about to pass on. However, in crossing the street toward Madison Square Park, he noticed the line of men whose beds were already secured, stretching out from the main body of the crowd. In the glare of the neighboring electric light, he recognized a type of his own kind of figures, whom he saw about the streets and in the lodging houses, drifting in mind and body like himself. He wondered what it could be, and turned back. There was the captain curtly pleading as before. He heard with astonishment and a sense of relief the oft-repeated words, "These men must have a bed." Before him was the line of unfortunates whose beds were yet to be had, and seeing a newcomer quietly edge up and take a position at the end of the line, he decided to do likewise. What use to contend? He was weary tonight. It was a simple way out of one difficulty, at least. Tomorrow, maybe, he would do better. Back of him, where some of those were whose beds were safe, a relaxed air was apparent. The strain of uncertainty being removed, he heard them talking with moderate freedom and some leaning toward sociability. Politics, religion, the state of the government, some newspaper sensations, and the more notorious facts the world over found mouthpieces and auditors there. Cracked and husky voices pronounced forcibly upon odd matters. Vague and rambling observations were made in reply. There were squints and leers, and some dull ox-like stares, from those who were too dull or too weary to converse. Standing tells. Hurstwood became more weary waiting. He thought he should drop soon and shifted restlessly from one foot to the other. At last, his turn came. The man ahead had been paid for, and gone to the blessed line of success. He was now first, and already the captain was talking for him. 12 cents. Gentleman, 12 cents puts this man to bed. He wouldn't stand here in the cold if he had any place to go. Hurstwood swallowed something that rose to his throat. Hunger and weakness had made a coward of him. Here you are, said a stranger, handing money to the captain. Now the latter put a kindly hand on the ex-manager's shoulder. "Line up over there," he said. Once there, Hurstwood breathed easier. He felt as if the world were not quite so bad with such a good man in it. Others seemed to feel like himself about this. "Captain's a great feller, ain't he?" said the man ahead a little, woe-begone, helpless-looking sort of individual, who looked as though he had ever been the sport and care of fortune. "Yes," said Hurstwood indifferently. "Huh, there's a lot back there yet," said a man farther up, leaning out and looking back at the applicants for whom the captain was pleading. "Yes, must be over 100 tonight," said another. "Look at the guy in the cab," observed a third. A cab had stopped. Some gentleman in evening dress reached out a bill to the captain, who took it with simple thanks and turned away to his line. There was a general craning of necks as the jewel in the white shirt front sparkled and the cab moved off. Even the crowd gaped in awe. "That fixes up 9 men for the night," said the captain, counting out as many of the line near him. "Line up over there. Now then, there are only 7. I need 12 cents. Money came slowly. In the course of time, the crowd thinned out to a meager handful. 5th Avenue, save for an occasional cab or foot passenger, was bare. Broadway was thinly peopled with pedestrians. Only now and then, a stranger passing noticed the small group, handed out a coin, and went away, unheeding. The captain remained stolid and determined. He talked on, very slowly, uttering the fewest words, and with a certain assurance, as though he could not fail. "Come, I can't stay out here all night. These men are getting tired and cold. Someone give me 4 cents. There came a time when he said nothing at all. Money was handed him, and for each 12 cents he singled out a man and put him in the other line. Then he walked up and down as before, looking at the ground. The theaters let out. Fire signs disappeared. A clock struck 11. Another half hour, and he was down to the last 2 men. "Come now," he exclaimed to several curious observers, 18 cents. Will fix us all up for the night. 18 cents. I have 6. Somebody give me the money. Remember, I have to go over to Brooklyn yet tonight. Before that, I have to take these men down and put them to bed. 18 cents. No one responded. He walked to and fro, looking down for several minutes, occasionally saying softly, 18 cents. It seemed as if this paltry sum would delay the desired culmination longer than all the rest had. Hurstwood, buoyed up slightly by the long line of which he was a part, refrained with an effort from groaning. He was so weak. At last a lady in opera cape and rustling skirts came down 5th Avenue, accompanied by her escort. Hurstwood gazed wearily, reminded by her both of Carrie in her new world, and of the time when he had escorted his own wife in like manner. While he was gazing, she turned and, looking at the remarkable company, sent her escort over. He came, holding a bill in his fingers, all elegant and graceful. "Here you are," he said. "Thanks," said the captain, turning to the 2 remaining applicants. "Now we have some for tomorrow night," he added. Therewith he lined up the last 2 and proceeded to the head, counting as he went. 137, he announced. "Now, boys, line up. Right dress there. We won't be much longer about this. Steady now." He placed himself at the head and called out forward. Hurstwood moved with the line. Across 5th Avenue, through Madison Square by the winding paths, east on 23rd Street, and down 3rd Avenue wound a long, serpentine company. Midnight pedestrians and loiterers stopped and stared as the company passed. Chatting policemen, at various corners, stared indifferently or nodded to the leader, whom they had seen before. On 3rd Avenue they marched, a seemingly weary way, to 8th Street, where there was a lodging house, closed, apparently for the night. They were expected, however. Outside in the gloom they stood, while a leader parleyed within. Then doors swung open, and they were invited in with a steady, "Now, Someone was at the head showing rooms so that there was no delay for keys, toiling up the creaky stairs. Hurstwood looked back and saw the captain, watching the last one of the line being included in his broad solicitude. Then he gathered his cloak about him and strolled out into the night. "I can't stand much of this," said Hurstwood, whose legs ached him painfully, as he sat down upon the miserable bunk in the small, lightless chamber allotted to him. "I've got to eat or ill die." Chapter 46. Stirring troubled waters. Playing in New York one evening on this her return, Carrie was putting the finishing touches to her toilet before leaving for the night, when a commotion near the stage door caught her ear. It included a familiar voice. "Never mind now. I want to see Miss Madenda. You'll have to send in your card." "Oh, come off." "Here." And a $50 was passed over, and now a knock came at her dressing-room door. Carrie opened it. "Well, well," said Drouet. "I do swear. Why, how are you? I knew that was you the moment I saw you." Carrie fell back a pace, expecting a most embarrassing conversation. "Aren't you going to shake hands with me?" "Well, you're a dandy." "That's all right. Shake hands." Carrie put out her hand, smiling, if for nothing more than the man's exuberant good nature. Though older, he was but slightly changed. The same fine clothes, the same stocky body, the same rosy countenance. "That fellow at the door there didn't want to let me in until I paid him. I knew it was you all right. Say, you've got a great show. You do your part fine. I knew you would. I just happened to be passing tonight and thought I'd drop in for a few minutes. I saw your name on the program, but I didn't remember it until you came on the stage. Then it struck me all at once. Say, you could have knocked me down with a feather. That's the same name you used out there in Chicago, isn't it?" "Yes," answered Carrie, mildly, overwhelmed by the man's assurance. "I knew it was, the moment I saw you. Well, how have you been, anyhow?" "Oh, very well," said Carrie, lingering in her dressing-room. She was rather dazed by the assault. "How have you been?" "Me? Oh, fine. Am here, now." "Is that so?" said Carrie. "Yes. I've been here for 6 months. I've got charge of a branch here." "How nice." "Well, when did you go on the stage, anyhow?" inquired Drouet. "About 3 years ago," said Carrie. "You don't say so." "Well, sir, this is the first I've heard of it. I knew you would, though. I always said you could act, didn't I?" Carrie smiled. "Yes, you did," she said. "Well, you do look great," he said. "I never saw anybody improve so. You're taller, aren't you?" "Me? Oh, a little, maybe." He gazed at her dress, then at her hair, where a becoming hat was set jauntily, then into her eyes, which she took all occasion to avert. Evidently he expected to restore their old friendship at once and without modification. "Well," he said, seeing her gather up her purse, handkerchief, and the like preparatory to departing, "I want you to come out to dinner with me, won't you? I've got a friend out here." "Oh, I can't," said Carrie. "Not tonight. I have an early engagement tomorrow." "Oh, let the engagement go. Come on. Hum on. I can get rid of him. I want to have a good talk with you." No, said Carrie, "I can't. You mustn't ask me any more. I don't care for a late dinner." "Well, come on and have a talk then, anyhow." "Not tonight," she said, shaking her head. "Well, have a talk some other time." As a result of this, she noticed a shade of thought pass over his face, as if he were beginning to realize that things were changed. Good nature dictated something better than this for one who had always liked her. "You come around to the hotel tomorrow," she said, as sort of penance for error. "You can take dinner with me." "All right," said Drouet, brightening. "Where you stopping?" "At the Waldorf," she answered, mentioning the fashionable hostelry then but newly erected. "What time?" "Well, come at 3, said Carrie, pleasantly. The next day Drouet called, but it was with no especial delight that Carrie remembered her appointment. However, seeing him, handsome as ever, after his kind, and most genially disposed, her doubts as to whether the dinner would be disagreeable were swept away. He talked as volubly as ever. "They put on a lot of lugs here, don't they?" was his first remark. "Yes, they do," said Carrie. Genial egotist that he was, he went at once into a detailed account of his own career. "I'm going to have a business of my own pretty soon," he observed in one place. "I can get backing for $200,000. Carrie listened most good-naturedly. "Say," he said, suddenly, "where is Hurstwood now?" Carrie flushed a little. "He's here in New York, I guess," she said. "I haven't seen him for some time." Drouet mused for a moment. He had not been sure until now that the ex-manager was not an influential figure in the background. He imagined not, but this assurance relieved him. It must be that Carrie had got rid of him as well she ought, he thought. A man always makes a mistake when he does anything like that, he observed. "Like what?" said Carrie, unwitting of what was coming. "Oh, you know." And Drouet waved her intelligence, as it were, with his hand. "No, I don't," she answered. "What do you mean?" "Why, that affair in Chicago the time he left." "I don't know what you are talking about," said Carrie. Could it be he would refer so rudely to Hurstwood's flight with her? "Oh ho!" said Drouet incredulously. "You knew he took $10,000 with him when he left, didn't you?" "What?" said Carrie. "You don't mean to say he stole money, do you?" "Why?" said Drouet, puzzled at her tone. "You knew that, didn't you?" "Why, no," said Carrie. "Of course I didn't." "Well, that's funny," said Drouet. "He did, you know. It was in all the papers." "How much did you say he took?" said Carrie. $10,000. I heard he sent most of it back afterwards, though. Carrie looked vacantly at the richly carpeted floor. A new light was shining upon all the years since her enforced flight. She remembered now 100 things that indicated as much. She also imagined that he took it on her account. Instead of hatred springing up, there was a kind of sorrow generated. Poor fellow! What a thing to have had hanging over his head all the time. At dinner, Drouet, warmed up by eating and drinking, and softened in mood, fancied he was winning Carrie to her old-time good-natured regard for him. He began to imagine it would not be so difficult to enter into her life again, high as she was. Ah, what a prize, he thought. How beautiful, how elegant, how famous. In her theatrical and Waldorf setting, Carrie was to him the all-desirable. "Do you remember how nervous you were that night at the Avery?" he asked. Carrie smiled to think of it. "I never saw anybody do better than you did then, Cad," he added ruefully, as he leaned an elbow on the table. "I thought you and I were going to get along fine those days." "You mustn't talk that way," said Carrie, bringing in the least touch of coldness. "Won't you let me tell you?" "No," she answered, rising. "Besides, it's time I was getting ready for the theater. I'll have to leave you. Come now." "Oh, stay a minute," pleaded Drouet. "You've got plenty of time." "No," said Carrie gently. Reluctantly, Drouet gave up the bright table and followed. He saw her to the elevator, and standing there said, "When do I see you again?" "Oh, sometime, possibly," said Carrie. "I'll be here all summer. Good night." The elevator door was open. "Good night," said Drouet, as she rustled in. Then he strolled sadly down the hall, all his old longing revived, because she was now so far off. The merry frou-frou of the place spoke all of her. He thought himself hardly dealt with. Carrie, however, had other thoughts. That night it was that she passed Hurstwood, waiting at the casino without observing him. The next night, walking to the theater, she encountered him face to face. He was waiting, more gaunt than ever, determined to see her, if he had to send in word. At first she did not recognize the shabby, baggy figure. He frightened her, edging so close, a seemingly hungry stranger. "Carrie, he half-whispered. "Can I have a few words with you?" She turned and recognized him on the instant. If there ever had lurked any feeling in her heart against him, it deserted her now. Still, she remembered what Drouet said about his having stolen the money. "Why, George," she said, "what's the matter with you?" "I've been sick," he answered. "I've just got out of the hospital. For God's sake, let me have a little money, will you?" "Of course," said Carrie, her lip trembling in a strong effort to maintain her composure. "But what's the matter with you, anyhow?" She was opening her purse, and now pulled out all the bills in it, 5 and 2 2s. "I've been sick, I told you," he said peevishly, almost resenting her excessive pity. It came hard to him to receive it from such a source. "Here," she said. "It's all I have with me." "All right," he answered, softly. "I'll give it back to you someday." Carrie looked at him, while pedestrians stared at her. She felt the strain of publicity. So did Hurstwood. "Why don't you tell me what's the matter with you?" she asked, hardly knowing what to do. "Where are you living?" "Oh, I've got a room down in the Bowery," he answered. "There's no use trying to tell you here. Am I right now?" He seemed in a way to resent her kindly inquiry so. Much better had fate dealt with her. "Better go on in," he said. "I'm much obliged, but I won't bother you any more." She tried to answer, but he turned away and shuffled off toward the east. For days this apparition was a drag on her soul before it began to wear partially away. Drouet called again, but now he was not even seen by her. His attention seemed out of place. "I'm out," was her reply to the boy. So peculiar, indeed, was her lonely, self-withdrawing temper, that she was becoming an interesting figure in the public eye. She was so quiet and reserved. Not long after, the management decided to transfer the show to London. A second summer season did not seem to promise well here. "How would you like to try subduing London?" asked her manager, one afternoon. "It might be just the other way," said Carrie. "I think we'll go in June," he answered. In the hurry of departure, Hurstwood was forgotten. Both he and Drouet were left to discover that she was gone. The latter called once and exclaimed at the news. Then he stood in the lobby, chewing the ends of his mustache. At last he reached a conclusion. The old days had gone for good. "She isn't so much," he said, but in his heart of hearts he did not believe this. Hurstwood shifted by curious means through a long summer and fall. A small job as janitor of a dance hall helped him for a month. Begging, sometimes going hungry, sometimes sleeping in the park, carried him over more days. Resorting to those peculiar charities, several of which, in the press of hungry search, he accidentally stumbled upon, did the rest. Toward the dead of winter, Carrie came back, appearing on Broadway in a new play, but he was not aware of it. For weeks he wandered about the city, begging, while the fire sign announcing her engagement blazed nightly upon the crowded street of amusements. Drouet saw it, but did not venture in. About this time Ames returned to New York. He had made a little success in the West, and now opened a laboratory in Wooster Street. Of course, he encountered Carrie through Mrs. Dance, but there was nothing responsive between them. He thought she was still united to Hurstwood, until otherwise informed. Not knowing the facts then, he did not profess to understand, and refrained from comment. With Mrs. Vance he saw the new play, and expressed himself accordingly. "She ought not to be in comedy," he said. "I think she could do better than that." One afternoon they met at the Vances accidentally, and began a very friendly conversation. She could hardly tell why the on-a-time keen interest in him was no longer with her. Unquestionably, it was because, at that time, he had represented something which she did not have, but this she did not understand. Success had given her the momentary feeling that she was now blessed with much of which he would approve. As a matter of fact, her little newspaper fame was nothing at all to him. He thought she could have done better by far. "You didn't go into comedy drama, after all?" he said, remembering her interest in that form of art. "No," she answered. "I haven't, so far." He looked at her in such a peculiar way that she realized she had failed. It moved her to add, "I want to, though." "I should think you would," he said. "You have the sort of disposition that would do well in comedy drama." It surprised her that he should speak of disposition. Was she, then, so clearly in his mind? "Why?" she asked. "Well," he said, "I should judge you were rather sympathetic in your nature." Carrie smiled and colored slightly. He was so innocently frank with her that she drew nearer in friendship. The old call of the ideal was sounding. "I don't know," she answered, pleased. Nevertheless, beyond all concealment, "I saw your play," he remarked. "It's very good. I'm glad you liked it." "Very good indeed," he said, "for a comedy." This is all that was said at the time, owing to an interruption, but later they met again. He was sitting in a corner after dinner, staring at the floor, when Carrie came up with another of the guests. Hard work had given his face the look of one who is weary. It was not for Carrie to know the thing in it which appealed to her. "All alone," she said. "I was listening to the music." "It'll be back in a moment," said her companion, who saw nothing in the inventor. Now he looked up in her face, for she was standing a moment while he sat. "Isn't that a pathetic strain?" he inquired, listening. "Oh, very," she returned, also catching it, now that her attention was called. "Sit down," he added, offering her the chair beside him. They listened a few moments in silence, touched by the same feeling. Only hers reached her through the heart. Music still charmed her as in the old days. "I don't know what it is about music," she started to say, moved by the inexplicable longings which surged within her. "But it always makes me feel as if I wanted something." "Yes," he replied, "I know how you feel." Suddenly he turned to considering the peculiarity of her disposition, expressing her feelings so frankly. "You are not to be melancholy," he said. He thought a while, and then went off into a seemingly alien observation, which, however, accorded with their feelings. "The world is full of desirable situations, but, unfortunately, we can occupy but one at a time. It doesn't do us any good to wring our hands over the fare-off things." The music ceased, and he arose, taking a standing position before her, as if to rest himself. "Why don't you get into some good, strong comedy drama?" he said. He was looking directly at her now, studying her face. Her large, sympathetic eyes and pain-touched mouth appealed to him as proofs of his judgment. "Perhaps I shall," she returned. "That's your field," he added. "Do you think so?" "Yes," he said, "I do. I don't suppose you're aware of it, but there is something about your eyes and mouth which fits you for that sort of work." Carrie thrilled to be taken so seriously. For the moment, loneliness deserted her. Here was praise, which was keen and analytical. "It's in your eyes and mouth," he went on abstractedly. "I remember thinking, the first time I saw you, that there was something peculiar about your mouth. I thought you were about to cry." "How odd," said Carrie, warm with delight. This was what her heart craved. "Then I noticed that that was your natural look, and tonight I saw it again. There's a shadow about your eyes, too, which gives your face much this same character. It's in the depth of them, I think." Carrie looked straight into his face, wholly aroused. "You probably are not aware of it," he added. She looked away, pleased that he should speak thus, longing to be equal to this feeling written upon her countenance. It unlocked the door to a new desire. She had cause to ponder over this until they met again several weeks or more. It showed her she was drifting away from the old ideal which had filled her in the dressing rooms of the Avery stage, and thereafter, for a long time. Why had she lost it? "I know why you should be a success," he said, "another time, if you had a more dramatic part. I've studied it out." "What is it?" said Carrie. "Well," he said, as one pleased with a puzzle, "the expression in your face is one that comes out in different things. You get the same thing in a pathetic psalm, or any picture which moves you deeply. It's all the world likes to see, because it's a natural expression of its longing. Carrie gazed without exactly getting the import of what he meant. The world is always struggling to express itself, he went on. Most people are not capable of voicing their feelings. They depend upon others. That is what genius is for. One man expresses their desires for them in music, another one in poetry, another one in a play. Sometimes nature does it in a facete, makes the face representative of all desire. That's what has happened in your case. He looked at her with so much of the import of the thing in his eyes that she caught it. At least, she got the idea that her look was something which represented the world's longing. She took it to heart as a creditable thing, until he added, "That puts a burden of duty on you. It so happens that you have this thing. It is no credit to you, that is. I mean, you might not have had it. You paid nothing to get it. But now that you have it, you must do something with it." "What?" asked Carrie. "I should say, turn to the dramatic field. You have so much sympathy and such a melodious voice. Make them valuable to others. It will make your powers endure." Carrie did not understand this last. All the rest showed her that her comedy success was little or nothing. "What do you mean?" she asked. "Why, just this. You have this quality in your eyes and mouth, and in your nature. You can lose it, you know. If you turn away from it and live to satisfy yourself alone, it will go fast enough. The look will leave your eyes. Your mouth will change. Your power to act will disappear. You may think they won't, but they will. Nature takes care of that." He was so interested in forwarding all good causes that he sometimes became enthusiastic, giving vent to these preachments. Something in Carrie appealed to him. He wanted to stir her up. "I know," she said absently, feeling slightly guilty of neglect. "If I were you," he said, "it'd change." The effect of this was like roiling helpless waters. Carrie troubled over it in her rocking chair for days. "I don't believe it'll stay in comedy so very much longer," she eventually remarked to Lola. "Oh, why not?" said the latter. "I think," she said, "I can do better in a serious play." "What put that idea in your head?" "Oh, nothing," she answered. "I've always thought so." Still, she did nothing grieving. It was a long way to this better thinger, seemed. So and comfort was about her, hence the inactivity and longing. Chapter 47. The Way of the Beaten, a Harp in the Wind. In the city at that time, there were a number of charities similar in nature to that of the captain's, which Hurstwood now patronized in a like unfortunate way. One was a convent mission house of the Sisters of Mercy in 15th Street, a row of red brick family dwellings, before the door of which hung a plain, wooden contribution box, on which was painted the statement that every noon a meal was given free to all those who might apply and ask for aid. This simple announcement was modest in the extreme, covering, as it did, a charity so broad. Institutions and charities are so large and so numerous in New York that such things as this are not often noticed by the more comfortably situated. But to one whose mind is upon the matter, they grow exceedingly under inspection. Unless one were looking up this matter in particular, he could have stood at 6th Avenue and 15th Street for days around the noon hour, and never have noticed that out of the vast crowd that surged along that busy thoroughfare, there turned out, every few seconds, some weather-beaten, heavy-footed specimen of humanity, gaunt in countenance, and dilapidated in the matter of clothes. The fact is none the less true, however, and the colder the day, the more apparent it became. Space and a lack of culinary room in the mission house compelled an arrangement which permitted of only 25 or 30 eating at one time, so that a line had to be formed outside and an orderly entrance effected. This caused a daily spectacle which, however, had become so common by repetition during a number of years that now nothing was thought of it. The men waited patiently, like cattle, In the coldest weather waited for several hours before they could be admitted. No questions were asked, and no service rendered. They ate and went away again, some of them returning regularly day after day, the winter through. A big, motherly-looking woman invariably stood guard at the door during the entire operation, and counted the admissible number. The men moved up in solemn order. There was no haste and no eagerness displayed. It was almost a dumb procession. In the bitterest weather this line was to be found here, under an icy wind. There was a prodigious slapping of hands and a dancing of feet. Fingers and the features of the face looked as if severely nipped by the cold. A study of these men in broad light proved them to be nearly all of a type. They belonged to the class that sit on the park benches during the endurable days and sleep upon them during the summer nights. They frequent the Bowery, and those down at the Heels East Side streets, where poor clothes and shrunken features are not singled out as curious. They are the men who are in the lodging-house sitting rooms during bleak and bitter weather, and who swarm about the cheaper shelters which only open at 6 in a number of the lower East Side streets. Miserable food, ill-timed and greedily eaten, had played havoc with bone and muscle. They were all pale, flabby, sunken-eyed, hollow-chested, with eyes that glinted and shone and lips that were a sickly red by contrast. Their hair was but half attended to, their ears anemic in hue, and their shoes broken in leather and run down at heel and toe. They were of the class which simply floats and drifts, every wave of people washing up one, as breakers do driftwood upon a stormy shore. For nearly a quarter of a century, in another section of the city, Fleischmann, the baker, had given a loaf of bread to anyone who would come for it to the side door of his restaurant at the corner of Broadway and 10th Street, at midnight. Every night during 20 years about 300 men had formed in line, and at the appointed time marched past the doorway, picked their loaf from a great box, placed just outside, and vanished again into the night. From the beginning to the present time, there had been little change in the character or number of these men. There were 2 or 3 figures that had grown familiar to those who had seen this little procession pass year after year. 2 of them had missed scarcely a night in 15 years. There were about 40, more or less, regular callers. The remainder of the line was formed of strangers. In times of panic and unusual hardships, there was seldom more than 300. In times of prosperity, when little is heard of the unemployed, there was seldom less. The same number, winter and summer, in storm or calm, in good times and bad, held this melancholy midnight rendezvous at Fleischmann's bread box. At both of these 2 charities, during the severe winter which was now on, Hurstwood was a frequent visitor. On one occasion it was peculiarly cold, and finding no comfort in begging about the streets, he waited until noon before seeking this free offering to the poor. Already at 11 o'clock of this morning, several such as he had shambled forward out of 6th Avenue, their thin clothes flapping and fluttering in the wind. They leaned against the iron railing, which protects the walls of the 9th Regiment Armory, which fronts upon that section of 15th Street, having come early in order to be first. Having an hour to wait, they at first lingered at a respectful distance, but others coming up, they moved closer in order to protect their right of precedence. To this collection Hurstwood came up from the west out of 7th Avenue, and stopped close to the door, nearer than all the others. Those who had been waiting before him, but farther away, now drew near, and by a certain stolidity of demeanor, no words being spoken, indicated that they were first. Seeing the opposition to his action, he looked sullenly along the line, then moved out, taking his place at the foot. When order had been restored, the animal feeling of opposition relaxed. "Must be pretty near noon," ventured one. "It is," said another. "I've been waiting nearly an hour. Gee, but it's cold." They peered eagerly at the door, where all must enter. A grocery man drove up and carried in several baskets of eatables. This started some words upon grocery men, and the cost of food, in general. "I see meat's gone up," said one. "If there was war, It would help this country a lot. The line was growing rapidly. Already there were 50 or more, and those at the head, by their demeanor, evidently congratulated themselves upon not having so long to wait as those at the foot. There was much jerking of heads and looking down the line. It don't matter how near you get to the front, so long as you're in the first 25, commented one of the first 25. You all go in together. Humph. It Hurstwood, who had been so sturdily displaced. This here single tax is the theme, said another. There ain't going to be no order till it comes. For the most part there was silence, gaunt men shuffling, glancing, and beating their arms. At last the door opened and the mother-looking sister appeared. She only looked in order. Slowly the line moved up and, one by one, passed in until 25 were counted. Then she interposed a stout arm, and the line halted, with 6 men on the steps. Of these, the ex-manager was one. Waiting thus, some talked, some concerning the misery of it, some brooded, as did Hurstwood. At last he was admitted, and having eaten, came away, almost angered because of his pains in getting it. At 11 o'clock of another evening, perhaps 2 weeks later, he was at the midnight offering of a loaf waiting patiently. It had been an unfortunate day with him, but now he took his fate with a touch of philosophy. If he could secure no supper, or was hungry late in the evening, here was a place he could come. A few minutes before 12 a great box of bread was pushed out, and exactly on the hour a portly, round-faced German took position by it, calling ready. The whole line at once moved forward, each taking his loaf in turn and going his separate way. On this occasion, the ex-manager ate his as he went plodding the dark streets in silence to his bed. By January he had about concluded that the game was up with him. Life had always seemed a precious thing. But now constant want and weakened vitality had made the charms of earth rather dull and inconspicuous. Several times, when fortune pressed most harshly, he thought he would end his troubles, but with a change of weather, or the arrival of a quarter or a dime, his mood would change, and he would wait. Each day he would find some old paper lying about and look into it, to see if there was any trace of Carrie, but all summer and fall he had looked in vain. Then he noticed that his eyes were beginning to hurt him, and this ailment rapidly increased, until, in the dark chambers of the lodgings he frequented, he did not attempt to read. Bad and irregular eating was weakening every function of his body. The one recourse left him was to doze, when a place offered, and he could get the money to occupy it. He was beginning to find, in his wretched clothing and meager state of body, that people took him for a chronic type of bum and beggar. Police hustled him along. Restaurant and lodging house keepers turned him out promptly the moment he had his due pedestrians waved him off. He found it more and more difficult to get anything from anybody. At last he admitted to himself that the game was up. It was after a long series of appeals to pedestrians, in which he had been refused and refused every one hastening from contact. "Give me a little something, will you, mister?" he said to the last one. "For God's sake, you am starving." "Ah, get out," said the man, who happened to be a common type himself. "You're no good. I'll give you nothing." Hurstwood put his hands, red from cold, down in his pockets. Tears came into his eyes. "That's right," he said. "I'm no good now. I was all right. I had money. I'm going to quit this," and with death in his heart he started down toward the Bowery. People had turned on the gas before and died. Why shouldn't he? He remembered a lodging house where there were little close rooms, with gas jets in them, almost prearranged, he thought, for what he wanted to do, which rented for 15 cents. Then he remembered that he had no 15 cents. On the way he met a comfortable-looking gentleman, coming, clean-shaven, out of a fine barber shop. "Would you mind giving me a little something?" he asked this man boldly. The gentleman looked him over and fished for a dime. Nothing but quarters were in his pocket. "Here," he said, handing him one, "to be rid of him. Be off, now." Hurstwood moved on, wondering. The sight of the large, bright coin pleased him a little. He remembered that he was hungry, and that he could get a bed for 10 cents. With this, The idea of death passed, for the time being, out of his mind. It was only when he could get nothing but insults that death seemed worthwhile. One day, in the middle of the winter, the sharpest spell of the season set in. It broke gray and cold in the first day, and on the second snowed. Poor luck pursuing him, he had secured but 10 cents by nightfall, and this he had spent for food. At evening he found himself at the boulevard and 67th Street, where he finally turned his face Boweryward. Especially fatigued because of the wandering propensity which had seized him in the morning, he now half-dragged his wet feet, shuffling the soles upon the sidewalk. An old, thin coat was turned up about his red-earsh's cracked derby hat was pulled down until it turned them outward. His hands were in his pockets. "I'll just go down Broadway," he said to himself. When he reached 42nd Street, the fire signs were already blazing brightly. Crowds were hastening to dine. Through bright windows, at every corner, might be seen gay companies in luxuriant restaurants. There were coaches and crowded cable cars. In his weary and hungry state, he should never have come here. The contrast was too sharp. Even he was recalled keenly to better things. What's the use? He thought. It's all up with me. I'll quit this. People turned to look after him, so uncouth was his shambling figure. Several officers followed him with their eyes to see that he did not beg of anybody. Once he paused in an aimless, incoherent sort of way, and looked through the windows of an imposing restaurant, before which blazed a fire sign, and through the large plate windows of which could be seen the red and gold decorations, the palms, the white napery, and shining glassware, and above all, the comfortable crowd. Weak as his mind had become, his hunger was sharp enough to show the importance of this. He stopped stock still, his frayed trousers soaking in the slush, and peered foolishly in. "Eat," he mumbled. "That's right. Eat. Nobody else wants any." Then his voice dropped even lower, and his mind half lost the fancy it had. "It's mighty cold," he said. "Awful cold." At Broadway and 39th Street was blazing, in incandescent fire, Carrie's name. Carrie Meeber, it read, and the casino company. All the wet, snowy sidewalk was bright with this radiated fire. It was so bright that it attracted Hurstwood's gaze. He looked up, and then at a large, gilt-framed poster board, on which was a fine lithograph of Carrie, life-size. Hurstwood gazed at it a moment, snuffling and hunching one shoulder, as if something were scratching him. He was so run down, however, that his mind was not exactly clear. He approached that entrance and went in. "Well?" said the attendant, staring at him. Seeing him pause, he went over and shoved him. "Get out of here," he said. "I want to see Miss Meeber," he said. "You do, eh?" the other said, almost tickled at the spectacle. "Get out of here," and he shoved him again. Hurstwood had no strength to resist. "I want to see Miss Meeber," he tried to explain, even as he was being hustled away. All right. Aye." The man gave him a last push and closed the door. As he did so, Hurstwood slipped and fell in the snow. It hurt him, and some vague sense of shame returned. He began to cry and swear foolishly. "God-damned dog," he said. "Damned old cur," wiping the slush from his worthless coat. "T hired such people as you once." Now a fierce feeling against Carrie welled up dust, one fierce, angry thought before the whole thing slipped out of his mind. "She owes me something to eat," he said. "She owes it to me." Hopelessly he turned back into Broadway again, and slopped onward and away, begging, crying, losing track of his thoughts, one after another, as a mind decayed and disjointed is wont to do. It was truly a wintry evening, a few days later, when his one distinct mental decision was reached. Already, at 4 o'clock, the somber hue of night was thickening the air. A heavy snow was falling, a fine picking, whipping snow, borne forward by a swift wind in long, thin lines. The streets were bedded with its 6 inches of cold, soft carpet, churned to a dirty brown by the crush of teams and the feet of men. Along Broadway men, picked their way in ulsters and umbrellas. Along the Bowery, men slouched through it with collars and hats pulled over their ears. In the former thoroughfare, businessmen and travelers were making for comfortable hotels. In the latter, crowds on cold errands shifted past dingy stores, in the deep recesses of which lights were already gleaming. There were early lights in the cable cars, whose usual clatter was reduced by the mantle about the wheels. The whole city was muffled by this fast-thickening mantle. In her comfortable chambers at the Waldorf, Carrie was reading at this time Père Goriot, which Ames had recommended to her. It was so strong, and Amos' mere recommendation had so aroused her interest, that she caught nearly the full sympathetic significance of it. For the first time it was being borne in upon her how silly and worthless had been her earlier reading, as a whole. Becoming wearied, however, she yawned and came to the window, looking out upon the old winding procession of carriages rolling up Fifth Avenue. "Isn't it bad?" she observed to Lola. "Terrible," said that little lady, joining her. "I hope it snows enough to go sleigh riding." "Oh dear," said Carrie, with whom the sufferings of Father Goriot were still keen. "That's all you think of? Aren't you sorry for the people who haven't anything tonight?" "Of course I am," said Lola, "but what can I do?" "I haven't anything." Carrie smiled. "You wouldn't care if you had," she returned. "I would too," said Lola, "but people never gave me anything when I was hard up." "Isn't it just awful?" said Carrie, studying the winter's storm. "Look at that man over there," laughed Lola, who had caught sight of someone falling down. "How sheepish men look when they fall, don't they?" "Well, have to take a coach tonight," answered Carrie absently. In the lobby of the Imperial, Mr. Charles Drouet was just arriving, shaking the snow from a very handsome ulster. Bad weather had driven him home early, and stirred his desire for those pleasures which shut out the snow and gloom of life. A good dinner, the company of a young woman, and an evening at the theater were the chief things for him. "Why, hello, Harry," he said, addressing a lounger in one of the comfortable lobby chairs. "How are you?" "Oh, about 6 and 6, said the other. "Rotten weather, isn't it?" "Well, I should say," said the other. "I've been just sitting here thinking where I'd go tonight." "Come along with me," said Drouet. "I can introduce you to something dead swell." "Who is it?" said the other. "Oh, a couple of girls over here in 40th Street. We could have a dandy time. I was just looking for you. Supposing you get M and take him out to dinner." "Sure," said Drouet. "Wait till I go upstairs and change my clothes." "Well, it'll be in the barber shop," said the other. "I want to get a shave." "All right," said Drouet, creaking off in his good shoes toward the elevator. The old butterfly was as light on the wing as ever. On an incoming vestibuled Pullman, speeding at 40 miles an hour, through the snow of the evening, were 3 others, all related. "First call for dinner in the dining car," a Pullman servitor was announcing, as he hastened through the aisle in snow-white apron and jacket. "I don't believe I want to play anymore," said the youngest, a black-haired beauty, turned supercilious by fortune as she pushed a euchre hand away from her. "Shall we go into dinner?" inquired her husband, who was all that fine raiment can make. "Oh, not yet," she answered. "I don't want to play any more, though." "Jessica," said her mother, who was also a study in what good clothing can do for age, "push that pin down in your tie, it's coming up." Jessica obeyed, incidentally touching at her lovely hair and looking at a little jewel-faced watch. Her husband studied her, for beauty, even cold, is fascinating from one point of view. "Well, we won't have much more of this weather," he said. "It only takes 2 weeks to get to Rome." Mrs. Hurstwood nestled comfortably in her corner and smiled. It was so nice to be the mother-in-law of a rich young Manon, whose financial state had borne her personal inspection. "Do you suppose the boat will sail promptly?" asked Jessica. "If it keeps up like this?" "Oh, yes," answered her husband. "This won't make any difference." Passing down the aisle came a very fair-haired banker's son, also of Chicago, who had long eyed this supercilious beauty. Even now he did not hesitate to glance at her, and she was conscious of it. With a specially conjured show of indifference, she turned her pretty face wholly away. It was not wifely modesty at all. By so much was her pride satisfied. At this moment Hurstwood stood before a dirty 4-story building in a side street quite near the Bowery, whose on-a-time coat of buff had been changed by soot and rain. He mingled with a crowd which had been, and was still, gathering by degrees. It began with the approach of 2 or 3, who hung about the closed wooden doors and beat their feet to keep them warm. They had on faded derby hats with dents in them. Their misfit coats were heavy with melted snow and turned up at the collars. Their trousers were mere bags, frayed at the bottom and wobbling over big, soppy shoes, torn at the sides and worn almost to shreds. They made no effort to go in, but shifted ruefully about, digging their hands deep in their pockets, and leering at the crowd and the increasing lamps. With the minutes, increased the number. There were old men with grizzled beards and sunken eyes, men who were comparatively young, but shrunken by diseases, men who were middle-aged. None were fat. There was a face in the thick of the collection which was as white as drained veal. There was another red as brick. Some came with thin, rounded shoulders, others with wooden legs, still others with frames so lean that clothes only flapped about them. There were great ears, swollen noses, thick lips, and above all, red, bloodshot eyes. Not a normal, healthy face in the whole mass, not a straight figure, not a straightforward, steady glance. In the drive of the wind and sleet they pushed in on one another. There were wrists, unprotected by coat or pocket, which were red with cold. There were ears, half covered by every conceivable semblance of a hat, which still looked stiff and bitten. In the snow they shifted, now one foot, now another, almost rocking in unison. With the growth of the crowd about the door came a murmur. It was not conversation, but a running comment directed at anyone in general. It contained oaths and slang phrases. I wish they'd hurry up. Look at the copper watchin'. Maybe it ain't winter. Nusser. I wished I was in Sing Sing. Now a sharper lash of wind cut down, and they huddled closer. It was an edging, shifting, pushing throng. There was no anger, no pleading, no threatening words. It was all sullen endurance, unlightened by either wit or good fellowship. A carriage went jingling by with some reclining figure in it. One of the men nearest the door saw it. Look at the bloke ridin'. He ain't so cold. Yelled another, the carriage having long since passed out of hearing. Little by little, the night crept on. Along the walk a crowd turned out on its way home. Men and shopgirls went by with quick steps. The cross-town cars began to be crowded. The gas lamps were blazing and every window bloomed ruddy with a steady flame. Still the crowd hung about the door, unwavering. Ain't they ever going to open up? Queried a hoarse voice suggestively. This seemed to renew the general interest in the closed door, and many gazed in that direction. They looked at it as dumb brutes look, as dogs paw and whine, and study the knock. They shifted and blinked and muttered, now a curse, now a comment. Still they waited, and still the snow whirled and cut them with biting flakes. On the old hats and peaked shoulders it was piling. It gathered in little heaps and curves, and no one brushed it off. In the center of the crowd, the warmth and steam melted it, and water trickled off hat rims and down noses, which the owners could not reach to scratch. On the outer rim, the piles remained unmelted. Hurstwood, who could not get in the center, stood with head lowered to the weather and bent his form. A light appeared through the transom overhead. It sent a thrill of possibility through the watchers. There was a murmur of recognition. At last the bars grated inside, and the crowd pricked up its ears. Footsteps shuffled within, and it murmured again. Someone called slow up there now, and then the door opened. It was push and jam for a minute, with grim beast silence to prove its quality, and then it melted inward, like logs floating, and disappeared. There were wet hats and wet shoulders, a cold, shrunken, disgruntled mass, pouring in between bleak walls. It was just 6 o'clock, and there was supper in every hurrying pedestrian's face. And yet, no supper was provided here, nothing but beds. Hurstwood laid down his 15 cents and crept off with weary steps to his allotted room. It was a dingy affair, wooden, dusty, hard. A small gas jet furnished sufficient light for so rueful a corner. He said, clearing his throat and locking the door. Now, he began leisurely to take off his clothes, but stopped first with his coat, and tucked it along the crack under the door. His vest he arranged in the same place. His old wet, cracked hat he laid softly upon the table. Then he pulled off his shoes and lay down. It seemed as if he thought a while, for now he arose, and turned the gas out, standing calmly in the blackness, hidden from view. After a few moments in which he reviewed nothing, but merely hesitated, he turned the gas on again, but applied no match. Even then he stood there, hidden wholly in that kindness which is night, while the uprising fumes filled the room. When the odor reached his nostrils, he quit his attitude and fumbled for the bed. "What's the use?" he said weakly, as he stretched himself to rest. And now Carrie had attained that which in the beginning seemed life's object, or at least such fraction of it as human beings ever attain of their original desires. She could look about on her gowns and carriage, her furniture and bank account. Friends there were, as the world takes it, those who would bow and smile in acknowledgment of her success. For these she had once craved. Applause there was, and publicity once far off, essential things, but now grown trivial and indifferent. Beauty also her type of loveliness, and yet she was lonely. In her rocking chair she sat, when not otherwise engaging and dreaming. Thus in life there is ever the intellectual and the emotional nature-the mind that reasons, and the mind that feels. Of one come the men of action, generals and statesmen of the other, the poets and dramatis artists all, as harps in the wind. The latter respond to every breath of fancy, voicing in their moods all the ebb and flow of the ideal. Man has not yet comprehended the dreamer any more than he has the ideal. For him the laws and morals of the world are unduly severe, ever hearkening to the sound of beauty, straining for the flash of its distant wings, he watches to follow, weary in his feet in traveling. So watched Carrie, so followed, rocking and singing. And it must be remembered that reason had little part in this. Chicago dawning, she saw the city offering more of loveliness than she had ever known, and instinctively, by force of her moods alone, clung to it. In fine raiment and elegant surroundings, men seemed to be contented. Hence, she drew near these things. Chicago, New York, Drouet, Hurstwood, the world of fashion and the world of stag, these were but incidents. Not them, but that which they represented, she longed for. Time proved the representation false. Oh, the tangle of human life! How dimly as yet we see. Here was Carrie, in the beginning poor, unsophisticated, emotional, responding with desire to everything most lovely in life, yet finding herself turned as by a wall. Laws to say, be allured, if you will, by everything lovely, but draw not nigh unless by righteousness. Convention to say, you shall not better your situation save by honest labor. If honest labor be unremunerative, and difficult to endure if it be the long, long road, which never reaches beauty, but wearies the feet and the heart, if the fat, dragged to follow beauty be such that one abandons the admired way, taking rather the despised path leading to her dreams quickly, who shall cast the first stone? Not evil, but longing for that which is better, more often directs the steps of the erring. Not evil, but goodness more often allures the feeling mind unused to reason. Amid the tinsel and shine of her state walked Carrie, unhappy. As when Drouet took her, she had thought, now I am lifted into that which is best, as when Hurstwood seemingly offered her the better way. Now am I happy? But since the world goes its way past all who will not partake of its folly, she now found herself alone. Her purse was open to him whose need was greatest. In her walks on Broadway, she no longer thought of the elegance of the creatures who passed her. Had they more of that peace and beauty which glimmered afar off? Then were they to be envied. Drouet abandoned his claim and was seen no more. Of Hurstwood's death, she was not even aware. A slow, black boat, setting out from the pier at 27th Street, upon its weekly errand bore, with many others, his nameless body to the potter's field. Thus passed all that was of interest concerning these twain and their relation to her. Their influence upon her life is explicable alone by the nature of her longings. Time was when both represented for her all that was most potent in earthly success. They were the personal representatives of a state most blessed to attain the titled ambassadors of comfort and peace, aglow with their credentials. It is but natural that when the world which they represented no longer allured her, its ambassadors should be discredited. Even had Hurstwood returned in his original beauty and glory, he could not now have allured her. She had learned that in his world, as in her own present state, was not happiness. Sitting alone, she was now an illustration of the devious ways by which one who feels, rather than reasons, may be led in the pursuit of beauty. Though often disillusioned, she was still waiting for that halcyon day when she would be led forth among dreams become real. Ames had pointed out a farther step, but on and on beyond that, if accomplished, would lie others for her. It was forever to be the pursuit of that radiance of delight which tints the distant hilltops of the world. Oh, Carrie, Carrie! Oh, blind strivings of the human heart! Onward, onward, it saith, and where beauty leads, there it follows. Whether it be the tinkle of a lone sheep bell, or some quiet landscape, or the glimmer of beauty in sylvan places, or the show of soul in some passing eye, the heart knows, and makes answer, following. It is when the feet weary and hope seems vain that the heartaches and the longings arise. Know, then, that for you is neither surfeit nor content. In your rocking chair, by your window dreaming, shall you long, alone. In your rocking chair, by your window, shall you dream such happiness as you may never feel.